Hello everyone, welcome to this digital marketing full course by Intellipaat. Have you noticed many Hollywood and other language movies are now releasing directly on digital platforms? Why do you think all of this is happening? Over the past few years, there have been huge investments in digital platforms like Netflix, Hotstar and other OTT channels. Well, we are all going through a digital transformation at a massive scale. According to Statista, in 2023, the number of internet users worldwide stood at 5.18 billion, which means that around 2/3 of the global population is currently connected using the internet. What does this all mean? Any business, big or small, if they want to grow, they need to have a presence on the internet. Or in other words, they need to do digital marketing. According to LinkedIn, digital marketing is one of the most searched skill in the job space. According to Naukri, there are 1,57,000 plus jobs related to digital marketing, and this is just in India. In the United States, there are more than 1,11,000 jobs available. These numbers are enough to understand how demanding a career in digital marketing is. If we talk about salaries, Glassdoor reports that in India you can expect a salary between 4 lakh rupees to 35 lakh rupees, whereas in the United States you can earn between 52,000 USD to 150,000 USD. If you are someone who is looking to get into the IT domain but don't want to get into mainstream coding, learning digital marketing can open up a new array of job opportunities for you. Are you ready to make the next big move for your career? If you are, then this free digital marketing full course is all you need. This digital marketing training session is curated by top industry experts and aims at getting you started in your digital marketing career. To further help you and make you job ready, we have collated top digital marketing interview questions which are asked in top MNCs from around the world. But before we go ahead, I'd like to request you guys to enable both the subscribe button and bell icon for Intellipaat YouTube channel so that you won't miss out on multitude of updates coming from our end. Let's go ahead and see what all we will be covering in this session. We'll begin on a very friendly note by covering what is digital marketing. Then we'll talk about what is search engine and what is search engine optimization, how to choose right keyword, what is content outline, as well as how to create an SEO plan. Once done with that, we'll cover site content and structure, what is internal linking and what is content optimization. Next, we'll dive into technical part of digital marketing. Here, we'll cover what is WordPress and how does website function. After that, we'll look into crawling and ranking scenarios in SEO. Then, we'll also touch upon off-page SEO. Once done with that, we'll dive into social media marketing. Here, we'll cover some of the best strategies you could employ and social media content planning as well. Next, we'll cover the most commonly asked digital marketing interview questions. I hope I have made myself clear with the agenda. So let's dive into the session.
All over the world, digital media spread is contributing 15% to the overall advertising. Digital media techniques are helping business enterprises spread its wings to face the challenges of the day. Gone are those days when we used to billboards for advancing our business interests. Business flourishes when we capture the attention of people. This is why Google and Facebook generate more income than any traditional advertising agency. Digital marketing has become an umbrella term for a wide variety of channels of marketing such as mobile applications, social media, web applications, email, search engines, or any new digital channel. It all narrows down to a much simpler definition that digital marketing is a form of marketing that involves electronic devices. As per TRAI, the number of smartphone users is expected to reach 442 million by 2022. This in turn implies that online market demand will surge. The job portals in India predict that there will be around 70 lakh job openings by 2025. Around 91% of top recruiters consider certification as a major criteria for hiring into the field. 48% offer higher packages for certified candidates. According to Goldman Sachs report, the digital marketing future in the Indian internet industry alone is going to be worth $160 billion by 2025, which is thrice from its current value. That makes us aware of the scope of digital marketing in India and digital marketing as an in-demand job. To enter a marketing field, apart from technical skills, you must have 3 C's: communication skills, creativity, and critical thinking. These 3 are important. Marketing is a way of communicating to customers, so proper communication is a must. To keep updated with new ideas and come up with new adaptations, creativity is much needed. Critical thinking makes you think clearly and rationally and also helps you understand the logical connection between ideas. In United States, digital media managers earn an average income of 72,015 US dollars per year that can rise up to 111,000 US dollars per year. Digital marketing managers in India earn on an average of 5,48,000 per year, which can increase up to 10 lakhs per year.
There are a few things that's actually like quite a few things around SEO, right? Like on the surface level or on the overall broad level, SEO simply stands for search engine optimization. But what is search engine and what are we optimizing, right? Because as the word says, we are optimizing something on the search engine. So what is a search engine? Search engine is nothing but your Google search, for example, is a search engine, right? So when you're going on Google and when you're searching for something, you're using Google's search engine. When you're going on Bing and you're searching for something, you're using the search engine of Bing, right? So similarly, there's also, like, I would say a lot of search engines that are available. And fun fact is, when you go on, let's say, Amazon and you're searching for something, that's also a search engine, but that is specific to Amazon only. So what does that mean? What are we optimizing here? So for this particular session, the primary focus is going to be the search engine that indexes your website. When I say index, I'm going to explain index, don't worry about it. But basically, it looks at and collects the data of the open internet so that we can look at that data and find what we want. So when we go on Google, when we are searching for something, Google is looking at entire database that they have collected, entire data set of what they have collected on the open internet, and then they are showing that data to us. So that is a search engine. Search engine optimization is nothing but now when you go on search engine, right? So let's say if I go on search engine, I'll just go on Google, for example.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following HTTP status codes is used to indicate a temporary redirection and is often used for A/B testing or short-term changes to URLs? And here are your options for the same. 301 move permanently, 302 found temporary redirect, 404 not found, or 410 gone. And please mention your answers in the comment section.
And if, let's say, I'm searching for shoes online, right? Now, once I've searched for this, what is happening is Google is looking at the entire open internet that is available. And based on that, it is generating some search results for me. So what is a search results? Basically, the list of results that show up based on my search query. So remember, this is a search query, or you can also call this as a keyword. This is what I'm looking for. So once I've typed in a search query, based on that, I get certain results. And these results are from different websites that are open for internet, because these are businesses. Obviously, they would be open for internet, right? And they want people to show or come to their website. Now, the process of search engine optimization is nothing but making sure that if you are into shoes, or if you want people who have search queries related to shoes, if you want your website to show up in these results, that is nothing but search engine optimization. You are optimizing your website, as Ashwin mentioned, to make sure that your website comes on the top, or at least as top as possible, of the search engine results. So that's basically what search engine optimization is. Okay, so there are a few key things here to keep in mind. The first thing is that the search engine optimization has a very important focus on something called as keywords. So what are keywords? These are keywords. So when I type shoes online, that's a keyword. So all of these websites, Myntra, Flipkart, Agio, Amazon, all of these websites have optimized their overall content and the type of information that they have available on their website, so that when I type this particular keyword, or when anyone, right, not just me, anyone in the world is typing this, their website shows up at the top position. That's basically what search engine optimization is. So, with that said, let's go a little bit deeper into all of these different things and understand exactly how search engine works, what you are actually looking at, and how you can look at search engine optimizations overall. So we are going to talk about what SEO is, what are the components of on-page SEO. So on-page SEO is one of the things which is a part of SEO overall. Then we are going to talk about site content, structure, and all, but we'll basically go through all of these things one by one. Okay. So in today's day and age, um, search engine is actually dominated, the search engine market is actually dominated by Google. So whenever someone is talking about SEO, there is a high chance that they are actually talking about making sure that their website is shown on the top position of Google. So if you look at this data, right, this data there might be some numbers that have been updated, but overall, this is still very true. In today's modern search engine, or the modern internet that we are in, even in this stage, almost 80% of the market share of search engine is dominated by Google on desktop, and almost 95 to 96% of the market share is dominated by Google. That is how big it is. People who own Android phones are most probably using Google as a search engine. People who are using iOS or iPhone are also most probably using Google as a search engine. And that is how big the entire market share of Google is. So even people who have other devices like gaming consoles, etc., or even TVs, right? So in today's day and age, we can also do that Google search or search on TV, and that is nothing but part of Google search itself. And that is how big it is. So on TV, for example, you may have this feature, right, where you can speak for it to search for something. More often than not, it is based on Android TV. That means it is using Google search or Google's voice assistant to make it happen. And that is how big the market share of Google is. Apart from that, there's obviously other players. In desktop specifically, there's Bing, which is very popular because of the browser, which is Edge. So if you look at the desktops, mostly they have a Windows operating system installed. And especially when it comes to senior citizens, they really don't or can't tell much of a difference between, let's say, Bing's Edge or Google Chrome, for example. And because of that, what happens is they end up using the search engine of Bing. And that's the reason Bing has such a strong presence in the desktop world. Then there's Baidu, which is the Chinese equivalent of Google, but it is focused only in the Chinese market. And then finally, there's Yahoo. So this clearly shows that when it comes to search engine optimization, the primary search engine that you should be looking at is going to be Google. But then, as I just showed you guys when I was searching for that shoes online, and overall, what happened is when I searched for that, you guys saw how quickly I got the results, right? I don't know if you guys remember, but previously it would give you this text, right? Like in how many seconds it was able to search for something. Let me try shoes online. Yeah, see, so it tells me that within 0.57 seconds, that's half a second, they were able to generate over, I believe this is lakhs, crores, 438 crore results. That is how big it is. So what this means is there are a lot of websites pages or web pages, which is like 438 crores, which are matching the shoes online query. Now, here's the question to you guys, right? Like, when I search for this, and as I go through all of these web pages and all, will I even know what these other results are? Or will I basically like even look at the, let's say, 100 crore result, or maybe will I even look at the 1 lakh result? No, right? As Junaid mentioned, I'll not be doing that. The reason is because I'm getting what I want in the first page itself. Exactly. I'm getting what I want in the first page itself. Exactly. So second page is more or less dead. So they did try to, Google did try to do something around it by increasing the number of results in a single page. But more or less, I will not even look at some of these suggestions at the bottom. I'm like, if I just search for something, there's a high chance that I will just pick something from the top results. And the second part is, I don't know how many of you noticed this. This is a very recent development, by the way. Uh, like there is Google Bard, right? And in Google Bard, they have also launched AI kind of a conversation in the search results itself. It's still in experimental stage. I've actually activated it for my account. By the way, even you guys can activate it. Just go to your Chrome browser, and over there you'll see this search labs. If you just click on it, you can activate it. It'll basically just load like a pop-up, something like this, and you can just activate that. So now what is happening is, because of this converse option, or this particular conversation option, once I click on this with whatever query I have, it automatically generates certain results for me. So what happens with this is it becomes even harder or tougher for me to get on the top, and the competition becomes as tough as possible, because if you even look at this, I'm getting just the top 3 or 4 results. That's about it. And in some cases, maybe if I want, I can ask it best shoes for running and how to select them. So if I want some information, it basically would tell me that as well. So it tells me like, okay, when choosing running shoes, you can consider the following things, and don't even need to visit the website. But it at the same time, it does show me some URLs that I can actually visit to see like if maybe I won't want some deeper, let's say, content, or maybe I want some more deeper insights or info, etc. So all of those things are available. So what this means for search engine overall is that when it comes to search engine, or when it comes to search engine optimization, there is no straightforward, or there is no hacks or tricks or something like that for you to gain the presence. If you want to gain your presence, and if you want to make sure that you're at the top of the search engine's result, you need to make sure that you're utilizing or sharing the information that is useful to the users. And that is going to be the running theme throughout the session, when as and when we are going to talk about content optimization and on-page optimization as well, right? So this is something that I wanted to share, but this is what Google search overall looks like in today's day and age. Overall, when it comes to these like search labs or the Converse option, it's something that is available as a part of Chrome overall, and you can basically have a conversation with the AI. So this is part of Bard's integration into Google search. For anyone who is not seeing it, maybe you will need to update your Chrome browser. Again, it's a very it is a very recent feature. I think only two or 3 days back they launched it. So if you're not seeing it, even after updating the Chrome browser, you will see it in a few days at least. If you are not able to use it altogether, you can still use Bard to understand like what some of it could look like. Yes, Bard is a website. Bard is a AI search engine, not AI search engine. It's basically an AI chatbot kind of a thing that is developed by Google. Yeah, it's created by Google itself. Yeah. So as I was saying, right, like when it comes to all of these search results, um, as I was mentioning earlier, we saw that there were almost like 438 crore search results. Like the question now here is that how do you make sure that, or how does Google actually make this happen? Like while okay, I'm only looking at some of the top results overall, but at the same time, if you notice, Google was still able to get so many search results available for us within only these like half a second, which is quite a big deal because you need to understand the amount of processing power it takes for a simple search to happen. Just for example, when you go on Windows, your laptop or whatever that is, and if you try to search for a file, it will have, I don't think your computer will have like as many crores of files available. And even if it did, just searching each and every file in your computer takes a lot of time for your operating system. So just imagine the amount of processing power and the way that they do it. And that is basically what I'm going to talk about here. Like, how does it happen, or how is Google able to make it happen? To do that, Google has a 3-step process. The competition does increase quite significantly, but at the same time, the method or the way that you would process or do SEO for your website still stays the same. So let's talk about these 3 things, or basically how it is able to index these crores of results and give it to us within a few seconds. The answer is that Google essentially works on these 3 points. The first is a crawler. Crawler is nothing but a kind of a robot that Google sends to your website. And what it does is, once it comes to your website, it collects information. And all of that information is then stored in a kind of a database that is called as an index. And once you have typed a keyword, or any person in the world uses Google search and types a keyword, there is an algorithm that goes through this particular index and gives you the search result. That is how Google search works. I know I may be talking about some terms that you guys might not be aware of. So let me just break it down for you guys, okay? So how does Google search work? So it has a 3-step process, right? Step 1 is crawling. What is crawling? Crawling is nothing but Google sends a bot to every website on the open internet to crawl or look at its content, right? So this is the step one of what Google search does, right? So Google will send a crawler, so which is called as crawling, and it sends basically a bot to every website in the open internet. Now this particular bot, called as let's say a Google bot, or it is also called as spider, right? Or just like a robot is also a very common name. So these are some of the common names of this particular crawler. You also call it a crawler, by the way. Now the step 2 is indexing. In indexing, what happens is Google crawler then collects all the data from the websites and creates a database of it. So database is nothing but, think of it like a filing system, right? Like you would have many different files for each different website. And since there's like literally billions of websites on internet, you will have billions of different files, and all of these files are collected in a huge indexing system. Indexing system is what I'm talking about here, but it's nothing but like it is being collected in a huge database, and that entire function is called as indexing. Okay, so clear so far, crawling and indexing? Okay, now the step 3, what was the step 3? Algorithm. So in algorithm, what happens is, based on the based on the user search query, Google then matches that query's keyword, or basically Google then matches that keyword to the indexed database so that they can show the search result. That's basically what happens. So in algorithm, there are a few things. There's like multiple things, obviously, but overall what happens is a user's search query, or you can call it keyword, is then matched against the indexed database to serve relevant information, right? Now, in this particular serving of relevant information, there's like a lot of moving parts. Literally, Google has like from the time it started, I think it started almost 30 years back now. And from the time it started to now, it has kept working on this algorithm. It keeps updating this algorithm. And the reason it keeps doing that is because it wants to make sure that this happens as fast as possible and the information is as relevant as possible, so that a person is simply just getting the information that they require at their fingertips. So that's the reason, when you combine the greatest minds of the world, literally there are greatest minds of the world who have worked on these algorithms, and then you combine the amount of time they have spent, you get a system which is vast, big, and fast enough to get, or basically to be able to get almost 438 crore results in half a second, while ensuring that at the top, the most relevant websites are available, which are going to serve the purpose that you're looking for. So this is how Google search functions, or any search engine, right? In today's day and age, even Bing search functions in a similar manner. But that's the main thing. Like, this is what sets Google apart. I have some pictograms over here that will basically talk about the same thing. But I hope you guys understood what exactly this meant, right? Like, When it comes to crawling, it goes to your website, it gets the information. When it comes to indexing, it creates a database. When it comes to algorithm, it makes sure that when there's a query from the user, it matches that with the indexed database, right? So that's basically what it is. So a crawler is also called as a robot or a bot or a spider, and it creates or helps with this huge database. And this is like a pictorial representation for explaining exactly what I just typed out in the notes for you guys, which is the crawler from the search engine goes to your website, collects all the information, and then indexes it in the file, and then gets it back to the search engine as a part of the algorithm. So that's essentially how Google search works. And this is Google's mission, right? Google's mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. This is very important statement to keep in mind if you are into SEO or if you are going to use SEO for work, because whenever you're doing something, right, whenever you're doing whatever work, and this is not just limited to SEO, whenever you are trying to, let's say, do certain work for a specific platform. So when it comes to SEO, you're doing it for Google search. When it comes to, let's say, social media, you're doing it for that social media platform. Or even when it comes to advertising, you're doing it so that the company where you're going to show your ads is also going to make money out of it, right? So it is very important to understand the purpose of that company and why they have created the platform the way that they have made it. And that's the entire reason that this is included in the PPT, so that we understand that Google's mission is to make sure that the data or the information is properly organized. So organized is nothing but their index. And at the same time, this information is easily accessible and useful. So now think of it this way, right? Since this is their mission, what kind of website do you think they will be selecting? Let's say there are two websites, website A, website B. Now, website A is and website B, both of them are, let's say, travel websites. Both of them are talking about travel packages to Goa, for example. Now, what is happening here is website A is like, okay, it is trying to talk about the travel packages to Goa, but it has like such a long article that for a user like me, if I want to know the entire details or entire thing, I will have to, dig deep into it, and it is not very intuitive. But at the same time, website B, what it has done is it has added images. It has made it with very easy for me to navigate, very quickly for me to look at, okay, like what could be the different itinerary that I can look at, what are the different places I can go to, who are the right people, or let's say what kind of things I need, like if I need tickets, if I need stays, what kind of stays are available. So all of that is properly organized in website B, but it is that is available in A also, but it is not as properly organized. Now, between these two websites, which one do you think Google will prefer? Exactly, right. So the main point or the main thing about SEO is to make sure that the information that you want, just like website B, is easily accessible to you or to any user. And it is not just about making sure that this particular keyword is available after every word or something like that, but it's more about making sure that it is useful content, that it is available. And the reason is now, since this is their mission, and if you follow along with their mission, that is when you're going to see success in this. That's basically what SEO is, and that is basically what we are going to talk about in depth throughout these sessions. That's basically what I've been talking about so far, right? Like overall, um, when it comes to this entire thing, the fundamental questions that you should be asking is like, do I serve high quality content to user, which is easy and fast to access on all devices? So this is a very important thing. Oftentimes when we are working on a website, we just think like, okay, we'll just make a good theme or we'll just use the right colors, but we do it on a desktop only. We forget about mobile altogether. So, but at the same time, we ourselves, when we are browsing the internet, most of the time we do it on our phones, right? So it is very important to make sure that while you have content that is easy to look at, which is fast, which is high quality, it is also available on all the devices and easily accessible as well. The third part is if your website is showing up on Google. So what does this mean? If you guys noticed, I mentioned something. I mentioned that a crawler crawls the open internet. So I'm not going to go very deep into that. There's like a lot of things that I can talk about in that, but the only thing that is relevant is basically that your website should also be accessible by let's say search engine or the search engine bots, etc. And it should be open for anyone to visit and use as well. If you have a website which has like a password to enter, or if you have a website that can only be accessed over a specific network, then it is not open to internet. So just always make sure that if you want to rank your website, a very basic thing is to make sure that your website is showing up on Google as well. The next question is your local business showing up on Google as well? So if you have a local business, it is important that you have like a business profile, or at least making sure that for the local keywords, if your website is available. And finally, make sure that your website is secure and it is not something that has any kind of a malware or any kind of a security issue overall. So usually what happens is once your website goes live, you would be having, or you would be storing your website on some kind of a web hosting, or there's like a lot of web hosting services, or you would be creating your website on, let's say, WordPress or any of these other content management systems, right? And all of these are themselves open to internet. All of these themselves have other websites as well. So what happens is once your website is also set up, once your let's say the website name etc is live, uh, Google and the Google bot knows that okay, something else has also come up. There's a new domain name which got registered, there is a new website that has come up, or there is a new page that is now open, and that is how it then goes to those, all of those different websites. Now usually what happens is Google bot will automatically recognize that okay, a new website has come up with, but at the same time it doesn't happen 100% of the time. So sometimes it's more of what I've seen is like 90 to 95% of the time it will rightly identify that a new website has come up and it needs to index it. But the other times what happens is sometimes it may not go to the website itself, or sometimes it takes a lot of time for it to recognize that a new website is there. So for that, you can also submit your own website using something called as Google Search Console. The first thing that you should do is make sure that you have high quality content. Trust me, by the time you have good content and you have uploaded it, I'm sure Google will automatically come to your website. You can use Search Console for that. And apart from that, you can also use something called as site colon. So this is something that is available as a part of Google search. If you want to know that if some website is indexed or not, or if you want to see all the links or URLs that is indexed of a website, you can just enter site colon, and then you can just say, for example, Myntra.com, and it will show you all the pages of Myntra that it has indexed. To be honest, to be very frank, I have seen websites that have done wonders even without off-page SEO. To be honest, the company that I have my full-time job with is also one such company which is not doing any off-page SEO but still ranking quite well. But at the same time, it completely depends on the context and the nature of it. I'll talk about that when we get to the off-page topic. Don't worry about it. But yeah, like there are scenarios where it works. There are scenarios where it doesn't, and that is where off-page SEO does come into picture. For anyone who's wondering, off-page SEO is when you are trying to do things which are not on your website. Basically, it's something called as backlink or building backlinks, etc. And you do it so that you are able to rank higher on Google. Okay, so what did we look at so far? We understood uh, how Google search works or what is search engine, and we understood what is Google's mission and some of the fundamental things to ask, right? With that in mind, this actually tells us a lot on what are the things as an SEO guy, as someone who is into SEO, what are the things that one should focus on? And broadly, it can be divided into these two segments. So some of you were asking, right, what if off-page SEO? That is where I'm coming at over here. Now, what are these two segments? The first is, what am I saying to Google? The second is what the world is saying to Google. So in a common sense or in a normal sense, this is the same as what I am telling others and what the society is telling about me. So pardon the language, but yeah, log kya kahenge is what you would say, right? And that's basically how Google operates. And there is importance of both the things. There is a high importance of what you are saying, how you're articulating it, how well you're able to represent it. In speeches, for example, when you look at some motivational speech and all, obviously the one that you would want to hear and continue hearing would be the one who is properly articulating it and saying the right things. And on the other end, this is more of what you would see the entire world talking about as well. And the world is talking about this person saying different things. Maybe there is something positive, maybe there is something negative, and then it's for you to decide how you want to do it. Google does the same thing. Google basically takes in whatever you're saying from your website, and then it also looks at what other websites are saying about your own website. Are they talking about good things of your website? Are they talking about negative things of your website? What the other websites of the world think of your website? And that is basically what SEO is all about. On page is what you are communicating to Google, and off page is what the other websites are communicating to Google about your website. Does it make sense? So when it comes to off page, it's about what other websites are saying. So that is in terms of the context of SEO. So there are things like backlinks, there are things like anchor text, there are things like if the website itself has the high authority, and all of these three things that I just mentioned is something that we are going to learn. But broadly speaking, in a very simple to understand manner, this is what on page and off page is all around. On page is about what your website tells to Google, and off page is about what other websites say or how they communicate about your website to Google. So in a nutshell, on page is all about relevance. Okay, so in on page, you want to make sure all of those fundamental things that I talked about earlier, you want to make sure that your website has the right information, easy to access, and it is relevant to the users. This includes both the technical quality of your website's code as well as the content, the text, the images, the media, everything that you use on your website to share information. That's on page. Off page is more in terms of links, URLs. So this is about authority, the type of authority that you build based on the links from other website, social media signals, and any other marketing activity that you do, which can or cannot be outside, basically can be outside your control as well. So just as an example, right? Let's say if you were conducting an event, live event, where you were talking about your website quite a lot, people will be interested in that. Maybe people are like, okay, I want to visit that website. On Google search, they will directly type your website's name and then go to the website. What happens in that is actually a positive signal to Google that people are interested in your website. They are directly visiting it, right? Now, apart from that, there's obviously other websites linking to it. So let's say Times of India all of a sudden said like your website is the best website as certified by UNESCO or something like that, right? So that's like a positive thing. That's like a link that you're getting from a big publisher altogether, and that's a very big factor that Google does consider as an authority. So that's basically what the difference between on page and off page is. On page is more about what you're communicating, off page is more about the authority that you have gained through the communications that other websites have about your website. So this is a website which is called as Carbon Lightning. And Carbon Lightning is a website that provides information about different things like renewable energy, solar panels, etc. Now, what Carbon Lightning has done is carbonlightning.com has added some links over here. So one link is to the US Department of Energy. Another link is to National Renewable Energy Laboratory. Another link is International Energy Agency. So over here, what I'm saying is I got all of this information from these websites. So for these websites, these have become backlinks. So what I'm saying is I'm talking good things about them, that these websites are good, these websites provide good information, and these are already high authority websites. So what happens here is I am adding links. So my website is adding links to their website. So for them, this becomes like a signal to Google, like, okay, these websites are offering good content and other websites are also sharing them or talking about these websites. So that's the reason these websites will have an increase in their authority points. So this is what I'm talking about when it comes to the links or URLs of other websites. So this is typically what it looks like. When it comes to SEO, I already mentioned it's about quality, it's about good content, etc. But oftentimes we are impatient, and especially like when I even look at myself, right? I'm very impatient when it comes to anything. I want results very quickly. However, SEO is not like that. SEO does not work like that. SEO is a long-term game. It is something which takes time. It takes time to build authority. You might know this thing, right? Like it takes time to build trust. That's basically what SEO is. It takes time for you to get on the top. And to do that, it's more about whenever you're working with SEO, you are building a long-term strategy. You are doing proper keyword research along with your strategy. You are then creating content for those particular keywords in ensuring that it is actually solving. One second. Yeah. So in ensuring that it is actually solving the problems that the users have who are searching for those keywords. Then obviously, once you have the content, you're building links, you're optimizing things, you're looking at technical issues, fixing that. But all of this takes time. And some of you may be wondering how much time is that? A minute? Is that an hour? To be honest, it's usually what I've seen is it takes at least 6 months for you to see any kind of a meaningful result. And after 6 months is when you start to see some traction overall for SEO. And this 6 months is if you have done everything properly. So it's always important that in SEO, you are doing things right. It's not about doing things or a lot of things, but it's about doing things correctly and properly. Even if it takes time, it's okay, because it's about making sure that you are providing the information that the user is looking for. And that's basically what the SEO process is all about. There's going to be a bunch of things I'm going to talk about, but all of that is to make sure that you are building something that will add value in the long run. Sounds good? Okay. So overall, um, when you look at the entire gamut of SEO, there's multiple things, right? But the major chunk or the major things that you would be looking at is, one is on-page SEO, which includes your content and like the technical side. And then there is something called as off-page SEO, which is primarily about what others are talking about. So these are the three segments that we are going to talk about. The first segment are about on-page SEO itself. The one is around content and then technicals. And then the third one is around the off-page SEO. So with that in mind, uh, before I even talk about the content side of it, the first thing is to understand um, some of the basics and some of the very fundamentals of what makes on-page SEO altogether. And that is where we talk about the components of on-page SEO. So there are, I would say, two primary things, and then there are like four important components altogether. The two primary things are basically your keywords and then the content, which is where the content side comes into the picture. And then on the technical side, we have two other things, which is the accessibility. So for your search engine to be able to access your website, which is to be able to crawl your website. And second is the user also being able to access your website and properly look at the content that the user intends to. So oftentimes what happens is, when it comes to SEO, people build websites, people create content, but they end up creating content that is for search engine. And what happens with that is, when you create content that is only for search engine, the users who are visiting your website, uh, they may not have a good experience. So there is a whole gamut of things which you need to consider for this, both on the content side as well as on the technical side. On the content side, you should be looking at making sure that you're properly writing content which is offering the information which you would like the users to look at, or maybe the information that is going to solve their problems. And on the technical side, you are basically making sure that the users are properly able to access your website, that they are able to take a look at the content properly. The website loads quickly. The website is accessible on both desktop as well as mobile. So oftentimes what happens is, when we are looking at any website on mobile phones, we end up seeing some kind of a layout that is not at all compatible with mobile. You have to like zoom in or see the content, or sometimes it's like it's not even visible properly, or maybe the content is here, there, and all. What happens with that is, the user, me as a user who's seeing all of these content, it's not a good experience at all, and there's a high chance that I will leave this website and go to another website, because as we just saw, for every single result, there are crores and crores of websites that are ready to offer the same information, right? So if that is a scenario, how do you stand out? The only way that you can stand out is by making sure that whenever someone does visit your website, you're offering them a good experience and also good content. Some of you may be wondering what is a good content, and that is what we are going to talk about as well. But that is more about the website itself, right? How does all of this start? How does content come to the picture? How does accessibility come to the picture? How does user experience come to the picture? All of that comes to the picture from one single thing, which is the keyword. None of the things like the search engine results, the rankings, or where your website is, etc., will matter if you're not even having the right keyword. So just imagine this. Okay, let me just do this quick thing, right? How many of you know what is the role of an oncologist? The reason I ask this is for the people who do know it, there's a high chance that you may have encountered some kind of a issue, or maybe you might know someone who's into this, or maybe that's just something that you're aware of. But then there are a lot of people. I would say almost half of you are aware of it, half of you are not, and the reason is because um, you probably don't know what is the technical term or what an oncologist does. But if in the same time, I just tell all of you who said no, if I tell you what is cancer, you will know what is cancer, right? So an oncologist is nothing but the person who helps in treatment of cancer. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. Now, this is something which is a technical term. Not everyone knows, but everyone knows what the general term is. The general term is cancer or a cancer doctor or something like that. And that is exactly what goes on into the keywords. You may be an oncologist, but it is not necessary that people actually know what oncologist means. People will be searching cancer doctor. They will not be searching for oncologist. More than often, they'll be searching for someone who can help them with their cancer issues. Because they know what cancer is, but they don't know what is oncologist or what is that specialty for dealing with cancer, right? And that is where the difference lies. It is very important to look at something which a user understands, a general user will understand. And that is what the keyword research, or when you're doing keyword research, that is what it's all about. It's understanding what a user will be searching for, not what you represent as a business. So you may represent something as a business. You may be some one who is very technically informative, very knowledgeable and all. But if you're not able to uh, share that information about your business, or if you're not able to convert it into something that is digestible to the users, then you will not be able to reach the right users. That is what marketing is in its very basic essence, right? So marketing is nothing but promoting certain things that a user is probably aware of, or it is easier for us to promote to them or share information about them. It could also be about creating awareness around something that the user has a problem about. And even in SEO, we follow the same fundamental thing, and we follow it right from the beginning, which is the keywords. A very good example is the cancer one that I just talked about. But apart from that, also, as you just saw, I was searching for shoes online, but oftentimes people may be searching for different type of shoes, different type of things, and it's all about making sure that you properly understand your market, what is the user's intent, and how to identify that intent and make sure that this is what users are searching for. And that is what keyword research is all about. Now, why am I talking about keyword research so much? To give you guys some details or some gist, keywords play a very important role across both on-page and off-page SEO. Let me actually zoom into this a bit for you guys. So keyword actually plays on a very important role in both on-page and off-page SEO. So before I get into on-page SEO directly, let me first talk about keyword research. So you guys already know what is a keyword. This is nothing but like a keyword. Shoes online India. This is a keyword. Shoes online shopping. This is a keyword. But a keyword in its essence is nothing but the words that someone is searching for, and that's pretty much it. So, how will you know if you are getting the right results? You will know it only for those keywords, right? Now, for example, if I have, let's say, shopping, sorry, not shopping. If I have like a bags or a website that is dedicated only for bags, and I'm trying to rank for a keyword which is shoes, that will not work, right? Because this is like a very different thing, and that shoes thing is very different. Now, in such a scenario, what happens is, even if somehow I do manage to rank at least at some level, even if people do visit my website, there's going to be no correlation at all. And that's the reason keywords become the most important things altogether. So it is the way that you start your entire SEO journey. You do a proper keyword research. You identify what is a keyword that is relevant for your business, what is a keyword that users will be searching. It is not a keyword that you specialize in specifically, but something that the users might be looking for. And once you have this, that is when you start your on-page journey of content optimization, technical optimization, and even off-page journey of backlink building overall. So let's look into keyword research. Now, as I said, keywords is the building block of an effective SEO strategy, right? So typically what happens is, this is like a keyword jargon. It really is more of someone being able to properly divide or create a segregation of different type of keywords. But there is something called as head, mid, and long tail keywords. What does that mean? So as I just talked about it, a keyword is nothing but a search phrase that best describes the content on a page, or any kind of the search that you're doing. So it's the search term that you want your web page to rank for. And when people search for that term, you want that they should find your page. That's basically the point of it. So a keyword can be a single word like travel, or it can be a phrase like best travel destinations in Goa, right? So there are three types of, I would say, like, this is more of how you define something which is more specific to much broader. And the one which is very broad or very less specific is called as a head keyword. Then there is something called as a mid keyword, which is kind of specific but not completely specific. And then there is something called as a long tail keyword, which is very specific. Now, why is this division out there? To give you a gist, let's talk about these three type of keywords properly, right? Head keyword is the one that focuses on just the main topic, the top topics. So for example, if I'm talking about travel, or if my website is about travel packages, I own a travel agency and all, which industry do I belong to? I belong to travel industry. So people who are searching for travel overall are the ones that would probably type travel, and maybe if they find my website, that's like a top head keyword for me. So similarly, if I look at mom blogs, so mom blogs are people like moms, etc., who would be talking about children, family, the struggles they face, etc. So Then similarly, there's going to be food blogs which talk about recipes, restaurants, eating, etc. And then there's like Moz. Moz is a tool for SEO, but they also have a good blog that's all about SEO. So in each of these, the main topic, the main theme is you're going to be your head term usually. Most of the time, your head term will have only one or two terms. That's about it. And so in this case, it's going to be like a mom blog, the food blog, or let's say SEO, SEO as the head term for Moz blog. That is basically what a head term is. So for travel example, travel is the head term. Broad phrase and exact is how the keywords are matched in the Google's ad system. This is a bit different. So this is more around uh, how specific or how broad a particular keyword is. When I say broad in the sense like how broadly it covers multiple different topics within it. So if I talk about, let's say, health can talk about people who are looking for doctors. It can talk about people who are looking for medicines. It can talk about people who are looking for nutrition and fitness. All of these three are very different, but broadly, all of these three belong to health. So that is what I'm talking about. Health becomes the head keyword. Okay, so that was head keyword, right? Now, what is a mid-tail keyword? Mid-tail keyword will be more of an additional term to the head term. So it's more like a subdivision of your head term. So let's say if travel packages is the main thing or the main product that you're offering, so your mid-tail keyword could have things like Goa travel packages, Kashmir travel packages. So these are very generic. It is a little bit like specific, but not as specific. It's somewhere in between, right? So because travel packages could mean anything. So it's like a bit on the middle side, middle ground of head and the uh, uh, tail terms. So then there is long tail keywords, right? So long tail keywords is a lot more specific. So it is going to be things like best travel destinations in Kerala, or let's say how to travel, how to book a travel package, for example, or cheap travel packages available for Goa, or something like, which is a very specific thing, right? Like this is exactly what I want. I know what I want, and that is what I'm searching for. Mid tail is that, and then the long tail is much more granular. It is going to go even deeper into it. So for example, right, let's say if I talk about it over here in keyword research, you have 3 types of keywords. You will have head, you will have mid tail, and then you will have long tail. Now, what happens across these three is, as I mentioned earlier, head term will be broader. This will be let me do it this way. This will be less specific. This will be little specific. This will be very specific. That's basically the primary attribute of it, right? And now, example for that will be travel packages, and let's say Goa travel packages, cheap travel packages for Goa. Okay, so keyword research, we have example. Now, we have the keyword type, we have the attribute, we have the examples, right? So now the next thing I want to talk about is in terms of volume. Now, what is volume? When it comes to travel, so let me talk about this could include travel websites, tickets, or packages, etc. This is specific to travel packages in a location. This is around the world, right? And the last one is specific type of travel package for a very specific location, right? So this is basically what it's about. Overall, head term will include a lot of things. Mid tail will include some of it. Long tail will include less of it. So if I were to show it in a pictorial way, so think of it this way. So let's say this is your head terms. Let me put it in the middle and on the top. A subsection of that could be your mid tail terms or keywords, you can say. And then a subsection of this is going to be about your long tail terms. Right? So this is basically what it looks like. Now, within a head term overall, you will have multiple midterms. Within a single midterm, then you'll be able to cover multiple long tail terms also. But at the same time, your content will be that much more generic or that much more specific. So it's all about finding that right balance. So when it comes to volume, this is basically what it looks like. This has high volume. So what is a volume? Volume is number of people searching for it. So search volume is what we call it. This one will have mid volume and this one will have low volume. At the same time, there is something called as competition. This will have usually high competition, mid competition, and then low competition. Again, this is what usually happens, but not necessarily that it always is like this. Keep in mind. Okay. And then relevance. So relevance, I think I already covered here. Okay. Does it make sense to you guys? What is head, mid, and long tail? So overall, usually all of these types of keywords can also be attributed to a specific journey of a user also. By the way, I have certain questions that include the parameters and how should you select the keywords and all. I'm going to talk about that as a part of keyword research. So that's the reason I'm not covering that. So just give me some time, and if you guys think like you're still not clear on the question, just let me know. I'll definitely answer those. Okay, so when it comes to the type of keywords, these same type of keywords can also be mapped to the customer journey as well. What that means is, so when it comes to head keyword, usually people, let's say if people are searching for a head keyword like travel package, that means they are still looking, they don't know where to go, they don't know what kind of destination they want to go to, what is their budget, etc. They are still doing that research. They are like, they want to go somewhere, but they don't know yet. Consideration is where they'll be like, okay, now they have decided which location to go for, but they don't know what kind of package to look at, what is the itinerary, etc. And purchase is where they are like, okay, now that they have decided what is the package, what is the location, they want to now go for something which is cheap or something which is a bit of a luxury, maybe something in between, maybe they have a specific budget around it. So that is where your purchase segment comes into picture. Like, okay, they are searching for long tail keyword because now they know this is exactly what they want. So usually what happens is from the research to purchase, you will see a lot of people dropping off. So out of, let's say, 1 lakh people who are searching for travel packages, there's a high chance that only 10,000 of them will be like, okay, let's look into some location. Out of that, maybe 1,000 will be like, okay, maybe I want only this particular thing. Out of that 1,000, there's a high chance only 100 of them will even make that purchase. And that is how it happens, right? Take example of every friend that you invited to for Goa travels or something like that. How many people actually drop off from the planning stage to the actual going stage? At the end of the day, you may not even go there. It's an old running joke for anyone who understood. But that's basically how it works. That's basically how the customer journey works. And the main thing is, once people do take a package, or let's say make that purchase, there's a high chance then they will directly just search and go to your website only. And that is where the loyalty part kicks into. So for example, I just searched for shoes online. I was like, okay, I'm just looking at shoes, I don't know what I want, etc. Then I was like, okay, I saw some websites, I was like, I wanted sneakers, and I want to get these sneakers online only. And then I'm like, I looked at a few colors, I looked at a few brands, then I finalized what those sneakers are. And then finally, I'm like, okay, I want this sneaker. This is the exact brand, and this is the exact type of product of that brand. And I'm searching for the model number or something like that, probably. And I'm like, the best prices for that or something like that is what I'm searching for. And then I find that, okay, probably Amazon has the best prices for that. I've made that purchase from Amazon. Next time, what happens is, there's a high chance that I may directly go to Amazon for my future sneaker purchases. And that's what the loyalty part is about. So even when it comes to these type of keywords, it is directly or indirectly kind of linked with the customer journey as well. So based on your strategy, based on your business, the way that you will be selecting the type of keyword will be one based on the customer journey. But apart from that, there are other parameters, other very important parameters that you should be considering as well. So what are those parameters? The first is the volume. As I just mentioned earlier, you will be looking at what kind of search volume the particular keyword has. What is a search volume? Search volume is nothing but the number of searches a particular keyword is searched for in a specific month. So basically, how many times a keyword is searched for in a specific month by users who are located in India, for example, or users around the world. That's basically what search volume is. Relevance is more in terms of how relevant it is to your website. And finally, competition is more in terms of understanding how tough it will be for you to beat your competition. Now, for example, if I look at travel, right? What happens with travel is the volume may be very high. The number of people who are searching for travel is going to be very big. But will it be relevant to my website? Not necessarily. It may be, but it may not be as well. And finally, because the volume is so high, there's a high chance that the competition will also be equally, if not more higher than that. So in such a scenario, what do you do? This is where you start to recognize what is the right balance for you to hit, right? So you will be looking at how tough the competition is. You'll be analyzing if for that particular keyword, if your website can actually beat your competition or not. If it cannot beat your competition, that's okay. Probably you need to go for a keyword which has lower volume, because there's a high chance if its volume is low, the competition will also be low. And that is how you start to identify or recognize what are the right keywords that you should be going for. So why do we do that? Why don't we directly go with, let's say, a top term like travel, as Mohit is asking here? The reason for that is because it takes time for you to build authority. So let's say when it comes to SEO, For you to start bringing traffic, it already takes time. But even after you start to get traffic, for you to make sure that you're beating competitions, you need to build authority. And for you to build authority, it takes a lot more time than that. You need to like constantly add more content, which is of good quality, making sure that it is adding value, making sure that it is properly optimized, easily accessible. And when you do all of these right things, only after that you'll start to see that there is some kind of attraction that your website is taking off, and there is some kind of an authority that your website is building. So as your website keeps building authority, you'll be able to then focus on broader and broader keywords which have higher volume, and also be able to compete with people who already have a higher authority. As I mentioned earlier, and as I took your help, all of your help in going through this, a user's intent may be places to visit Ladakh. A business intent may be Ladakh packages. So when you're doing keyword research, it is very important to get the right mix, which includes how to plan a budget trip to Ladakh, cheap budget packages for Ladakh, cheap places to visit in Ladakh, or let's say good packages for Ladakh or something like that. Because that is where you will find most of your users overall. So yeah, plain and simple, right? When you're doing keyword research, it's about putting yourself in your customer's shoes. Just like we did that oncologist thing, where while some of you may know what oncologist is, definitely the person who has done their oncologist specialty knows what it is, but not necessarily all your customers know that. So it is very important that they know that he's a cancer specialist. And that's what you should be looking at. So for example, in this, ask questions like, what services do you offer? So your users may not use the same words as you do. So for example, high value air transport, or G76 can be the, what do you call it? The airplane number, right? So eligible discount ticket or something like that. So these are not the keywords that they'll be looking for. Um, People will probably search for something very simple like cheap flights to, let's say, US, flights to Chennai or something like that, whatever that is, right? So they'll be like very simple. They'll be like, okay, this is what I want. I'm going to search for that. So that is the first thing. And the second is find out the search volume. So we have tools for that. I'm going to show that right now, so that you can get the information about it, and then you proceed with categorization of those particular keywords. So that is basically what it's all about. So this is where I'm now going to talk about certain keyword tools to show you guys like exactly how you would be using them and how you would be going forward with the same. So, but before that, a quick check. You guys understand the importance of keyword research, right? And how you should be proceeding with the keyword research. In one particular, if you were to use like one or two words to describe what keyword research is all about, what would you say it is about? Most of you got it. So to simply put, it's about understanding your user and understanding what is relevant for them. It is very important to know this, because whenever you're working on doing SEO for your website, the very basic thing, but very important thing is about keyword research. And in the keyword research itself, you should be identifying keywords, because the entire SEO starts from keywords, right? So if you identify wrong keywords, your entire SEO is wrong. So that's the reason I'm stressing so much on this, that keywords are very important, and keywords are nothing but some things that your users are going to search for. What your customer is looking for, plain and simple. So to do this, to know what could be the searches or what are the things that they might be looking for, we have some keyword tools available. And those are the tools that I'm going to, like some of the tools that I'm going to talk about. One very popular tool is within Google Ads itself. I don't know if Google Ads as a topic is already completed for you guys, but this is a free tool that is available as a part of Google Ads, which is like Keyword Planner, which you can utilize for identifying or finding different type of keywords. But then there are also some paid tools which have like some free limit which are available for you to get some additional information. So first we'll start with uh, Google Ads Keyword Planner, and then we'll proceed. Okay. So when you guys are also doing this, you can use Google Ads, or you can not this. 1 second. Yeah, you can use Google Ads, or you can use something else also, like Uber Suggest, etc. Whatever works for you. I'll give you guys reason for that as well. But yeah, overall, Uber Suggest, at least the first search is free. If you sign up, I think you get 2 more searches. Yeah, Ahref is definitely good, Cyan. There are like, I would say, thousands of tool nowadays. It completely depends on the tool. Most of the tools I have found are good as long as it is helping you accomplish your goal. It's good. SEMrush is also pretty good, Bharat. Okay, so let's just try some keyword here. I'm going to set the location as India. Okay, and I'm going to search travel packages. Okay, so whenever you're doing keyword research, the initial keyword that you set or the initial keyword that you add should always be a head keyword so that you can get some understanding of what the overall landscape looks like. Okay. If English has the higher search volume than the local language, then probably English is the one that you can prefer. But if the local language also has decent volume, maybe you can also focus on that. Oftentimes, when it comes to such a scenario, websites would have the ability to be represented in both the languages. So usually there are like different tools which will have English as well as, let's say, if you're looking for German language, so it will also have German language as well. So I'll give you an example of that. Yeah. So this is a website which is into something called as cat trees, and they have their website in Dutch language for Netherlands, but at the same time they also have it available in English. Okay, so I just went on Uber Suggest. I just typed travel packages as the base keyword. And when I did that, what happened is I obviously selected the location also. Now, what happened is it gave me some numbers on the top. The first thing it did is it told me what is the search volume on average. This is very important. So search volume, as I mentioned earlier, is basically the number of people who are searching for this particular keyword on a monthly basis. So in a single month, on average, there are around 5,400 searches, or 5,400 times, or 5,400 people who are searching for this particular keyword on average in a single month. Now, the second thing that it tells me is SEO difficulty. This is the important thing that we should keep in mind. So SEO difficulty is, I would say this is more of a number that this tool came up with, but this tells us or gives us an idea of what the competition could be like. The third is paid difficulty. So if you're looking at Google Ads and looking to target this keyword on Google Ads, this gives you an idea of how difficult it is going to be for you to get a good, let's say, ad rank for it. And finally, if you're going to use Google Ads again, it is going to tell you like how much it is going to cost you per click on Google Ads. So these two numbers are not what we are going to look at. However, we are going to talk about these two numbers primarily because this helps us understand, one, what is the search volume, like how many people are searching for it, and second is what is the difficulty. So now once I've done this, what happens is I understand that, okay, if SEO difficulty is 50 And if my website is very new, there is a high chance that I will not be able to beat a website or get to first rank because the competition is definitely high. So what this SEO difficulty means is, out of this is usually rated between 1 to 100. So if the SEO difficulty is, let's say, 30, 40, 50, or whatever that is, and I have a new website, there's a high chance that I will not be able to rank for it properly, but I can definitely try. But if my own website already has some, you would say, some decent authority for this type of, let's say, keywords, or maybe there are other travel related keywords that I'm already ranking for, in such a scenario, this is a SEO difficulty that I can still proceed with and I can still try to overcome overall. So that is basically what the competition, or this is how we can at least gauge what the competition is. There is in-depth method of how you can do it as well, which I'm going to talk about right now. But this is like a very like top level scenario of how you can gauge the competition. So now, if I scroll down a bit, one thing that it also tells me is it gives me other related keywords. And if you notice, there are other related keywords which actually have higher search volume in India. So apparently there are people in India who are searching for Europe packages, Vietnam packages, Karnataka packages, which have higher search volume. And the SEO difficulty, SD is the SEO difficulty, is actually lower than 50, but it is still a bit high or on the higher side. And at the bottom, like if I scroll further, it also gives me some different content ideas that I can look at as well if I'm focusing on travel packages as a keyword. So we'll go through it step by step and understand like what is actually happening here. The first thing is that once we have this information, we need to understand if this is a good keyword for us to focus on or not. So how do we do that? What I'll do is I can directly just Google search this. Okay, so I'm searching it from India location only. Let me actually search it on incognito mode. I guess a lot of you will not have the converse option. Okay, so when you search for it, it will probably look something like this, wherein you'll have, let's say, Make My Trip, Thomas Cook, Yatra, and all of these other websites show up, right? Now, these are websites more or less we have heard of at least once in our life. But let's try and understand what the competition is actually like. So there is a extension, a Chrome extension, which is called as Mozbar. It's already, I have already added it. So now what has happened is, uh, so when you do this, you also get some information around what the competitor overall looks like. And when we see, right, like how many, let's say, number of words they have, what kind of title they have, etc. Looks like they don't have information on the number of links, backlinks. Let me see if I go to the website, maybe I can get it from this other tool. So for example, if I look into this particular page of results itself, there is Make My Trip available, there is Thomas Cook available, Yatra, Travel Triangle, Ease My Trip, Holidify, right? So I will need to beat all of these websites if I want to get any kind of ranking. And for me to beat all of these websites, even if I do get that ranking, the overall search volume is only 4,400, or as Uber just said, somewhere around 5,400, which is not really that high. So is it worth the effort for me to focus on travel packages as a keyword? If my website is new and if it doesn't have much traffic already, then probably it's not the best one. But if my website already has good traffic coming in, and if it already has decent content overall, it already has users, etc., then probably this is a decent keyword for me to go ahead and focus on as well. So this is what I'm trying to do, and this is what I'll try to do as a part of keyword research, right? I'll look at the keywords which make sense in terms of the first parameter, that if it is relevant to my business or not. Second parameter, if the user is actually looking or searching for it or not. The third parameter is what kind of, so that user searching for it or not is based on the search volume. The third parameter is what kind of competition there is for that particular keyword. Based on these things, I'll be able to define if this is a good keyword for me to focus on. And this is how I would be defining multiple lists of keywords that I would like to go ahead with. So does that make sense for you guys so far? What do you guys think? Basically, there are three parameters that I'm looking at when it comes to keyword research. One is relevance to business. Second is search volume. And the third is competition. So SEO difficulty in case of Uber Suggest, they came up with this number based on multiple different things, which includes what kind of URL the existing competitors have, what is the authority overall, what kind of domain rank they can have, etc. But what happens is oftentimes this is like a estimated number. It's not an actual number, and this may or may not be accurate at all. So because it considers a lot of assumptions and estimations based on different things, and Google really does not use this number, but this number is more for our own understanding of what the difficulty could be overall. Now what I'm going to do is, to do a keyword research in bulk, I'm actually going to go to Google Ads and show you how you can do keyword research overall. The reason I did not select Google Ads so far is because what happens is with Google Ads, you would be looking at like certain parameters which are not eligible for SEO. And that's the reason I did not want to create that confusion. But let me just show it to you right now. 1 second. So in Google Ads, if you go to tools and settings, you will see something called as keyword planner. This is a ad account that I have barely even used, by the way. So now what I can do is in Google Ads, I can just click on discover new keywords. Within this, I can select different type of languages, right? So if I want to look at Hindi language and all, I can use those. And then I can search for specific different type of keywords here. So I'm just going to do the same thing, travel packages. Location is India, English is the language, search results. And it will give me some ideas of what are the other keywords that I could look at. So for travel packages, it tells me like what is the search volume, average, then what are the other keywords that I can consider. And then it also has some other information like competition, but this competition, if you guys remember in Uber Suggest, there was something called as paid difficulty. So this competition in Google Ads is the paid difficulty. It is not the SEO difficulty. So don't confuse this with SEO difficulty. Okay. So once I've done this search, what happens is I get a bunch of different keyword ideas. What I can do with these is I can basically just take a look at these, and based on the search volume, based on the overall, like what kind of volume it has, based on what kind of competition it has, I can then start to decide which keywords I should be going for. And that's like a very simple way that I can do it. So for me to make it simplified, what I can do is I can simply just download this keywords list from over here. I have certain keywords here. I'll put them over here. As I mentioned earlier, you need to strike a balance between the three particular parameters. So over here, now that I have all the keywords, what I can do is I can first try to sort these keywords based on my business relevance. So what I can do is I can just see like if any of these keywords are relevant to my business or not. So I can just put something like business relevance here. And then I can start to identify keywords that are relevant for business. So I can just say like this is relevant, right? Then vacation packages, holiday packages, let's say travel deals. Yes, it is relevant. Tour packages, search volume is high, but yes. So I can see that most of these keywords are actually relevant. This is not as relevant for me. Family, cheap trips is fine. Uh, cheap holiday deals. World tour package, not really as relevant for my business. So similarly, this is basically how you first identify if a keyword is actually relevant for your business, right? So you'd be checking like different keywords. And if you have a confusion, what you can do is you can always just do a quick Google search to see what kind of relevance that particular keyword has overall. Once you're done with that, a very simple thing that you can do is across these keywords, try and identify. Now that we know that these keywords have decent search volume, so what we'll first do is we'll try to identify across these keywords what the competition overall looks like. So let's say travel packages, we already know. European travel packages, we can see Make My Trip, Thomas Cook, etc. SOTC and all are there. Let me try something with a little bit of lower search volume. There is travel deals. Let's see. Travel deals. The websites changed a little bit. Make My Trip is at the top, but at the same time, there are other websites which are doing a bit okay. Like, for example, Thrilophilia, Travel Triangle. So this gives me some kind of an idea like, okay, this is kind of a keyword that I can still look at because the volume for this is low and the competition is not that high. Similarly, I can also look at, let's say, something like cheap holiday packages, right? So accordingly, I can identify different type of websites and all. I can see like if these are the websites that I can actually beat, what kind of, if there's any other keyword ideas that are available, how many words that they have. If they have like 2000 words, that means I need to have at least this much, these many number of words in my content as well. And then what is the kind of traffic that these websites are getting? So this is the amount of traffic that this website gets, Ruby. So based on these numbers, so as I can see, Tourism of India has around 18 lakh monthly traffic. So that means like this is something that I can still go to. Book or Trip has only 13,000 traffic, but it is still ranking in the first page. So this looks like a decent keyword for me to rank on because I can at least try to beat this particular website and gain like a fifth rank in this search result, right? So based on this, I know that, okay, I can focus on this keyword. I can focus on, let's say, travel deals as a keyword. I can focus on maybe cheap trips as a keyword. So if I search for cheap trips, it gives me some kind of an estimate for the same thing. So as I can see, there are websites that have less traffic than some of these other ones, but it is still reaching the first page. So this gives me some hope that even if I am able to get this rank, I'll be able to proceed further, or at least I'll be able to get some kind of a rank. Overall, while Apple does rank, the knowledge panel, so this is called as knowledge panel. I'll talk about this in the technical SEO part, but knowledge panel is taken up by a different website, which is not Apple. And at the same time, Amazon is actually just behind Apple altogether. So even though it's not their brand, they still got some kind of a rank. So they will still be getting decent traffic from it. So this is how you try to segment and identify if you can probably go more specific to it, or you can identify different ways overall so that you can see if you can still target that product from SEO perspective or not. See, basically what happens is when it comes to these keywords, it's more about making sure that you have high quality content, and you have content that is at least beating your existing competition overall. So we will talk about content optimization. So for example, in this particular scenario, the competition has somewhere around 3,700 words. So you need to make sure that you have relevant content and enough content pieces so that people find it relevant and it is solving their challenge or problem or whatever that they are facing, that they are searching for in their keywords overall. And that is how you start to rank. So if people see, or Google basically sees that once people are going to your website and they are finding or staying longer or giving the right responses, then there's a high chance that your website will start to rank. So basically, let's say in this scenario, if you consider Holidify overall has more traffic than Travel Triangle, but for this keyword, they have the better relevance in the content than Holidify. That's the reason Google chose to rank Travel Triangle than Holidify. Yeah, it's mostly on content as well as the overall authority for that particular page. So this page, which is blog slash budget trips hyphen India, is the one that has better authority than this particular page. That's the reason it is ranking higher. So authority, content, both of these things matter. Okay, so basically what happens is once you have all of these keywords and once you identify like these are the keywords that you want to go ahead and target because based on the competition or based on what you're looking at, what happens is then you have decided like, okay, these are the finalized keywords, and based on those finalized keywords, you will be further proceeding with the categorization, understanding the type of content that you'll be writing, etc. And that's how you essentially start with the basic level of keyword research.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what does the term LSI keywords refer to in the context of SEO? Keywords that are used exclusively in meta tags, keywords that are heavily prompted through paid advertising, keywords that are semantically related to the main keyword and provide context to the content, or keywords that are specified to local SEO strategies. And please mention your answers in the comment section.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding, and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.
SEO session overview. Let me increase this a bit. Okay, so overall, as I mentioned earlier, when we are talking about SEO, the first thing was introduction. In the introduction, we looked at what is search engine, what is search engine optimization, and then we basically understood what is the difference between on-page SEO versus off-page SEO. The next part of this was keyword research. So keyword research, we are basically going to talk about what are keywords, then type of keywords. Let me create some space here. right? So we're going to talk about what are the type of keywords. Then I'm going to, which I already did, explain about different keyword tools available. And after this, keyword intent. And finally, keyword plan, or you can also call this like an SEO plan. Now, after this, we are going to talk about on-page SEO. In fact, I can actually consider this a keyword plan as a part of SEO plan itself. So on page, I'll just put it over there better to not create confusion. SEO plan. So I'm going to talk about what is SEO plan. Then I'm going to talk about content, optimization, website structure, and on page SEO elements, right? So with this, we'll basically cover like what are the different things on page and what you should be looking at. During all of these, I'll also give a demo on WordPress to show you like live what you can do and how you can work with the same thing. Then we'll talk about technical SEO. In technical SEO, we will be looking at Google Search Console. We'll be talking about crawling. So we'll talk about robots.txt, sitemap.xml. In case like anyone doesn't know what these are, don't worry about it. I will be explaining and talking about all of these topics throughout the sessions. Indexing. So in indexing, we are basically going to talk about what are the different things that you can look into when it comes to indexing. So overall, there's going to be things like redirects, nickel URLs, and rich snippets. Okay. And after this, we are going to talk about security. And experience and security. So what this means is basically what kind of site experience users have, is your website secure or not, etc. After this, we are going to talk about off-page SEO, which will primarily talk about backlinks, competitor analysis. Then we are going to look at what are different type of backlinks, how to identify a good backlink. And after this, we'll talk about strategies for building backlinks. And finally, we will close off with a conclusion and important metrics. So we will basically talk about what are some of the important metrics overall and like what you should be looking at when it comes to SEO. I can talk about some of those throughout the session as well. So when it comes to voice SEO, for example, I'm going to basically talk about like how you can do keyword research while keeping in mind of how voice search works. However, when it comes to international SEO, let me see if possible, I'll definitely include that. Because I want to make that the core topics, these are the core topics, right? So I want to make sure that all the core topics are first covered before I get into some of the additional topics on these. Once I'm done with these, however, just let me know, like in case I like, pass it out, or basically if I am not able to recollect about it, so that I can at least like cover whatever important aspects of the same thing. All of these things will help you with ranking on Google. So when it comes to on-page SEO, it helps you with ranking on Google. Technical SEO, it helps you with ranking on Google. Even off-page SEO helps you with ranking on Google. So this entire thing is around how you can make sure that you're getting a good rank on Google. So intro to SEO, right? So we talked about how Google search works. So there's crawling, and basically Google as a search engine would be sending a bot to every website and then look at its content and capture that content. That is crawling. Once your content is captured, it is then added to a database, which and the process of that is called as indexing. So this is again something that Google search automatically does, wherein it collects all database of that. And finally, there is the algorithm. Once it has the database, what will happen is when a user is searching for something, which is the keyword, based on that keyword, the database is then mapped or matched, and the relevant information based on the keywords and databases matching is served. So that's how Google search works. Now, overall, when it comes to Google, obviously Google has a motto, and the entire reason that it is doing this is so that any person on the internet, if they are looking for some information, they can find that information with easily access, and at the same time making it easy for users to understand what that information is. For whatever their purpose may be, right? So, with that in mind, Google basically looks at two different aspects for your website. Those two aspects are on page and off page SEO. On page SEO is nothing but your relevance. So, this is where Google looks at what your website is saying to Google. This includes both the technical SEO as well as the content optimization or the content part. And then there is off-page SEO, which is more about your authority. So what kind of authority your website holds, and it checks that by looking at what other websites tell about your website. Think of this like a voting kind of a system, wherein the other websites are voting for your website, but they vote through links. Now, with that in mind, we then went on to talk about the first and the most important thing, which was keywords. And what are keywords? So keywords are nothing but the search query that a user enters when they are searching for something. That is the keyword. Whenever it comes to SEO, the first important thing is to understand what is a keyword that you want to focus on, because you cannot just be like, okay, I want to rank higher. You want to rank higher for which keyword? What is that keyword? And that is where keyword research comes into the picture. So there are three types of keywords overall. Um, like this is more of a definition or an overview of definition. This is not the exact way or the industry method, but this is more for your own understanding that these three keywords include a keyword which is like a head keyword, very broad in nature. So keywords like, let's say, travel packages, etc., could be head keywords, which are very broad in nature. The reason it is very broad is because it could include multiple things of a single industry, and it always has a very high volume, and it also most of the time includes a high competition as well. Then there is something called as mid-tail, which is in the between of a head and a long tail keyword. This is little bit specific, but not as specific to what a user is looking for. The keywords could have an example. Keyword could be like Goa travel packages. So this is specific to a travel package in a location, but that's about it. There is no intent over here or no clear intent over here. Usually the search volume for these will be around, let's say, not as high. It will be around mid-level, and the competition will also be usually around mid to high. And finally, there are long tail keywords. These are much longer in nature. These are very specific as well. So an example of that is cheap travel packages for Goa. Here, there is a very clear intent that people are now searching for affordable or cheap packages for going to Goa, and they want to know like what kind of prices they can get, and they are probably close to making the booking as well. These usually have a very low search volume, but at the same time, most of the time they will also have low competition. So I also created like this simple diagram which explains like what is a head term, and usually a head term contains a majority chunk, and within that you will have the midterms, and within that you will have the long tail terms. After this, we went into keyword research, and we were basically looking at a few tools like Uber Suggest. So I think I'll mention that in the tools and resources section. We were also looking at Google Ads Keyword Planner. We also looked at Moz SEO tool, which now it's working. And we also looked at Keyword Surfer. So basically, the way that we were doing keyword research was we first identify a source of getting keywords. And once we got those keywords, we looked at certain parameters like if it is relevant to with the business or not. Because if a keyword is not relevant to the business, then it really doesn't matter. The second thing is if it has enough search volume or not. And the third is what kind of a competition there is for that particular keyword. Ruby is asking, we should keep our keyword about our business in head tail majorly. Yep, absolutely. Basically, any keyword that you look at should be relevant to your business only. And then finally, it's about competition, right? So for all of these different things, we can actually leverage some of the tools that are available to us. So I'm actually going to mention that over here. Google Ads Keyword Planner and Uber Suggest. These are tools for keyword research. Okay, so over here, if you get something like this, again, this is very important because once I go away from the screen, I will not be able to come back to the screen. So keep this or basically keep an eye on this. So once you see something like this, right, all you need to do is don't click this. Don't click create your first campaign. There is a small link over here which says skip campaign creation. I'm going to zoom in a bit so that I can highlight. At the bottom over here, you can see skip campaign creation, right? So just click on that, and then you'll be able to skip this entire part. So I'm just going to click on this. And it directly then asks about billing. You can just mention like what like whatever you want to mention here in terms of, let's say, INR, billing country, time zone, etc. And if you want like this, you can just select no and then click submit. Okay, so that's it. So the minute you skip it, you don't need to go through the entire campaign creation. And once you're done, you just go to click explore your account, and you will be greeted with something like this. However, the interface may change a bit. So how do you access Google Ads Keyword Planner? What you can do is either you will see that over here. So once you go to Google Ads, just navigate to tools. So you'll find something called as tools either on the top corner over here or at the left hand side over here. And after that, you can go to planning section, and there you will find something called as keyword planner. So this is basically how you will be going to keyword planner. Okay. Once keyword planner loads, just click on discover new keywords. So after I have opened keyword planner, just click on discover new keywords, and then you can just type in the keyword or the seed term. Or what is a seed term? Seed term is nothing but the uh, primary keyword or the primary term that your business is about. So if you want to talk about a business that is around travel, then you can probably use the seed term as travel. If you want to talk about a business that is into, let's say, travel agency or selling tickets, you can talk about that. If the business is into selling shoes, you can talk about shoes or shoes online or something like that. Then you select the language and then the location, and finally get results. So you'll get a list of keywords. So that is basically how you do the initial part of keyword research, where you're procuring or getting a list of keywords. So let's say if I say shoes online, say get results. So over here, you can see that you would get some lists of keywords at the like bottom part, and then you'll have something like average search volume. You can also refine these keywords to remove brand, etc. And yeah, so basically you'll have a list of keywords that now you can utilize. What you need to do is you just need to download these keywords and then work through the same, right? So this is basically what Google Ads Keyword Planner is. And then there's another keyword research tool, which is Uber Suggest. So Uber Suggest only has one free search in a day. That's the reason I was not suggesting this one. But it still gives you some level of SEO data and information that you can look at. So overall, you can definitely leverage this as a simple alternative. If you are not able to find anything good, you can also use Keyword Surfer tool as well. Now, Keyword Surfer Chrome extension. So this is like a Chrome extension that you can install from here. And once you have installed it, whenever you do a Google search, automatically it would load. So shoes online, let's say if I search for that, it would automatically load the Google search results. And then in addition to that, if you are like interested in using SEMrush, please go ahead and do that. In fact, yeah, that's definitely there. Only difference between Uber Suggest and SEMrush is that SEMrush you'll need to create an account. With Uber Suggest, you don't need to do that. So if you want like a quick, easy access, then this is good. But yeah, definitely agree with your suggestions. Okay, so Keyword Surfer, one good thing is like once you search for it, it does provide you some ideas of what are the like different keywords. However, looks like there are some branded keywords as well. So let's say women's shoes, formal shoes, ladies' shoes, etc. But one thing is the search volume that they show is usually not as accurate, but it provides some direction. So you can still use this if let's say you're not able to make Google Ads work. Okay, so what happens is one good thing about Keyword Surfer is you basically get some information on what kind of estimated traffic this domain has, how many words this particular page is using, and in addition to that, like if this page contains the exact keyword or not. So that is something that is available as well. Uh, Okay, so overlap is more about what kind of overlap this particular keyword has with these keywords. So if I click on this, for example, yeah. So as you can see, when I click that, overall the search results over here, if you can notice, there's like Flipkart, Myntra, AGO. All of these pages are once again repeating over here. So that's basically what the overlap is all about. So if I go back to shoes online, it overlaps those search results. But yeah, you basically need to skip the entire campaign creation. So that was what I was mentioning. But even if you are going through it, you can just uh, create a dummy campaign and still proceed with the account. Okay, another thing that I want to talk about when it comes to keyword research is, so yeah, like if you're facing the same issue, you know what to do exactly. You just need to log out and log in on the Moz website once again, and this will work. Now, if you notice from yesterday, what Moz essentially does and why it is a good thing is because it gives you some data around the page authority, domain authority, and then what are the number of backlinks this particular page has. This is a very good information to have when you're trying to do competitive analysis, right? So for example, when I search for shoes online, Myntra for this particular page has a page authority of 50 and a domain authority of 76. Now keep this in mind. When it comes to these authority number, the page authority, domain authority, etc., these are authorities that the tool Moz is the tool, right? So Moz has generated. What this means is this is just a simple indicator of the level of authority the website has. This does not mean that that is the authority of the website that Google considers. Google does not follow what Moz says. Moz is just trying to make an estimate, and these are just some estimated numbers so that you can understand or get an understanding of how tough or how easy it is for you to beat the competition. So keep this in mind, and this is a very important factor because just like Moz, there are hundreds of other tools which also have their own authority-based metric, authority-based number, competitive difficulty numbers. But all of these numbers and all of these metrics are an estimate that these tools provide. These are not the actual numbers that Google uses. Authority is nothing but the amount of authority that your website has, uh, making it easy for you to rank higher. So think of it as how good your website is in terms of overall off-site SEO, or based on the backlinks you have generated, or based on the traffic you're getting, etc. So this authority tells you like how good your website is. So if Myntra is your website, and if your domain has a 76 authority, that means out of like 0 to 100, it is in a very good level of authority. And this also means that if Myntra is my competitor, this is the level of difficulty it will be for me to beat Myntra. 76 is a very high authority. Okay. Now, when it comes to page authority, so domain authority is at a domain level. Myntra.com is a domain, so that's the domain level. But Myntra.com/shoes, Myntra.com/t-shirts, Myntra.com/bags, all of those are different website pages that are available. So for each page, there will be a separate authority, and that is what page authority is. So in this scenario, the /shoes has a page authority of 50. Once again, authority is just an estimate number. It does not mean like that is what Google considers. This just means like this is how tough it is for you to beat Myntra. Or basically it says that out of 0 to 100, it will be like moderately difficult for you to beat Myntra if you also want to target the same keyword. So you need to install the Chrome extension and then log in with Moz. Then you can see this on Google search. So this is Carbon Lightning. Let's see if what Moz will load. I'm sure it will show 0. Okay, so this is what this tool does, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly show you what you guys are supposed to do, and then how you can use these tools in a live example so that you guys can try the same thing. Basically, when it comes to DA and PA, it gives you an indication of how tough or how easy it is for you to beat your competition, or basically how good of a competition it is. So that's basically what it is all around. It's more of your own understanding to just know like, okay, if this is how tough it is going to beat this particular website. But at the same time, in other scenario, let's say if you're doing backlink building, which we are going to cover in the off-page SEO, in such a scenario, you can use this as a metric to at least understand how good it will be for your website to get a backlink from these websites as well. So it's like a twofold thing. One is just think of it this way, right? Like if you are going with a company which is highly established, has actually forget about companies. Think of it this way: politics, politicians. Um, the politician which has a lot of votes or has a lot of following, they have a lot of authority versus a politician which does not have a lot of authority. So if you are going to go against the one which has a lot of authority or a lot of votes, it will be that much tough for you to beat this politician. But if you basically go with like if you are, instead of being against them, if you are with them, obviously that's a major support to you. That is how websites also typically function. And whenever it comes to any kind of a website, any website which shows up as a listing for your keywords, for your relevant keywords, those are your competitors. So this tells you like how tough it is for you to beat your competitor overall, like what kind of votes it has, how many following it has, etc. So that's basically what it is. Okay, so is it clear what is authority to everyone? So now let's just quickly do this. We'll continue with the research demo sheet that we had over here. So once I did this search, I got a bunch of keywords. I simply clicked on download, downloaded them in Google Sheets, and I was able to get this particular spreadsheets. DA and PA is something that is a third party metric. It is just an indicator, an estimated indicator at that. So there is no proper way of knowing like how it is calculated exactly, but it gives you an indication of where the website is. So once you download these keywords, this is what you will get. So from this, you can take list of keywords, you can take the search volumes, and then you can basically look at sorting these keywords. So the objective over here is to first identify if these keywords are actually relevant to your business or not. So for example, let's say travel deals, what kind of search volume it has, if it is relevant or not, uh, uh, tour packages, cheap vacation packages, etc. So you can identify different keywords that are relevant. So all of these are relevant keywords. Now, out of these, what you can do is you can directly just search for them on Google. Since we already have these two tools installed, for example, we have Moz SEO as well as we have a keyword surfer installed, we'll get some insights on what the competitor is like. And by using that insight, we can then decide if this is a good keyword for us to proceed with, and if this is something that we can definitely beat or not. So what we are doing is we are just searching for this particular keyword. We are waiting for it to load. It's still loading. Okay, so it tells me, keyword surfer tells me like these are the websites that are currently ranking for this keyword. And then I can see that Make My Trip is the top particular website, which has a page authority of 47, domain authority of 64, which means like it is going to be very tough for me to beat it if my website is very new. It also has 94 backlinks, so probably it is still going to be a bit on the tougher side. If I scroll down a bit, I can see that the third result has a page authority of 41, 39, 40, 35. So even websites with page authority of 35 are getting in the first page. Looks like I don't have details for this one, but what this basically tells me is that even websites which have a little bit of lower page authority are also able to rank on this, or at least get to the first page. So this means that this is a keyword that I can still focus on or at least look into. And if that is the scenario, what I'll do is I will just mark this as green. So that is what I have done here. And similarly, I have selected a few other keywords based on the competition, based on my ability to actually be able to proceed with that. So this is essentially how you look at doing keyword research. So the first filter I had was sorting through the relevance. And the second filter that I have is then looking at if these are the keywords that I want to focus on. So that's how I was able to finalize a few keywords like these three. Okay, so this is how you do an initial level of keyword research. After this, what we do is we try to filter these keywords based on different things like for example, we look at the type of intent it has, what type of content we need to create, what kind of things we need to do for it, etc. So we will come into all of those things like once we are done with this. So these results are usually personalized. So that's not a good way of checking your keyword ranking. However, there are tools to do that, and we will get to that part at a later stage on these sessions. So don't worry, we'll get to it. But that is where you would be checking like or keeping a track of what kind of rank you have, etc. So there are different tools for checking SERP ranks. So a SERP is nothing but your search engine results page. Um, so I mean, when it comes to my business is a competitor of Make My Trip in this particular scenario, right? Just as a hypothetical thing. So over here, for me, it really doesn't matter what the objective or marketing objective of the business is because it is currently a competitor for me because it is ranking for the keyword that I want to focus on. So however, when it comes to a change in objective, usually that doesn't reflect what kind of business model that they have would also change. But overall, in this particular scenario, when it comes to SEO, for me, the only thing that matters is if there is any website that is also ranking for the same keyword, and if I need to beat that particular competition or not. So that's basically what I'll be focusing on. This is the first thing that I mentioned about SEO. SEO is not about bringing leads. You will use advertisements for that. SEO is about the long-term gain. Slowly, but over a period of time, you'll start to bring traffic, you'll start to build authority, and then you'll reach a stage where you will get traffic to your website for free from Google. So it's something that takes a lot of time. This is not something that is for immediate gains. Okay, so as you can see, it has a page authority of 50, but it has almost 2,680 backlinks. That's a lot of backlinks. So for me to be able to come to this stage or even to be able to get a decent ranking, it will take a lot of time and effort. And these are very high authority websites. So for me to get traffic from this, it will take a lot of time. So that's the reason by the time I build up some authority, I would much prefer to start with small keywords than go with big keywords directly. Essentially, the main thing is your business relevance. And based on that, then you look at the search volume, what kind of authority it has. If the website is already getting traffic, then you can analyze like what kind of traffic it is getting. If that is relevant traffic, if maybe you can utilize that. So there are different ways of how you can proceed with that. But essentially, you start with first analyzing what you already have and seeing if you can leverage that. If not, you start fresh, just like I am sure I've showed so far. So what you need to do is, the first step is identify a business. Second is define the business. Third is conduct keyword research using Google Ads, Keyword Planner, or basically using any of the tools mentioned in Tools and Resources tab. Fourth is from the list of keywords, identify keywords relevant to the business. And fifth is check the competition and finalize your keyword list. 10 keywords should be there. Okay, so basically what I'm asking is that you identify any business, right? So it can be something like, as I just identified, I identified a travel business. So the business name could be anything. It could be a Jenna's travel agency, or it could be whatever name. Just come up with some name. It can be anything. And after that, you just try to define like what this business is doing, and based on that you then try to search for keywords. So if this is a travel agency, you then say like what is the business about, why it is like why this business, and what you're trying to do with it. And that is how then you proceed. So because at the end of the day, when you're doing keyword research, it needs to directly be connected with the business. So that's the reason this is what you need to do for it. Does that make sense?
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following meta tags is primarily used to provide a brief, concise description of a web page's content in search engine results? And here are your options for the same. Meta name equals author, meta name equals keywords, meta name equals description, or meta name equals viewpoint. Please mention your answers in the comment section.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.
So I covered all of these things. There are actually quite a few tools, by the way, that you can actually leverage for keyword research and all. The tools that I mentioned are some of them, but there are other tools as well. Mostly these are paid to, like Uber Suggest has only one search free. Then there's a keyword tool, which also has, I think, one free search per day. There is Answer the Public, which also has, I think, one or two of a limit per day. Answer the Public is more for getting, let's say, questions or different type of questions that you can work with overall. This is usually what it has. So when it comes to Answer the Public, let's say if you're doing a keyword research and you want to understand like what kind of results they have, or basically when it comes to keywords, what are the different type of questions people are asking. Answer the Public usually has something like this, which says like, let me see if I can zoom in on this a bit. Okay, I'm not able to, but basically what this says is, let me see if I can do this. Maybe that will help. Yeah, it's not. Okay. So basically what it has is, let's say if you have searching for holidays, for example, you will have a list of different type of questions that people may be asking related to with, without, is, for, to, near. And this is like a very decent tool for getting those specific questions. And this type of questions, by the way, you also have available with tools like SEMrush, Ahrefs, etc., which are also very popular for doing keyword research, by the way. Another thing is you can also leverage SpyFu for some of the competition analysis. SpyFu is usually helpful for understanding about a specific competition. So let's say if AGO is probably your competition, you can just search for their domain and see like what kind of competition they have, what are the different things. If you want to understand more about them, maybe you can look at understanding what exactly they are doing in their domain or how they are doing it. But this is something that I'll be talking about. For the on page, the primary thing that matters is how you leverage the competition analysis at a keyword level, not at a competition level. So that's the reason we are sticking with the keyword level thing. Now, one thing that I wanted to talk about when it comes to keywords, once you have a list of keywords, once you have defined like, okay, there are keywords that are relevant to your business. They also have low to medium competition. And then at the same time, you're also looking at making sure like these are the keywords that you want to focus on or target. Now, what happens after that is it becomes really important for you to understand what is the actual intent of that keyword as well. Sorry. So oftentimes what happens is when it comes to a keyword, different type of keywords will have different intent. And based on that intent of the keyword, the way that you do SEO, the way that you create the content will also be different. So typically, there are four different types of intent. And in fact, on tools like SEMrush or Ahrefs, etc., you will get some information on what is the intent type of keywords as well. Again, like it's not like one keyword has only one intent. Sometimes one keyword can also have multiple intent. But the primary thing around the intent of a keyword is that um, like it can be divided across four different types. Now, what are these four, and what exactly does it mean for the content that you would be creating or for your finalized keyword, how you would be proceeding? So the first type of intent is informational intent. What is informational intent? Informational intent is nothing but when someone is looking for a specific type of information around something. Usually, informational intent will have a high search volume uh, because this is where people are just looking up information. So, for example, when you are looking for some kind of an information on some kind of a medical issue that you're having. Maybe there is a meaning of a word that you don't understand. Maybe you would like to understand something that you currently don't have knowledge about. Maybe you're looking to learn something. It could also be related to recipes and all, right? So these are basically for gathering information or getting information. Usually, you would see that a high number of people are actually looking to get information, and the, let's say, head or mid-tail terms usually involve informational terms. Not necessarily that means that, okay, a head term is supposed to be informational. Oftentimes, it could also be a navigational one, but that is what an informational keyword could have. So some example keywords could be, let's say, meaning of certain words. Or for example, it could also be things like, let's say, how to tie a tie. The ties that you tie, what kind of a suit to wear, what are the places to visit in India, what are the budget international travel locations. So all of those are basically you're looking for information. And any keyword that is more specific to an information is going to be of informational intent. The second one is navigational. Navigational intent is usually related to when someone is looking for a specific website, or in fact, Kushali, it could person would come under the navigational or informational. It could be either of these, but yeah, definitely it could be a person name also. Location is more on the information side. So navigational is not the like navigating to a specific location. Navigational is, for example, oftentimes what happens is people search for Facebook when they want to go to Facebook. People will search for, let's say, Gmail on Google when they want to go to Gmail. Those are navigational keywords. They know, like, okay, they want to go to a specific website. They are just searching for it. And that's what a navigational keyword is. Usually in SEO, you will rarely find yourself utilizing navigational keyword unless and until the business opportunity is there. A very good example of that is, I would say, so there is a website like Get Human that's actually leveraging navigational keywords. Intellipaat, I would say if you're searching for Intellipaat as a brand name on Google and you're coming to Intellipaat's website, then that's a navigational keyword. Like if we want to watch a live cricket match, so we type Hotstar. Exactly, Mohit. Exactly. That's basically what a navigational keyword is. Best online classes for data science, I think that would be more in terms of the commercial intent. I'll be talking about that shortly. But navigational is usually when a user, right? Like user knows like, okay, this is where I want to go. I know like, okay, this is where I want to go, but sometimes what happens is I may not be aware of the domain, or maybe I don't want to type all that .com and everything. I just want a direct URL, and Google usually offers that, right? Let's say if there's a new movie on Prime Video, I can just type like, okay, this movie name with Prime Video or something like that, and it'll give me that URL. So I can directly navigate to that website. So those are navigational keywords. So I was talking about Get Human, right? That's something that I came across for the US one, but Get Human, what they do is literally this entire website Get Human is nothing but a website which has details of customer service for different brands. So let's say if I say Adidas. So if I want to reach the customer service of Adidas, I have the phone number here. That is what they have. So whenever someone is searching for Adidas customer service number, Adidas customer service, contact Adidas customer service, this website will actually be targeting those navigational keywords so that people who are searching for Adidas customer service, etc., will get that information. So in this specific scenario, this works. But overall, when it comes to, let's say, a normal scenario where you are just trying to promote your company or do SEO for your blog and all, probably you'll not be using navigational as much. But I just wanted to show you like what an example of a navigational, or what is the use case of a navigational keyword usually. The third is commercial keyword. So commercial keyword is something that is in between informational and transactional usually. That was an example of where navigational keywords could be used for SEO. So I just wanted to show that this website uses it for uses navigational keywords. That's it. That is not a tool for you to utilize. Okay. Now, when it comes to commercial keyword, it is the area, or it is a search which comes between the informational and the transactional intent type. Okay, so transactional, as the name says, this is when people are like, they want to make a purchase. They know like this is exactly what they want. I'll talk about that, but basically that is what transactional is all about. But commercial is when people are doing a research before making the purchase. So usually commercial intent keyword would have things like brand name reviews, or let's say compare phone 1 to phone 2, or let's say compare iPhone 1 to iPhone 2. So obviously there's 1 and 2 are very old now. So but you get the point, right? Like it's basically comparison, or where people are like looking for reviews, or trying to understand, or probably also looking for, let's say, some kind of like more information about specific models, etc. So that is what the commercial intent is usually there. Again, a very good example. So Gadgets 365 is actually a very good website that would have, or that would target a lot of commercial intent keywords. So for example, let's say compare iPhone 13 and 14, right? So this is like a commercial intent keyword because usually when I'm searching for this, that means that I want to make the purchase, but I'm looking to compare the details or understand like what those details are so that I will have the information before I make the purchase, right? So what I'm doing here is, let's say when I made this search, you can see like there are websites that actually offer those type of comparisons. I can go to them. Once I have the information that I need, there is a high chance that I may be like, okay, I've made the decision. Now let's make the purchase also. So this is like before making the purchase, and that is what commercial intent is. Maybe I would say, again, it completely depends, but yeah, that could also be one of the it could be a commercial intent. The reason I'm saying it could be is because sometimes it could also be informational, and this is actually a very good example of keyword which can have two intents. So oftentimes what happens is it's not necessary that one keyword will have only one intent. That's it's not like that. Sometimes one keyword can have multiple intent. And the way that you validate is by searching for that keyword directly and trying to see like what kind of content is actually ranking. And based on the type of content, you'll understand like what is the intent that Google is targeting as well. So when it comes to the intent, we are talking about the keyword level intent. Now, those websites, the website itself may have the entire transactional intent, if you can say, but the type of keywords they rank will always be across the spectrum. It will always be informational. Some of them will be navigational, commercial, transactional. It's not like one website will have only one intent. Usually one website will be focusing or at least ranking for multiple intent of keywords. Okay. And finally, transactional. So as I mentioned earlier, this is basically when someone is looking to make a purchase. Usually when someone is making a purchase, what are the things, or even I'm making a purchase, what are the keywords that I'll be looking for? I'll be looking for cheap, let's say buy online, get online, fast shipping, or sometimes even discounts, etc. So when I have that transactional intent, I'll be looking for um, purchase to be made overall. It could be anything, right? But when it comes to commercial intent, you will usually be seeing like different type of information that users are looking for on the products or services they are trying to purchase. Transactional is more towards outright buying or let's say getting a specific service. Ashwin is asking, so informational intent shouldn't include brand names. So informational could include brand names also, to be honest, because overall, when it comes to informational, what will happen is you will see that people are just trying to get info about certain brands or about certain specific products, etc. Let's see. So for example, let's say if I talk about AWS services or the Amazon Web Services, which offers like hosting or servers, etc. You can actually include the brand name and provide information about AWS overall, like how you can set up AWS, how to use AWS, etc. So it completely depends. Example for transactional is, let's say when I'm searching for buy, or let's say discount, or a coupon, or let's say cheap deals. So let's say if I'm looking for deals on iPhone 14, this is usually a transactional intent where the reason I'm looking for deal is because I want to make the transaction. And as you can see, the minute I just typed it, the results that I got includes a pricing as well. In the description, it has the pricing. Over here, there's a shopping listing as well available for me. And so that I can make the purchase right away. So this is the keyword. Whenever it comes to a specific page, you should only focus on one primary keyword for it. You can have other secondary and secondary, but for a single page, always make sure that you're looking at one keyword only, one primary keyword. So if, let's say, if it's a product page, for example, try to go for transactional keyword because that is going to give you a better I would say, uh, uh, more relevance. It could have a combination of commercial as well as transactional, actually, but mostly you will see a lot of transactional based results. So, for example, over here also, if you notice, it's like, okay, if you want to get the web hosting, this is where you get it, or this is the best deal for it. So, oftentimes, again, it completely depends on the intent of the user, what you're trying to do. Now, okay, so this is a very important aspect. I talked about these intents, right? Now, why am I talking about these intents? This is so that when you are working on specific keywords, or when you identify, like, okay, these are the list of keywords that you want to work with, by identifying the intent of the keyword, you will know what type of content you need to build towards it, what type of page you need to create for it, and how you should be focusing on that keyword. That's the entire purpose of it. So it's not very definitive that, okay, it is going to be this only, or if it is going to be commercial or transactional only. It's more about trying to understand what the user is looking for, what could be the intent of the user overall, and then how you should be approaching it. That is the entire purpose of it. So it's more about trying to understand the intent. Obviously, after someone has searched for something, they may not directly purchase it, but the intent for that is when someone is actually making a purchase. Think of it this way, right? Whenever we are on an e-commerce website, let's say we are on some e-commerce website, we are on the checkout page, or on the page where we are entering the payment, etc. Over there, oftentimes we find a coupon code option. This is very popular with, let's say, Book My Show and all, right? Like when we are booking the tickets and all, we find that coupon option. And when we find that, the minute we get something like, okay, let's search for those coupons, maybe I'll find a coupon and all. And people will search for that because they are making that transaction. And that is the reason most of these searches are usually transactional related. Cash Karo is a website, but if you're talking about Cash Karo as a keyword, then that's again a brand keyword that properly people are using for navigational. Again, the entire purpose of the intent is to identify the intent of the keyword, not of the website. A website will usually target all the type of different intents. So usually when it comes to the home page, you would be targeting your head term. So your primary term. So let's say if your company is a travel agency, then you will be targeting travel agency or a head term related to your particular industry or business. When it comes to Hostinger over here, as you can see on my screen, so Hostinger, the primary keyword that they'll be targeting will be related to web hosting or website services, something like that, right? So when it comes to your primary homepage, it should always be the head term that you focus on. Initially, you may not see much traction, but over a period of time, you will start to see that. Okay, right. Okay, so now let's say I have selected these specific keywords. Now, when I'm planning to use these keywords, right, for that planning, I can just say like intent type, or basically intent identified. And then I can be like, okay, travel deals. What is the intent that I identified? Cheap vacation packages, vacation deals, family vacation packages. So for all of these, the intent is actually commercial, right? So I'm like, okay, since the intent for these are commercial, now I know that the type of content that I'll be creating will be more towards making sure that, one, I'm providing information on what these things are. And in addition to that, I'm also offering details on how they can make that transactional, so that it becomes easier for anyone who's looking for these to know like how they can proceed further. So this is basically how these intent will help you to proceed further, and it will also help you when you're creating an SEO plan as well. Empty property in Aurangabad could actually be commercial, I would say, a little bit, because it's like between informational and commercial, because people are like searching for those empty property with commercial intent, Devendra. Then property at Sivajinagar and Garekha is commercial. Okay, yeah. Property under 1 lakh So navigational, again, as I mentioned, navigational is not about a location. It's about going to a specific website or going to a specific area on the website or something like that. Navigational is usually for that purpose. But rest of them, those are like good identifications, Devendra. Okay, so basically, as the headers over here say, it's basically the amount of change in the monthly search volume that has happened. So probably what could have happened is in the last 3 months, this one had like a reduction by 33%. But overall, when you compare with last year to current year, for when is this? I think July month, there is like almost 0% change. So usually what happens is sometimes certain months will have less search volume for certain keywords, but in the other months there will be higher search volume. That is called as seasonality. Usually, let's say, for example, festivals are usually seasonality, like Diwali. So a lot of people buy gold during Diwali, like festival and all, right? So at that time, what happens is the searches, number of searches for gold will increase a lot. And that is like a seasonality for gold. So at that time, you will notice that compared to last 3 months, there is an increase, but compared to last year, it is more or less the same. So that's what this is trying to say. So if the intent is to purchase, then that is going to be for like commercial side. But if the intent is just to get some information or navigate to a specific website, then that is navigational. So in this scenario, since you were searching for HP thin laptops, that is mostly on the commercial side because you're trying to get information on different type of HP laptops, and probably the reason you're getting it because you want to buy it. But instead, if let's say you mentioned HP laptop, or let's say something like HP laptop drivers or something like that, that is probably going to be navigational, where you want to go to HP's website to download the drivers, etc. Yeah, so commercial is where you are between the transaction and the information. So that is where you're trying to get information before you purchase. So now let's look at this entire thing, right? Like, why have I created this? What exactly is this? So usually what happens is I have noticed that oftentimes people are confused, like, okay, once they have the keyword, what is next? What are they supposed to do? So the entire thing is the way that you get keyword and then you proceed to use the keyword, and then you actually look at how you're going to use the keyword is what I'm talking about here. This is like a usual process that you would be going through. The next part is essentially on identifying your keyword plan. So, or basically the SEO plan. So based on these keywords, now you will be creating a plan where you'll be like, okay, so now that you have these keywords, you'll be using these keywords to identify what are the secondary keywords to this primary keyword. So secondary keyword. Now, what is primary keyword? What is secondary keyword? Primary keyword is nothing but the main keyword that you want to focus on. So for example, let's say if I look at some of the keywords in this file, right? Okay, so the primary keyword, let's say if travel deals is a primary keyword for me, what I'll do next is I will take this keyword and related to travel deals, now I'll try to find secondary keywords. Those secondary keywords could be, let's say, things like travel deals online, or ticket deals, or flight ticket deals, or it could also be sometimes like travel package deals, right? So those are secondary keyword that are directly related to the primary keyword. So that is basically what your secondary keyword is. Usually you will be looking at secondary keyword only if let's say you want to build a very long or lengthy content for that particular keyword, or you would like to target like multiple different keywords from a single theme. Always remember, so you guys mentioned, right? In fact, there were a couple of questions on how you can target multiple keywords in a single page. The answer is that you should not be targeting multiple keywords of different themes, but instead you can definitely identify the primary theme of your primary keyword. Primary keyword should only be one. And then from that theme, you can identify what could be the secondary keyword which are directly related to it. So those become your secondary keywords overall. So you'll be identifying that. And once you have identified, I'll actually talk about like how you can do that. Once you have identified that, then you will be creating a URL slug. What is a URL slug? URL slug is nothing but the URL of the page. So let's say if the page is something like, let's take a website. I'm trying to think of a good one. Anyway, so let's actually take something like, yeah, Intellipaat is a good one, actually. Yeah. In fact, Book My Show, etc. is also good. Anyways, let's go with Book My Show, right? Or Intellipaat. Okay, Intellipaat. So this is the main domain, right? Main domain of the website. Now, if I click on any link, like corporate training as a link, this corporate hyphen training, these words are the URL slug. So this entire thing, https colon slash intellipaat.com slash corporate hyphen training slash, this entire thing is a URL. And within this URL, this is the domain name, right? And this is the URL slug. So when it comes to SEO, whenever you're creating a new page or whenever you're working on a new page, you will also be working on the URL slug. So you will be defining this in a way so that it's easy and it is relevant to your keyword as well. So for example, if you look at explore courses, for example, this was related to data science. So for data science courses, they are like, okay, course cat. Actually, they could have optimized this, to be honest, but this could have been something like courses slash data science, right? I think, yeah, so this is also a nice one. So this is some data science course, right? So for this course, they're offering executive PGC for data science related to AI from IIT Roorkee. So these are some of the important terms, and they have made sure that these are included in the URL slug. So this entire thing is what is a URL slug. And when you're doing your SEO and optimizing keywords and all, you will be making sure that important keyword or your primary keyword is included as a part of the URL slug. So when you're creating the SEO plan, you will also be creating that slug or mentioning what that URL slug is going to be. The third is the page title. So now, whenever I'm searching for something on internet, you will notice that there are different details that are mentioned. URL slug is definitely there. So this is also URL slug, by the way, cheap hyphen web hyphen hosting. This is a URL slug. They are targeting cheap web hosting keywords. Then this thing, cheap web hosting, affordable hosting plan. This entire thing is your title. And then the content over here, this is your meta description. If you notice something, the title here is so long that this is getting truncated. When I say truncated, means like the entire thing is not visible and it is getting hidden. So this is in fact a part of your SEO optimization where you would want to make sure that this does not happen. And the headline or the title basically is very clear and very easy to look at. So that it is short, but at the same time has the content that you require. So this is actually a good example of that. So this is the title and this is the meta description. So in the SEO plan that you create, we will be looking at identifying what that page title is. We will make sure that the keyword is included as a part of the page title. And we will also be identifying what is going to be the meta description for the same. In addition to this, we will also be creating a content outline for that keyword. Okay, so let me actually include that over here itself. Meta description, this is meta description. So basically the description that you have here is the meta description. You will be including that as a part of meta description on your website, and then it will be visible here. So title tag is again something that you include on your website's page, and that will be visible here. And this is meta description, which once you include it will be visible here. Usually, these two things are actually entered separately in the page. If you have knowledge of HTML, you will probably be including that in the headers side, but this is not directly visible on the website. So if I open this, for example, you can see this cheap web hosting, affordable hosting plan is not visible anywhere on over here. There is content related to it, but it is not visible. Even if you look at the meta description, that is again not visible anywhere over here. The reason is because the entire reason this is created is so that it's available for SEO purpose only. Now, what is content outline? Usually, when it comes to your content, uh, again, this is more of how you would be planning out entire thing, right? You can directly obviously go for creating the content. But if you want to be good at SEO and if you want to make sure that you're doing a good job in SEO, it is very important to create an outline for the content as well, because this will help you in first creating a proper setup of what you want to do, and then using that setup to then properly define how you're going to use it as well. So what is the content outline? Content outline is like an outline of what you want the content to have, plain and simple. Usually it involves some research of your competition or understanding what your competition is doing, and then you'll be proceeding further to create that outline so that you don't need to go back and forth on competition and look at the details, etc. Once you've created the outline, that's it. You can just use the outline, create content for it, and you're sorted. So when it comes to content outline, it involves creating a proper structure of a content. So this will be based on the type of content that you're creating, as well as the type of competition that you have. So you can look at some of the competition. You can try to understand like the type of content that they are using. You can look at top 3 competition as well. You can create a proper structure around it, and based on that, you'll know like what your structure should be. So it will be, let's say, if the structure should be more in terms of introduction and details of what it is, etc., or what it should actually contain. So content outline is nothing but your entire outline of what content you're going to create. That is what it is. So in content outline, this is basically what you have. You have the structure of the content. You will be defining H2s and H3s. So this is more in terms of headline 2, headline 3, etc. I'll be talking about what those are as well. You'll be looking at the length of the content, like what is the typical target content length. Maybe you would like to see what kind of FAQs you want to create. If you have like question related keywords, using medias for images, or let's say using certain content boxes so that content is easily scannable. You'll also be looking at identifying outbound or external links. That is the link of any kind of source that you would like to utilize. Let's say if you're writing some content on travel, maybe you would also want to utilize, so let's say if the travel is for Goa and you want to specify some kind of a government rule for Goa travel, you can provide a link to the Goa government's website saying that this is where you source the content from and this is what it is talking about, which actually is a high authority source as well, right? And then you can also identify the internal linking, which is again something that I'll be talking about. But internal linking is nothing but where you're linking your website with other content on your own website, so that if there is any kind of relevance between the two, it becomes easy for the search engine's bot or the crawler to also understand what that is. So this is basically how you link your keyword to your content. Once you have the content outline, you basically look at creating the content, then you go through this checklist, and finally you look at like basically also making sure that the content is created properly. This is what page meta description is. So this is nothing but the meta or the description that is shown along with the your search engine's result. So let's say when I'm searching for this, right? You can see this, right? So this is your description, meta description. Okay, so as I mentioned, don't worry. I'm not like I'm just explaining this and I'm done with it. I will be telling you guys exactly what you're supposed to do for all of these things. I just wanted to give you guys a quick summary of what it is, so that when I'm explaining about it, it is very clear for you guys as we go through it as well. So my plan is to create an SEO plan. I will be creating an SEO plan and showing you how to do that. And then I'll also be showing or sharing a content outline with you and how you can work on a content outline yourself, so that you will have a proper understanding of what this is. So for example, when I'm looking at Hostinger, right? If I go to the source of this, don't worry, it may look like a big thing, like a lot of things over here, but all I need to do is I'll search for meta. So description, right? So over here, I just searched for the meta description tag. I got it. And this is basically what they have included, like get a cheap web hosting plan for an easy thing, right? Like this is the meta description that they have added. So when you are creating your own website, this is the meta description that you'll be adding. And if you are using a custom website, probably you will need to provide it and the developer will do it for you. If you're using a website like WordPress or something like that, then you will actually have the option to include this within WordPress itself. When you're creating the content, there only you'll have this option. This is another space where you can mention if your website is relevant to the keyword or not. That's the reason it is important. So there are different areas which Google will check for the relevance, right? And if the URL also includes the keyword that you're focusing on, then the relevance obviously is much higher. So that's the reason it is important. So WordPress is a content management system. It's like a tool for you to manage your website's content. And a website is nothing but any website that you will normally see. So yeah, usually when it comes to WordPress, you would be purchasing a web hosting plan, you would be purchasing a domain and then going forward. So there is some kind of a payment definitely involved if you're creating your own website. If you want to use WordPress for free, then obviously there is also like WordPress.com where you can create your free WordPress blog. Let's talk about how you can create an SEO plan, what it typically looks like, and then what is the content outline and how you can create the same. So we already looked at it, right? Like when it comes to SEO plan, the first part is that you try to identify whatever keyword that we have finalized in keyword research, right? That is what we are going to take. Let me actually create this section for secondary keywords. So what I've done is in this spreadsheet, I have this summary area where I have shared what SEO plan template looks like, which is available in the next tab. An example of SEO plan, I have included that over here. There are some small minor updates to how you would be building the entire thing, by the way. So that's the reason I think in the example, I may not have updated it. Okay, this is fine. Let me go back here. And then I have also provided the link to the content outline example as well. Okay, so first we'll talk about SEO plan and how you can proceed with the same. So when it comes to SEO plan, as I mentioned earlier, you would first be leveraging the keywords that you have identified, and then you'll be further talking about what is your strategy towards it. So when it comes to SEO, it is very important to have a proper defined strategy on what you're trying to do and how you're going to use the keywords, etc. And this is what it is. Usually, this kind of a strategy is created by someone who is heading the SEO, and then people who are at an analyst or executive level would be then using this template or using this plan to create the content or work on that. So that is what this is all around. So this is where you're creating the strategy of what you are supposed to be executing. Now, in this scenario, we are going to go back to the keywords that we had initially identified, right? So these are some of the keywords that we had identified for travel. Travel deals, cheap vacation packages, vacation deals, family vacation packages, etc. Right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of these keywords. Let me actually take these keywords over here. I'll put it over here. Now, and then I will try to understand what I can build further on top of these primary keywords. So this is nothing but my primary keyword. And this is like where I'm now going to define for these primary keyword, what are the type of content that I'm going to build. Okay, so this is where I'm going to go ahead and define like, okay, this is the content, this is what I'm going to do, how I'm going to proceed with it, etc. So let's just take a quick look at it. So I have travel deals as a keyword, which is fine. Cheap vacation packages, which is also fine. Then family vacation packages. But if you guys notice, vacation deals is actually a keyword which is very similar to travel deals. Like if travel deals is my primary keyword, I can actually use vacation deals as a secondary keyword also. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to consider this as a part of secondary keyword, right? And then on top of this, I'm going to define based on these keywords, what are the type of content that I'm going to build. So the content type can be anything, right? Like when it comes to SEO content, a website will have different type of contents altogether. They will have a website content. They will, which is like for the web page, the home page, contact us page, etc. All of those pages are the a web page content type. Then you have the blog content wherein you are writing different type of content or sharing information, etc. You will have articles, etc. You will have landing pages wherein you are trying to focus on a specific thing. This cheap web hosting is nothing but this is a landing page that is created by Hostinger, right? Then similarly, you will also have pages that are product pages. Amazon, most of the pages that Amazon has are product pages, right? Where they have like a product name, images for the product, description, details of the product, etc. So those are product pages. So similarly, there are like a bunch of different type of content types that are available for like when you're working on it. So these are different type of content, right? Product pages, slideshows, blog posts, recipes, guides, directories, videos. All of these are different type of content that are available. So what you will be looking at identifying what is the type of content that you should be writing for these keywords. Since these keywords are like primary keywords and I want to use these for creating content on different type of things that people may be looking for, I can basically say I want to create some kind of a, let's say, long form blog, or I can just mention like blogs, right? And that is what I probably want to do for all of these three, or maybe in some cases I can also provide links, etc. But my main purpose will be, since the intent for these, as we identified earlier, the intent for these keywords are commercial intent. I can basically provide the commercial level of things in terms of information for different type of deals or packages, etc., that are available, suggestions for the same, and links for how they can proceed and work or get that particular deal or package as well. The second step is to identify for these primary keywords what could be my potential secondary keywords, so that I will also have an idea of what type of other keywords I can also focus on in addition to this. There are a lot of ways that you can do this, and one very simple way is by using the Google A to Z. What is Google A to Z? Basically, a Google suggestions. So, for example, when I just type travel deals over here, you can see there are some additional suggestions that just showed up. Travel deals online, travel deals finder, travel deals India, international, 2023, Europe, Toronto, August, right? So there are like so many different keywords that have shown up. These in itself can be some of the secondary keywords that I can focus on, right? Because this clearly shows or tells me that these are also keywords that people are searching for when they are looking for this keyword. Another way for me to find, let's say, secondary keywords could be just go back to Google Keywords Planner. So let's just do that. Keywords Planner. Let's go to Google Ads. So I can basically use any of the keyword research tools also for this. So if I want, I can also use like Keywords Planner and proceed with that and use that also. So let's say if I select this account, I think this is the account that I created last time. Tools, planning, keyword planner, discover new keywords, right? So my target location is India. I'm looking at English as a language. I'll say travel deals, get results. Now, the best part about keyword planner is by default, it will sort the keywords based on relevance to my keyword that I've provided. So from this, now I can select what are the different type of keywords that I would like to go with. I can see there are vacation packages, holiday packages, but these are not directly related. I can actually create content for them in a separate page altogether. Like packages can be a separate section, which I'm already planning to do based on the SEO plan you guys saw, right? So probably not this. I want to make sure that the maybe the keyword contains deals, right? Keyword contains deals. I can do a semantics match. By the way, semantic match basically means any keyword which has the same intent or the context. Why am I not able to select it? Contains deals. Semantic match, apply. Okay, semantic match did not work that well. I'll just use the text match. So I have vacation deals, which is fine. Cheap holiday deals. Okay, this is also nice. Vacation package deals can also be used. Holiday deals 2023, flight and hotel deals. Okay, this is an interesting one. I can probably mention this a little bit and then have a separate page for this altogether. Now, why is there a distinction between primary and secondary keyword? First thing you need to understand about this is when it comes to primary keyword, that is the main keyword your page is focused on. Now, secondary keyword can often be just a mention or you just like talking about it a little bit in your content, but at the same time, for some of the secondary keyword, you can still have separate dedicated pages as well. So that is completely fine. So I have some keywords over here. Let me use some of these, right? So vacation deals, I'll use this. Vacation deals I've already added. So this is how basically I can find certain secondary keywords. Again, secondary keywords are not mandatory. This is not like something that you have to do, but if you do find some good secondary keyword, it will help you in sort of creating the content around them as well. So that's the entire reason that you would do this. Semantic keyword or semantic keyword is nothing but a concept which talks about keywords which have similar intent. I'll be briefly mentioning that as well, don't worry. But it's more like, let's say, in this plan template that I created as well, right? Travel deals and vacation deals are mostly semantically relevant because they are more or less talking about the same thing. People will be searching for the same thing in both the scenarios. So that's what a semantic keyword usually is. Okay, so once I have the secondary keyword, what I'll be doing is that my next focus will be to create the URL slug for that secondary keyword as well. So I'll be looking at my primary keyword, and all the things that I'll be doing will be related to my primary keyword only. So URL slug, let's say if my domain is example.com, I'll be like, okay, the slug for this will be travel deals, plain and simple. I don't want to make a lot of things into this or add a bunch of things into this, but that's basically what I can do. If I want to like keep this updated regularly and all, I can probably add one modifier to it. What is a modifier? Modifiers are usually things that you add on top of your existing keyword. So a modifier for travel deals could be something like travel deals 2023, travel deals online, travel deals discounts, maybe. No, discounts is not that good of a keyword, but yeah. So basically a modifier is more towards something that is already there, but you're just modifying that a little bit or adding some additional context to it, which is not messing with what is already there. So if I want, I can also add a modifier like travel deals online or travel deals 2023 or something like that. As I mentioned, this is more of you creating a strategy or a plan. So this is not something that you are implementing yet. This is more of you just saying like, this is what I want to do. So the main point is that you're identifying the slug based on your keyword. There are obviously a lot of tools available for this as well. But then when you're working on SEO, at least at this particular stage, it is very important that you understand what exactly these things are and how you should be creating them. So the entire purpose for this is so that you have that understanding, and second, that you are making sure that it includes the primary thing. So as you saw, I have included the primary keyword in the URL slug. In 2024 or before 2024, a couple of months before that, you need to change the URL again to 2024. So that is where you will then update the page and all. Usually it's not a like ideal way, but obviously then if you do make such a change, you should also be having redirects. So redirect is where, let's say if the URL 2023 you're changing to 2024, then you also need to redirect 2023 to 2024. So you'll need to make all of those changes as well. Oftentimes, people use it in title, to be honest, but at the same time, people also use it in URL slug sometimes to make sure that Google has that relevant intent. This is only when the modifier is more important than your primary keyword. Okay, so the next part is the page title, right? So in the page title, you're just basically mentioning what you want the page to talk about. And then you're also like having the primary keyword for it. So now this is the stage when you have to properly define what type of content you want to have for your primary keyword. So travel deals, I'm looking at content type as blog. So for a blog post of travel deals, probably I can have content related to different type of like travel deals altogether, or a different type of thing. If I'm facing any challenge in what type of content I should be looking at, the best and easiest way is to just do a quick Google search to see what type of content the competitors have. Right. So that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to search for the travel deals online. Okay. And the minute I did it, over here, there are tour packages from Bangalore. So this is more like based on my location, this has shown up. Then tour packages, cheap holiday deals, hotels, flights, and packages. Bangalore tour packages. Let's actually open this one once. And I'll also open this one, the first one. Okay, so in this, basically for tour packages, looks like they're ranking for some search results with different type of let's say packages that are available. And second is they also have some kind of an FAQ section. And that's about it. So they are the primary content over here is this, and some packages that are available over here. Let's look at travel triangle. Seems to me like they have some content here with some best-selling packages, details, and all. If I click read more, I think they have a lot more content. Oh yeah, so this is the content that they have created. See, this is the SEO content that they have created, which is hidden under read more. And the content that they have created is like, okay, best destinations to explore, Goa, Coorg, Ooty, and bunch of these different things. And on top of that, they've also provided these packages themselves that we can directly look at and make the purchase. For anyone who's looking at e-commerce type of SEO, usually like this is the type of methods that people utilize or websites utilize, wherein you would have content, but oftentimes the content is available in such a way, or it is also available at the bottom of the results. So with FAQs, then reviews, etc. So this is a very common thing that is usually used in product pages, etc. It is not the ideal way to create ad content, but this is one of the ways that a lot of people or a lot of websites, in fact, rank for. Okay. So overall, looks like most of these are aggregator of deals and all, and people who have created some of these content around it. So this is actually interesting. Okay, so this one is very interesting as well, wherein we have a different type of package deals highlighted. Then there is content around it, and then there are like different type of tips and articles. But the problem is everything is a link. There is no direct content available here. And this one is again following the same thing that Travel Triangle does. So based on these websites, I'm sure even you guys might be getting some idea of what type of content I should be creating, right? And based on this, I'll know like now, since these are the type of content that is being like shown on the top or the ones that are ranking high, if I also create content that are related to, sorry, so if I also create content that are related to some of these things, I'll also be able to rank properly. So what I'll do next is, based on all of this information, I am looking at creating a travel deals page. Now, since my focus is India as a location, I will talk about travel deals across India. And I'll basically mention things around packages or so I'll mention things around cheap deals. I'll mention things around flights and hotels. So that is what I'm going to go for. So I'll say something like travel deals in India, packages, flights, and hotel details, right? So this is now that I've added this, I can also see what is the length of this. Make sure that the length of your page title is like within 50 characters. Sorry, within 60 characters, and it is within 60, so that's good. However, do you guys think I can probably improve this title a little bit? Any suggestions from you guys? What do you guys think? So instead of buy, since I want people to find it, I can probably say something like find. Short and clear page title. Yeah. Mention discounts. Yeah. Those are good. So flight deals in India. So instead of this, what I can do is I can make it something like this. Find packages, flights, and hotel discounts right? It's going a little bit above 63, but yeah, find packages at good discounts, packages and discounts. I think that's as simple as it can be. So I wanted to include the location thing. That's the reason I included India. But yeah, find packages and discounts. So something like this. Again, I'm this is something that I wanted to tell you guys earlier also, but I'm not someone who's very creative in creating these titles properly, to be honest. I have knowledge on the technicalities on what you should be looking at, and I really love some of the suggestions that you guys have. But yeah, something like this, right? It has my keyword, it has the details on what this keyword is, and at the same time it also has a call to action. Another thing that I can probably do is I can also add some kind of an emotion to it. So travel deals in India, right? So I can say like find packages, find discounted packages, right? So overall I can play around with this, but do you guys notice something? I'm trying to make sure that my keyword is at the start of the title itself. So in the very beginning only my keyword is there, so that it becomes very easy for anyone who's searching for this particular keyword, travel deals, to find the particular like page. So that's basically like what you can do. In addition to this, you can also add modifiers to it. So find discounted 2023 packages, or you can say find discounted online packages, right? You can also say find discounted top 10 deals. Yeah, top 10 is also good. Travel packages with best flights and hotels. Yeah, that is good. But then travel deals is the keyword, right? So it is very important that you have the keyword. The primary keyword should be a part of this. It is preferable that the primary keyword is at the beginning, so that it becomes very clear, right? So over here, if you notice, the primary keyword I have is travel deals. I have made sure that travel deals is there. You can make it specific, but you can actually do something like this, right? Up to 50% discount on online packages. Yeah, so this is something that you can do, so that it's not like very limited to 20% only. You can have different type of packages. Some may vary as well. But yeah, that's a good one. Travel deals under 1 lakh, travel deals in a budget. Yep. So overall, just make sure that your primary keyword is there and you're utilizing the length of the particular page title as much as possible. Try to limit it within 60 characters max. Ideal length will be between somewhere around 40 to 60 characters. So at least minimum should have 40 characters, but maximum for 60 characters. So as long as you're within that, you're okay. So 40 to 60. So this is basically what you should be looking at when it comes to the page title, right? Yeah, Ayush, in fact, you can also use a lot of other tools like ChatGPT and all to like share this with them, with those tools, and then look at some of the suggestions for inspiration and ideas to get some of the and basically curate your own title overall. But initially, my suggestion is try to come up with this on your own, so that you get the proper hands on this. Now, the second part is meta description. So just like in URL slug and page title, we need to include the keyword in meta description, but the keyword doesn't necessarily need to be in the start. And meta description is where you're trying to make a sales pitch. Like why your website, or why should they visit your website? What is your website actually offering? So that is what you'll be mentioning in the meta description. So let's again go back and look at some of the keywords that or meta description that other websites are using, and you can then try and build your own meta description accordingly. So for example, if you take a look at this, book cheap travel deals with Expedia, compare flights, hotel package deals, and find your perfect holiday. Um, Bangalore tour packages, duration, price, Bangalore to Coorg. There is Bangalore tour packages, best offers on Bangalore packages, an amazingly romantic honeymoon, splendid Kodaikanal honeymoon. Okay, apparently it's more on honeymoon for some reason. Book Bangalore holiday packages online, get the best offers. Then there's travel portal to find online, find holiday travel packages, latest domestic deals, and international flight deals, etc. Right? So we have some understanding of what the meta description these websites are using. So based on this, we can also create our own meta description. So we can say get wait, am I typing? Get the best, get top discounts on travel deals. You saw how I'm inserting the keyword here, including travel deals for your vacations. Book your tickets or plan your entire trip from whatever the domain name or the brand name is, right? So let's say if the brand name is example or not example, example is to generate. So let's say Travel Raja. Ease my vacation. Yeah, why not? So basically something like this, right? This is where you're saying why they should be coming to your website. So you're basically mentioning, or you're giving the sales pitch here. You're saying get top discounts on this, and people can directly book their tickets or plan their entire trip from this website. Or if you are just offering information and all, you can just say find the best packages or find the best deals for your holidays at Travel Raja, or whatever that is, right? So it's more about what you are actually for your trips, or holidays, or whatever that is. So the main point over here is you're making the sales pitch here. You're telling why they should come to you, what is your USP, what are you actually offering, what your website provides that they should be coming to your website overall. And that is what it's all around. So I can also say find the best find the best deals for your trip in or around India at Travel Raja, because India is what I'm focusing on. In addition to this, I can also as a part of the entire SEO plan, these are the primary things that I would be requiring. So I'll need the secondary keywords, I'll need the page title, I'll need the meta description. But in addition to this, to make sure for whatever keywords I've finalized, I also want to make sure that I am sharing why I have finalized this keyword and what this page is supposed to be. So that I can mention here so that it becomes easy for me to refer to this back once again. So what I can do is I can just mention okay, the entire purpose of this page is to provide information on various travel deals around India and offer links to the same, right? Who is my target audience? Basically, B2C customers looking for travel deals. And then I can create the content outline. So this is like a very high level overview of what you want your SEO to include. So why is this important? Or sometimes you may be like, is this necessary to create or mention all of these things? The reason it is important is because then whatever keywords you find, let's say if you find like 10 keywords, if you find 50 keywords, 100 keywords, you don't need to create multiple documents for them all at once. You can just put them over here. You can sort them through very quickly. You can identify like what the secondary keywords are, mention the slug, page title, description, etc. And you'll pretty much be done much quickly once you have it in a single place. And that's the entire purpose. So this was this example that I had created some time back. And that's what this example is, right? Like I can have multiple keywords, their URL slug, title, page description, etc. I can it becomes much faster for me because over here then I'll know like, okay, this is exactly what I want to do for each of these pages. And that's the purpose for creating this SEO plan template. Now the next part, once you have the plan, is to create an outline. I would say actually outline is like a blueprint. This is more of just saying like a blueprint is usually like saying like this is what we'll have in each section, but this is more like a structure of what you are going to have. So let's say if the building is going to be of 5 floors, you'll mention that over here. That is what this is. Now, content outline is more like a blueprint. So when I go to content outline, for example, this is an example of a content outline. You will notice that in content outline also have repeated some of the things that like the slug, meta description, word count, and all of these things. So word count I have not shown here, but yeah, the main purpose of this is to now finalize on what my content is going to look like, or what are the different things that is going to be present in my content. So that is what I'm going to mention here. So I'll just okay, what just happened? Yeah, for this, I'll just mention the same thing like, okay, my main keyword or primary keyword, what that is, I'll copy paste. Secondary keyword, what that is, the URL slug, meta description. So whatever the details that I have just typed here, right? Like I can just copy and paste here so that it becomes very easy. Now I have the main keyword, secondary keyword, I have the URL slug, I have the meta description, I have the page title also, but actually let me put page title on the top so that it's much more easier for you guys. If you notice, I have included something called as word count, right? And that is actually a part of this. So now in the content outline, the primary thing that you'll be doing is you'll be defining the type of structure, or as Ashwin has mentioned, a blueprint of what your content is actually going to look like, or what you're going to include in the content. Uh, when you say copy, it's not exactly you creating the actual copy here. You're just creating a overall view of the structure. That's what this is, right? So in this, what you're doing is obviously first you'll be defining like what is the overall word count that you'll be looking at. How you will define the word count? I guess you guys already know this. Anyone wants to take a guess on how you can determine the word count based on the competition? So basically, I already have that searched over here. Now, based on this search, I can clearly check the one that is getting the top result is having like 5,000 words. That is massive. Make My Trip doesn't have much words, but it doesn't really need much words either. Then there is Thrillophilia, which is like 9,000 words. And there's Thomas Cook, there's Travel Reels Finder, which is like 1,400, 4,000, right? So from this, you understand that if you want to compete with these guys, you will need a good number of words overall. Now, obviously, these word count are estimate based on what the keyword surfer could identify. The best way for you to cross-validate it is just by going to their website. So for example, Travel Triangle, it is actually ranking for the content over here. So what we'll do is we'll just copy this content. right? Because I don't think it's actually that big, right? So even if I want, I can probably copy the content till here. This, yeah, somewhere over here. I'll just copy word count. So there are a bunch of tools for word count, by the way. You can just find it. And I'll just paste it over here. Do I need to click somewhere? No, okay. Yeah, so when I did this, as you guys saw, it actually has only 1,300 some words, right? This helps us determine how much content they have. And if we want to outrank them, it is a good practice that you at least have similar number of words. So that is how it helps you. So at least these many words or a little bit more than that. So similarly, this was the top ranking one, right? Similarly, I can also look at some of the others. This one doesn't have many words. This one has bunch of them. Not really as much actually. One second, let's see. Oh, wow. Okay. So even this one doesn't have much words, but this is related to Bangalore tour packages. I guess based on my location, it is actually ranking for Bangalore packages. If I search for it incognito, I think the results will be very different. That is something that you will need to keep in mind when you're working on this. The reason I'm showing it with the extensions, by the way, is because the extensions are available for free and it is much easy for you to use. When you are doing SEO for different businesses, those businesses usually are able to afford tools like, let's say, SEMrush or Ahrefs, etc. I'll be giving a demo of SEMrush, by the way, don't worry about it. But those tools will help you provide much better SERP results or the different kind of search results, etc., that you have for the competition. This is more of an example of how you can do it, but I'll also be talking about how you should be doing it with SEMrush. Okay, so this one has around 500 words, not that much, that's okay. There was Thrilophilia, which had like a 9,000 words, it seems. Let's take a look. Um Looks like it's based on the, okay, yeah, they have this, right? People also ask. Okay, this is massive. So I think they have created this for a bunch of different places. One second. I think it just got stuck. No worries. But yeah, you get the idea, right? So once you have the word count, you'll be able to determine how many words your own content should have. Based on the competition, what we just noticed, it's good to have at least 1,500 to 2,000 words, right? So this is what we have determined. Now, once we have this determined, we need to, so this is like a SEO optimization checklist. This is the same thing that I've copy pasted over there as well. So you can refer to it, but this is more for reference as you're working on the content outline or working on the content overall. So once you have determined the word count, the next part is where you'll be creating an outline of the content. Now, how do you create an outline? So if you notice over here, this is an example. So this content outline is for something called as technical SEO. And it has secondary keywords like technical SEO checklist, what is technical SEO tool, types of technical SEO, factors for technical SEO, basically technical SEO factors, right? It has the page title, uh, like something like this, how to do technical SEO in 2023, free checklist, something like this. Okay. Now, for this particular technical SEO content, the word count was identified between 4,000 to 5,000 based on the competition. For that, the content outline, which is the structure, the way that the structure is defined is first to have an introduction. In introduction, you will be mentioning why or basically introducing more about technical SEO. So what is technical SEO, why technical SEO, why it is important for any kind of SEO initiative. Then you will have another section, which will be like what is technical SEO. So you'll be explaining what it is, how it can help, mention how good websites or good technical SEO is a foundation, technical SEO is on page and all. And all of these structure you can actually find in the competitor website itself. Like you just need to go to your competition for that keyword and see like what kind of structure they are using. And based on that, you can also determine if you want to include some of those structures for yourself as well. So similarly, you'll be like, there are these many, or let's say 10 plus technical SEO to-dos, 15 plus technical SEO to-dos, or whatever that is, as a second header. And if you notice, what is technical SEO, right? That is mentioned as the header over here. So that is me including the secondary keyword. Then over here, technical SEO to-dos. For this also, I have included like, okay, what are the table of content for this? So I can have like these are the things that you should be doing and what should be given in this, so that it becomes very clear of what the content should actually have. I can have like a complete SEO technical, complete technical SEO checklist, which is again my secondary keyword, technical SEO checklist, right? So I have included that. Essential technical SEO tools. Technical SEO tools is my secondary keyword. I've included that and added content for it. And finally, a conclusion, including the call to action for any kind of product or service or whatever I'm trying to sell. So this is a outline of what my content is supposed to be. Again, this is more on the strategy level. This is more on you just saying like, okay, this is what the content should have. The reason it is important is, again, if you're just making the content yourself, in the start itself, you may be thinking, I should include this, I should include that. Maybe I should have all of these different things. So what happens when you create the outline is it becomes very clear. It becomes very properly formatted and very process oriented. Like, okay, this is exactly what you should have. This is more like a collection of the ideas. Once you have the collection of the ideas, that's about it. So then you will know like for each section what type of content you'll need, how you should be proceeding ahead, what you should be doing. That's about it. It becomes super simple and super easy. And that's the reason you would be creating an outline for the content. So what happens is in different type of content, as I mentioned earlier, right? Based on the type of content, you will have different content lengths and types. The best way for you to proceed, let's say if you are a e-commerce website, like a shopping website, that is to then create a structure that is more shopping oriented. How many of you know that there is a structure for Amazon and Flipkart and all? We obviously know that there is a structure, right? So there is a specific way that the content is entirely structured so that it becomes easy for a user to go through it. That is very important because what happens is then the way that the content is displayed is uniform, it is consistent, and it is easy for user to go through it. So for shopping, just go to some of these websites like Amazon, Flipkart, or whatever top shopping websites. Look at the type of structure that they have created. Again, these are going to be your competitors, more or less. Look at the type of structure that they have created. See if you can probably take or learn from it and then implement similar kind of thing or something much better on your own website. That is how you would be doing the e-commerce SEO or e-commerce content creation. For blog, you also need a structure for blog, and this is basically how you build that structure. Now, once you have the content outline, that's for that, you just need to make sure, as I mentioned, you need to have a proper structure for it based on the type and the competition. You can look at the competition. So for example, when we were looking at this one, right, we could see that it has defined based on different type of location. It has defined based on the timing, attraction, transport options, some kind of a details of that, what that location is. But since I'm talking about travel deals, probably I can talk more around deals, like what you should be looking for deals, how you should be going for it, what is the best way to identify different deals. And in addition to that, I can also look at leveraging my secondary keywords. So I can see how to book cheap holiday deals, or how to find cheap holiday deals. I can talk about flight and hotel deals along with the travel deals as well. I can talk about how you can go for vacation overall. What are the different type of discounts? How you should be going with this, or how you can find the different deals. So I can talk about all of these different topics. I can create different buckets of these. I can create different sections of these. I can also utilize secondary keywords in some of these sections, as you just saw. And that way, my content outline will be properly ready and created. So in the content outline, that is the structure, right? Okay, awesome. Now, the next part is you should also be defining your H2s and H3s. What is H2 and H3? Let me open some website. This one, right? In this website, H is nothing but the headline. So H1, H2, H3, that is something that you will be using in HTML. But H over here is nothing but the headline. Headline 1 is the biggest, the most biggest headline that you can have on the page. H2 is the second biggest, H3 is the third biggest, and so forth. Over here, tour packages from Bangalore is H1. This is the most biggest headline. Usually you should have only one H1 on a single page. You can have multiple H2s. These are H2s. Tour package from Bangalore, best destination to explore. These are H2s. And if you want, you can have further bifurcation or subdivision from H3 also. H3 is usually not required, but if you want to include it, you can definitely include it, similar to the content outline that I've shown here, like header 3, header 3, header 3, and all. So this is basically what it is. It's like you're going from the top title, or the as Ayush mentioned, yes, correct. So it can, the even H1 can be the title of the page also. From there, you're going to what are the subtitles or what are the subsections of the page, and subsections you can put it in H2 tags usually. So in the content outline, you'll be defining what are the H2s and H3s as well. You'll be defining a target content length, which we just did. You'll be defining and creating FAQ based on question keywords. Okay, so this you'll be doing only if there are question keywords available. But usually, if you noticed in the competition over here, let's say if I look at this one only, there are a lot of question-based content that they have available. What this shows is there are people who are asking questions around deals as well. So if you are able to identify, like there are similar questions, and if there are questions that you would like to answer, you can do that. And how do you identify questions? So there is a tool for that called as Answer the Public, which I was talking about earlier, right? This is a very good tool for getting the questions that people are asking. I think this also has one search per day for free. So I'll just search for my primary keyword. What was the primary keyword? Travel deals. Search for that. Enter. Yeah, so you're using public version with one free search. If you register for free, you unlock 3 searches apparently. Yeah, so once this search is done, see, this is the questions data, right? So as you can see, it has provided a very nice visualization of different questions. So like it has R related questions. So it has things like, are holiday packages worth it? Airlines are decreasing and travel is becoming cheaper. I'm not so sure about this. But then there are also, let's say, how to find best travel deals, how to get good travel deals. What is Travel Deal Tuesday? Okay, there's something around this. What are the best travel deals? What are the best travel deals right now? Way to find best travel deals. When when is travel deal Tuesday, when are the best travel deals, when is Black Friday. So you get the idea, right? There are a bunch of questions that people are asking related to travel deals. Why travel to India? Why travel solo? Why travel alone? Who has the best travel deals? Where to find best travel deals? So see, this one is a very good one as well. So you can find these different questions and you can create an FAQ around these questions altogether. And what happens is, based on that, you'll be able to target more a different type of keywords or different type of things that people may be asking for as well. So that's the reason you can define and create an FAQ section based on your primary keyword as well in the content outline. The next thing is, obviously this is very important. You need to use images, or you need to highlight or create certain content boxes. So what is a content box? So something like this is a content box, right? It's like highlighting something and just talking about it, so that when I am just scrolling through the information, I know like there is something in the middle, so it becomes very scrollable. So if I'm scrolling through this information, there is a table available so that I can quickly browse through it or look at the table and I can get the information that I want. So you can create content boxes, you can add screenshots, images, etc., so that it becomes easier for me to quickly skim through the content if I want as a user, and make it much more easily digestible as well. Now, on top of that, what you can do is you will also need to identify outbound or external links for authoritative sources. As I mentioned earlier, these are links to external websites. So let's say government websites, education websites, research websites, uh, all of these different websites which are high authority. You can also add links or source links for them, so that it becomes the Google knows that what you're doing or the type of content you're producing is that much more better. And finally, you can also identify internal pages that you may have and link them together to other related topics that your website also has. So this way, you will have created a content outline that is including all the major aspects that you would want to include for your content. Once you're done with that, this is a checklist. So we have already done all of these things, by the way, but this is like a checklist for you to make sure that you have done these or not. So we already included the primary keyword and URL. Check. We place the primary keyword in the start of the title tag. Check. Did we use a modifier? Check. Insert the primary keyword in the first. So this is more when you're writing the content, but it is important that you insert the primary keyword at least once in the first 150 words. Use primary keyword in H1 and H2 tags. Descriptive image names and alt tags. Add primary keyword, incorporate synonyms or LSI keywords. So synonyms are basically travel deals. Synonyms is like not synonyms exactly, but vacation deals is like semantically related, right? So did we include those or not? Ensure that external links have descriptive anchors. Anchor is nothing but the description of that text of the link. Use keyword range anchors for internal links. Maintain keyword density between. So keyword density is nothing but, let's say if you have content with 1,000 words, within that 1,000 words, you should at least have your primary keyword mentioned 0.5% of time. So what that means is for a 1,000-word article, 0.5% equals to 5 times. So you should have your primary keyword mentioned at least 5 times in the article. So it can be between 5 to 20 times. Then you can also check if you're using the secondary keyword, then make sure that it is mentioned at least twice. And finally, make sure that you include the secondary keyword in the H2 tag. So that is basically what all of these checklists are, so that it becomes easy when you're working on it as well. So one is like to the home, like blog section, right? Already the blog section itself, you'll be providing the link of the particular entire blog section. So let's say if domain.com/blog will be available in the homepage. Now, the second thing is you mentioned that you will have multiple content created for certain services. Like, let's say if you're offering SEO services, maybe you are offering technical SEO services and you want to create some articles related to technical SEO, as I just showed you the content outline. So you have something for tools, you have something for basics, checklist, etc. You have multiple articles around that. So what you'll be doing is you'll be adding internal links to things that are one is, as you're mentioning technical SEO altogether. If there are certain things that you want to mention in the checklist, like make sure you're using all the tools. For that tools, you'll be providing the link to the blog article related to the tools. So that way, it is contextually relevant. So whatever internal links also you're doing, that should be contextually relevant to the article. And second thing is, for the services that you're offering, you can just mention something like, okay, if you are looking to get some services on this, or if you are not finding enough time to do this yourself, we are there to help you and you can get the services here. So that is something that you can probably mention at the end, like, okay, you can mention the services page at the bottom for the same in the blog post. So this is basically how you do it in SEO, especially when it comes to services and all of these things. In SEO, this is the reason that a lot of people usually uh, focus more on blog content, because you are able to drive a lot of information based traffic and then convert them to your commercial section of the website. So this is usually the strategy that people utilize. So the EAT guidelines are not for websites, first of all. Those are quality rater guidelines. Google literally has a team of quality raters who are actual humans. Sometimes there are bot-based raters and sometimes there are human-based raters. And these humans actually visit certain websites which Google is confused about. And then they utilize this particular like process to determine if how good a website is or what good of a quality the website has. That does not mean that you should have each and everything as a part of the EEAT. What that means is, are you providing content which is of good quality for the user or not? That is what they are checking. So they want to know if the user is looking for travel deals. Is the content relevant for this? Is the content having the right content or the right user experience for this? Are they able to have that kind of an exposure altogether or not? That is what it's around. While it helps to have the experience or the expertise by providing the different links and all, connecting with your LinkedIn, etc., that helps. But at the same time, even if you don't have it, as long as you are able to provide a meaningful experience and also provide content that is helpful to the user, that also satisfy the EAT guidelines. See, when it comes to the expert, Google validates the expertise by looking at multiple signals. That includes social signals, that also includes where other this expert has been mentioned. If you don't have the actual expert, I would suggest that you don't mention him, because that may go on the negative side as well, wherein Google is not able to validate it. It is much better that you mention that, okay, this is being written by someone who's an enthusiast, than looking at it from this particular angle. So my suggestion would be to like not try to trick Google, because Google is very smart in all of these things, but instead try to provide quality content and just like brace for it in the long run. I have seen a lot of people, you may have heard, right? Like after Google SEO updates, people's traffic goes down, ranking goes down. The reason that happens is because a lot of people are trying to trick, and when Google identified those tricks and those things, they basically updated that in their SEO update, algorithms update, and that is how the ranking goes down. So it is very important that you try to be as factual as possible. It may take some time, but then SEO is the long-term game. So that's what you should be focusing on.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the term for a Google search result feature that provides a direct answer to a user's query at the top of the search results page, often extracted from a website's content? And here are your options for the same: rich snippet, meta description, SERP, or canonical tag. Please mention your answers in the comment section.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.
So let me just quickly talk about, when it comes to content outline, what I've done, right? Like how was I able to come up with these different things? So as I showed you guys, what I did is I just went to travel deals and searched for it. So basically in the same SEO plan, you can have like two line items. There will be 1 and 2. So you'll have two line items and you'll be having two content outline for each of those primary keywords. So you don't need to have multiple sheets. You just need to have like two line items for the two primary keywords that you have, and then you need to provide the content outline, link, etc. And that's the beauty of the SEO plan, right? Like you don't need to create multiple of it. You can have like hundreds of keywords and work with it when you're doing the actual job. Okay, so I'll go and talk about how you can create the content outline, or what are the different ways that you can do it. So what I ended up doing is, for me to decide like what are the things that I want to talk about. Like first thing was for me to decide what the structure of it is going to look like. So travel deals, I then once again, like I just did the search, I got travel triangle, let's say Thrilophilia, maybe Thomas Cook, I guess. I don't remember exactly. Holidify, Deals Finder. These are aggregators I know, so I'll not be looking at those. Let's see. Let's look at this one. Let's see what's there. Right. So I would open up a few competitors to understand the type of content that they have. So Travel Triangle, for example, when I look at the read more section of it, I can see that there are a few things that they're talking about. I'll just close this. So one is they have an introduction. So what this means is I need to create an introduction, right? So I'll make a note of all of these different things. So I can use a notepad. I can use like a physical notepad also, or the Word doc itself. Oh, wow. Don't mind these notes. Okay. Yeah. So I'll be like, okay, rough structure. I'll be like introduction. Then I have destination. Right. So basically I can talk about some of the destinations, and with that I can also include deals and details. Like, so it also has things like what special timings, major attractions. So probably these are some of the things that I can also include. Then time to visit, way to reach. Probably if I want, I can also include these. Packages. So basically I can have something for pricing and packages, right? Then there are like some tool packages here. I'll skip this. There are some questions here. I can probably look at some questions if I want, right? So that's something that I got from here. On this other website, Bangalore tour packages. This doesn't really have, oh, it does have some content. Then there is like best places to visit, I've already included. Then what are the things to do? Yeah, I'm mostly talking about deals and all. So this is something that I can provide like a small summary around. Let's see what else we have. There is some content here. So this is nice structure, right? So you see there is a structure here. You can look at how to reach. So if you are talking about a specific location, you can look at some of these things to eat, adventurous. People also ask interesting facts. Okay, that's fair. I also have cheap deals, makes it easy, affordable deals. So basically, what this tells me is like basically I can talk about some of the how to find such deals. See, how do I find cheap deals? What kind of holidays can I get deal on? What do you mean by cheap deals, right? So basically, what this tells me is I can talk about deals and what they are, how to find deals, best tips for getting deals. I can also talk about seasonal deals, right? So I'm getting some decent ideas from here. Um, uh, Types of holidays, I think I have already included that on the top. Um, then I can definitely include tools for deals, right? This one is again around Bangalore. Yep. So this way, as you can see, I'm just doing some quick research to identify what are the topics or what are the things that I can talk about when it comes to my keyword that I want. And based on this, then I'll be like, okay, what if I can look at this? What if I can look at that? It requires a bit of creativity. If you are facing some challenge in identifying the right terms or the right ideas, you can also leverage some of the other tools for generating some of these. Like you can look at things like your competitor is definitely there. You can look at some of the tools. You can look at some of the questions that people are asking, and based on that, then you can create like an outline. You just mention like what those headers are going to be, and within those this is again for your own benefit, right? So within those, then you're mentioning like what are the table of contents that you're going to have or include and how you want to go about it. So that is how I was able to build this outline. Once I had this outline, it becomes very simple, right? Now that I have the outline, all I did was I copy pasted this outline over here and created a content draft. So I'm like, okay, image of this, I'll be including a alt tag, image name, image description. Then I'll added an introduction. What is this header? Then I've talked about some of the different things around it. And what I'm doing here is nothing but for that particular outline. Now I'm just filling in the blanks. I'm just filling the content that I want, and I'm making sure that the content is good enough that it justifies that particular header or that particular topic. In addition to that, I'm also trying to make sure that these headers include my secondary keyword if possible. And that is how I was able to basically create this content. And this is exactly how you can do the same thing. The keyword density is more mainly for the primary keyword. Secondary keyword is more like an add-on. Even if you mention it 1 or 2 times, that is good enough. So you don't need to make sure that the secondary keyword is also mentioned like 5 times or 10 times. That is keyword stuffing. The goal around the keyword density is basically to make sure that you're not performing keyword stuffing, but at the same time, it is topically related. That's the main thing. And when you're using secondary keyword, it's like you're also going beyond the main topic. You're going beyond that. You're talking about other things as well. That's the reason. It's more about 1 or 2 mentions for secondary keyword is good enough. Okay, so this is basically how you create content, right? You have all the details in the plan template. So in the SEO plan example, you have the content that I have created for you guys to get some sort of understanding of how to do it. Now, the content that I've created is by no means the perfect content. Keep that in mind. This is just a content for an example for you to get an understanding of how you can create it. The primary purpose for this is just to make sure that you have this understanding and you can follow along, use its ideas, and then create your own content. You can have your own format, you can have your own structure, you can have your own type of content. Remember, the goal of SEO is not to create just a content, but to make sure that the content is uh, going to help the users overall. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is um, I'm going to talk about some of the basic things before I get into the WordPress demo part of it, right? There were some things that I might have glossed over so far because I wanted to make sure that you guys have this practical understanding. But I also wanted to cover a few topics that are essential for you guys to understand when it comes to on-page SEO. So this, whatever I've talked about so far is around content, right? How you can create a good content, what is SEO optimized content, etc. Heavily related to the task that I'm going to give you guys. But beside the demo and all, I also wanted to talk about some of the other aspects as well, which are very important to keep note of. Let me just load it 1 second. So let's say if it is SEO services provider, right? So your keyword is SEO services provider, and this is the keyword that you want to eventually rank on. So
Yes.
follow the same politics method that I said, right? So this keyword becomes your goal, your end goal of reaching that PM level. So what you'll do is you will create content for your homepage or your web page, which is the main domain, right? So let's say if your domain is seocompany.com, you'll for that seocompany.com, the main page, you'll be focusing on the SEO services provider as a keyword, as a primary keyword, that is. Now, obviously, in the start, you'll not be ranking for that. But at the same time, what you'll do is to prop it up, to build it up. Like, okay, that is what you want to rank for. On the other end of the website, you will start to create a lot of other pages related to that topic. You'll start small. You'll start with long tail. You'll start with some low competition keywords. You'll start with some local keywords and all. You'll start to build content around all of those different things. You'll build pages for it, you'll create content, you'll start to get traffic, right? And that is how once you start to get traffic, your authority keeps increasing. As your authority keeps increasing, as you're getting traffic, slowly and slowly, since you already have that content for the main website, for the main page, even that will start to get some ranking as well. So that is what you do for in such a scenario, where when you're creating a SEO plan for an entire website, you will first identify what is that head keyword or what is that main keyword that is your goal. And you will start to slowly prop it up by working around that or creating content around it. So I talked about intent, I talked about SEO plan, right? How you can create an SEO plan, how you can work with content outline and creation of content, etc. Now, what I want to share is around some things around the structure or how you should be going around with the structure of a website, etc. I'll be talking a little bit around internal linking and why it is important for on-page SEO. And finally, like uh, after that, probably we'll take a small break and then come back with the demo for the WordPress. Once you have identified the keywords, created a plan, uh, obviously keep this in mind that that you should not be stuffing your keyword. This is something that I've already mentioned as a part of the checklist, but I'll keep mentioning this again and again. Uh, Make sure that the keyword density is between 0.5 to 2%, not more than that. Filling pages with the keyword can actually have a negative user experience because you're creating content for the users, not for the search engine, right? And the search engine in today's day and age are smart enough to identify that. So it is very important that you don't stuff your content with the keyword. Make sure that you're looking at the importance of keywords at the URL as well. So as you just saw, make sure that the URL has the keyword. Reevaluate your keyword so that make sure that it matches the existing content or not. So as I mentioned earlier, that is the entire reason I don't want you guys to use the same primary keyword. You each of you should be using different primary keywords, and that is how you should be proceeding. So once you have this process or understanding of this process, the next step is when you have, like, let's say hundreds of keywords, which is what your scenario is, because you have so many services, that is where then you start to prioritize which keyword you want to focus on first. And the best way to prioritize is by identifying where the low hanging fruits exist. So how do you do that is very simple. Simply put, it's more about getting the keywords, getting the search volume, and identifying the competitor. So this is where the keyword research becomes even more important, which is the first step. You'll be looking at all the different type of services that you have. You'll be doing a proper research. It is okay to spend like hours on that. It's not a issue at all. But in this time that you spend, you'll be able to prioritize and understand what are the relevant keywords. And then based on the type of competition those keywords have, you'll be able to create a priority on the ones that are easier to rank with based on the low competition that they may have, and then slowly prioritize them according to the competition, the search volume, and the relevance to the business. So once you have this priority, then you'll be able to go through it one by one. That's basically how you should be proceeding. Okay, so that's on the keywords part. Right now, as a website, how you should be structuring a website, how you should be going around website. So I wanted to talk about website as well, and talk about when it comes to a website, like how you would be building on top of that. So when it comes to a website, it is very important to make sure, and this is again something that I've already talked about, but it is very important to have good content that is clear, precise. It reduces bounce rate. I'll be talking about bounce rate shortly. But the main thing is to make sure that once the user, what is bounce rate? When a user comes to your website and bounces off the website within a few seconds without clicking any other link, or bounces off the website without spending enough time on the page, that is when you have someone bouncing. So bounce rate is nothing but how many times, or what is the percentage of users who do this, right? So a good content will have a very low bounce rate because people actually enjoy the content that they have, or are engaging, or at least viewing the content for enough time. It should also be something that increases trust, and at the same time, it should be something that people would like to share. Just think about it this way, right? Uh, Oftentimes you will hear that things should be organic and all. The best way things can be organic is when you create content that is useful enough for users to then share it forward to someone else. So in Rajni's scenario, for example, when she is, let's say, creating keywords, or creating content for keywords related to getting back to work for women and all, if the messaging and the content is one, it is engaging, it is easy to go through it, and at the same time, it is actually providing helpful information, the likelihood of these women sharing it with their peers or other women's increases a lot, because they'll be like, okay, this is a content I found helpful. Maybe someone else could also find this helpful as well. And that creates their, like, this basically helps getting a lot more attention. This helps build trust, and you also get traffic outside of search engine as well. So create content from the perspective of it being a good content, not just from the perspective of search engine. So, and then these are very important part, which is content should be original. It should be easy to read and understand, and it should be searchable. What does searchable means? Like, don't try to stuff it with words that people cannot understand. It should be something which is simple to read, and it should be in simple language. So even when someone is like just searching for it or just scrolling through it, right? Like, oftentimes what happens is people just quickly just go through the content. They don't even read the finer points of it. So when they're going through it, it should have, or it should be written in a way so that it becomes easier for you to go through it. A very good example is this content, right, on travel deals, in fact, that I've created. If you notice it, it's scrollable, because now obviously I've not put it on WordPress yet, but it's like, okay, how to find them? There is some section for this. Destinations, there's a section for that. There are some destinations. Travel deals, there is some details on that. So if you notice, it is bucketed. So there are some different buckets around the structure, and it is very quickly scrollable. People don't need to, read each and everything. It is structured properly so that they can quickly just go through the content, and they'll know like what this content is about. Read the parts that they are interested in, and that's about it. So, where did it go? Yeah. So make sure that the content is searchable or scrollable. So, another word for this is scannable. Now, when it comes to a website, it is very important that you have a proper structure. So, if let's say you have an agency like Ashish, or if you are providing these get women back to work kind of a services across multiple things, you would be having multiple service categories, multiple different things. So make sure that for within the home page, you have a proper structure defined for each individual category. And within that category, you can have multiple page or multiple subcategories, etc. A very good example of this are actually course websites. How many of you know about Udemy? I'm sure you guys have heard of what Udemy is, right? So Udemy literally has lakhs of courses, lakhs of pages. And when a website has so much content, which is, again, they have content which is created on a regular basis. When a website is so massive, even then, if they are able to make sure that the structure of the website is simple enough, that is a big deal. Because what this helps you do is it helps you go through the entire content quickly. You can find what you want quickly. So the reason they are able to do it is because of these categories. So they have this homepage, then they have the categories. Within those, you'll see like, okay, development, there's a subcategory. Within web development, there is JavaScript. These are some of the popular topics. So within web development also, if you notice, there are like multiple things. They are like, they'll just show some of the popular topics. But if I want, I can also search for something. So this is a very good example of how to create a good structure, right? So I can just go to JavaScript, for example. And within that, I can have a list of all the different courses around JavaScript, which is again structured in a way that is very easy for me to go through, like more popular like popular courses, top courses, front-end development, TypeScript, and then obviously they have this filter kind of a thing. But overall, this is what a good structure looks like. Now, just imagine if they did not have this. If they were like, okay, we are not going to create a structure. You just find anything that you want yourself. What will that look like? That's like such a mess, right? No one would want to visit Udemy at all. They'll be like, okay, it's so hard to find a course that I want. They'll not be visiting the website or using the website altogether. So that is the reason it's not just for SEO, but it's also for users to have a proper structure so that one, the users who are visiting your website will understand what is there, and two, the let's say the crawler, the bots of the Google, etc., they'll also have a clear understanding of what you're offering altogether. So yeah, as I rightly mentioned, right, like it's basically, it significantly impacts the user experience, which is the UX, makes navigating easy, allows visitor to find products and information, creates good experiences, and also important for search engine as they understand your website better. And when it comes to dealing with changes that happens on your website, it's also much better. So the next thing that I wanted to talk about was internal linking. So I briefly discussed about this when it comes to the content, but this is another important aspect about the website structure, right? Now that you have, let's say, category one, category two, and all, it is also very important to make sure that you're internally linking these different content pieces or these different categories all together. So look at different categories, look at different type of content that you have, and make sure these are properly linked across so that it's much easier for Google to determine how different pages are related to each other as well. And this helps not just the content that you have, but boost the entire website. If the entire website's SEO increases, that will definitely increase your entire content's authority as well. Okay, so if you notice, this is a piece of content which is like solar power comparison, right? In this solar power, I have provided as an internal link because this is the primary keyword for this content is solar power comparison. But I also want to talk about solar power a little bit. So what I've done is I've provided a URL to solar power here. Solar power here, this word becomes the anchor text. Anchor text is basically what the user will see, and behind this text is a URL, which is, if you notice at the bottom corner, it's like category / renewable energy / solar power. So this is nothing but a topic or a different page on my website which includes content related to solar power. So similarly, I will have other internal links as well, like wind power. I have internal link for hydropower. All of these are URLs of different pages on my own website. And I've added those links because they are directly relevant to the content that I'm talking about. So there is also geothermal energy, biomass. So all of these different type of content is there. And these are basically what internal links are. Internal links now are not to be confused with external links. External links are nothing but the links that are going outside of your domain or outside of your website. And these are some examples of external links. So for US Energy, I've added like an external link. Um, um, this is the IRENA, which is like the Agency for Renewable Energy. I've added a link. So then there is like National Renewable Energy Laboratory. So this is an external link which is going outside of your website. An internal link are basically to pages within your own website that are topically relevant. That's basically how you maintain a proper site structure. It's about creating a structure that goes from home to categories to different content and linking them. And at the same time, making sure that it is good, it has a proper user experience and easy to navigate. Okay. Okay, so I'll do one thing before I get into the demo of WordPress that I'm sure you guys are looking forward for. I want to get some things out there so that you understand that there are other concepts that you guys need to be aware of as well. So one thing that I'm going to talk about is content optimization, and then I'm going to talk about SEO copywriting. Now, these concepts are directly related to the task that you're going to do. These concepts will help you understand what are the things that you should be doing. And even if there are some things that you're not probably doing right now, it will still include details on what you should be keeping in mind when you're doing on-page SEO. Right. So we discussed about the structure of a website, how the structure should be, etc. But what about the content within that structure, right? So when it comes to content, there are definitely a lot of things to talk about. But I first want to start off with something called as Google Eat. Now, Google Eat is basically like previously it used to be Eat, EAT, that's it. But they added another E to it. So what does all of this mean? What is Google Eat? Is it like Google eating something? Not really, right? It's more around it's a quality rater guidelines. Okay, so this is nothing but a score that Google gives for your website based on experience, expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. Now, when it comes to your website, Google has certain guidelines around it. This guideline is not for SEO specifically, but this is more about rating the type of content that your website provides. This is indirectly related to SEO, but this helps, or definitely I've seen this in numbers, wherein a website which follows the guidelines of EAT and the one that does not follow it, usually the one that is following it will see better results overall with the users than the one who doesn't. So that's the reason it is something that is important to know. Some of its element may not be available with you right away. Like, for example, you may not have expertise. I believe someone was asking about this yesterday. You may not have the authority in the start, but that's okay. As long as you're able to give 100% for the things that you have, that matters a lot. So let's look at it closely, right? What exactly is it? Experience and expertise is based on the person who is creating the content. What is experience and expertise? Experience is where a person is sharing his or her own experiences. So let's say, so now that I'm talking about travel deals, I'll actually show you an example of something that I've included here. I've not explicitly mentioned a lot of experiences, but I have included some things. One second. So I did go to Goa, for example. So over there, I mentioned like, okay, I'll just zoom in a little bit to this. Yeah, over there, I noticed the type of beaches they have, the type of different things they have. So I just mentioned a small mention about it. Beside the beaches, Goa is also popular for water activities, casinos. By the way, there are water-based, like not water-based. There are casinos on boat, which is in the water. So that's why it's like legal in a way. So there are actual casinos in Goa. There are hiking trails. A lot of people just know it for beaches. I was like, there's also hiking trails, spice plantations, waterfalls, and more. Now, from experience perspective, if I want to pour more about it, I can share my own personal experience here. When I was there, what did I do? How it was? What are the things I did? How it went for me? What kind of experience I had? Now, why is that important? And how does it differentiate? When you're sharing your own experiences, a user can directly connect with you. A user is able to then directly relate to what things you have had. This is why reviews are important. This is why usually you will see that there are people who prefer reading reviews than reading articles, because that is where they can get the actual experience. So when it comes to this, that is what I'm talking about here. So if I scroll down a bit, over here, I've mentioned something about combined flight and hotel deals. Double the joy, half the benefit, or half the price. So I've mentioned, right, like based on my experience, what I've noticed is travel website often bundle deals that give crazy discount when you book everything in a single go. So every travel aggregator from Agoda to Make My Trip has similar bundle deals. All you need to do is be on the lookout for the same, right? So this is something that I've experienced myself when I'm booking travel tickets, or when I'm booking hotels or flight tickets, etc. There will be small nudges from these websites. They are like, if you book a hotel along with this, you'll get like 25% off, 15% off, whatever that is. But that's like a very good bundle deal for you to have. And that can be one simple way of you to save some money. So it is very good to include those small experiences that you have, so that it becomes more authentic. The content is actually coming from an authentic source, or at least from some experience that you may have. Okay, so that's what experience part of it is talking about. When it comes to expertise, expertise is more in the sense of if the person who is writing this is an actual expert. Now, I myself am no expert in travel, frankly speaking. I have zero, like, I have traveled personally, but I have not traveled as an expert who has an understanding of, okay, what should be looking out for travel, how you should be going around it, that. So I'm not a perfect expert in that, but at least I'm someone who has some understanding around it. So I may, like, in such a scenario, I may include my details on who I am and all, but I can probably mention like I'm an enthusiast. But if you have someone who is like a proper expert in travel, right? Maybe you have a travel website, you have this expert guy who is writing content for the specific topics that you mentioned. You can leverage that as a part of the expertise. You can leverage that by making sure you are offering social links of that person on the website. You can also include other type of work that the person has done and all. And what happens is Google will then leverage those signals to identify the expertise of that person. And in fact, even the quality raters, when I say quality rater, these are actual humans. Like it's a mix, to be honest. It's a mixed bag of people, bots as well as humans. But there are actual humans who often also come to your website to rate your content in case there is something that Google wants to check. It happens. It really happens, but it does happen. And during that period, they will be checking if the person is actually an expert on the topic or not. So this is a very good guideline for you to or basically this is a very good simple way for you to display that. A good example for this I can actually talk about is based on this carbon lightning, right? You guys just saw this content. It will be as a part of the content, right? So whatever content you are creating, you will be mentioning your experience within that content. You'll be sharing like, okay, this is what I've experienced, this is what I've done around with it. And as an expert, you can see like I've mentioned my details. Like I'm into sustainability, I'm an enthusiast of it, I promote sustainability as a practice and all. So this is more of just me saying like what something that is relevant to this website, which I'm doing over here. So that's why I've mentioned it. In addition to that, I've also added my LinkedIn URL over here, so anyone can access it and see the type of, let's say, if I've mentioned some of the sustainable things on my social, like LinkedIn, that will also give them a good idea of how I am, although I've not mentioned any. Then there is authoritativeness and trustworthiness. So both of these are more in terms of what kind of authority your website includes and if the content itself is trustworthy or not. If your website is new, you will not be able to justify this just by the content. So the best way to do that is to offer external links from other authoritative sources. So if you noticed in one of the other content that I have created over here, I think. So in this, if you notice, what I've done is I've added sources to authoritative and trustworthy websites, which which include some of the content snippets that I've utilized. So this way, for a quality rater, even though this website has zero authority and trustworthiness right now, since I've used these sources, this content that I've created will be trustworthy and will have some level of authority since I have sourced it from a high authority and trustworthy sources. So this way, you can make sure that you are also representing authoritativeness and trustworthiness. So that's basically what Google it is and how you can leverage it as well on your content. Now, obviously, it's a good thing to have. Other things as a part of a checklist for Google Eat is to have a good About Us page, team page, author page, collaborate with other known people who have the expertise. So that's a good way also. Keep your content clear and straight to the point. Add personal opinion and scenario to the content. This is the experience part that I was talking about. Update the content regularly so that it is more trustworthy. Add high quality sources. You just saw the sources, right? Those are external links, by the way. And consider multiple viewpoints. So basically, like this, you can do when you're talking about certain things, but you can consider a viewpoint from one expert, second expert, third expert as well, and just compare those or consider those when you're talking about something if you want to talk about it as well. And finally, make sure that you're maintaining a good reputation of yourself online. So if your website is somewhere, if let's say it is having some kind of a reputation in terms of the reviews that are shared on it or the different things that are shared, make sure that there are no negative rating for your website, so that that's like a positive reputation for your website overall. Now, this can be done. So the entire SEO, right? Like that's the part of EAT overall, but this can be done across different type of content. And usually when it comes to a website, they will all obviously have different type of content, right? They'll have product pages, slideshows, blog posts is a type of content, glossaries is a type of content, recipes, videos. So there are different type of content. And in fact, the ones that I've mentioned are not just the type of content that are available. There are literally like a lots of different type of content, and based on the type of content is how you will be creating the structure and details of the same. The best way to create the structure for any type of content is again just to search for the keyword that you're targeting and then look at the type of structure that your competition usually maintains to have or get some idea around it. Now, this is something more in terms of once you have the content, right? So after you have the content, it is very important to make sure that you're also optimizing it for on-page components. So for example, when it comes to title tags, make sure that the keyword is available in that. Again, this is like a type of checklist that I've already provided, but make sure the title tag has the keyword, the URL or the URL slug is short. It should not be something like what I've shown here. The H1 tag should include your keyword, which is the main title. Experiment with different modifiers in the title tag. Use multimedia like images, screenshots, videos. Use H2 and H3 tags where where required. So you don't need to use both of them, or you don't need to be like, okay, I need to use only H2. Is it okay or not? If your content requires only H2 tags, that's also fine. If there is room for H3, then you can also use that. Optimize the images. So this is where you'll be adding the name of the image properly. You'll be sharing some kind of a description for the image. I'll be showing how you can do this in WordPress and how you can do it practically. So don't worry about it. But then at the same time, also make sure that you're also mentioning the keyword at the beginning of the post within the first 100 words. Have outbound links to high authority websites. You just saw some examples for that. Add internal links to other content, basically your older articles or older content that you've already published. You can add some internal links to them, right? So Wikipedia is actually a good example of internal links. So I don't know how many of you have seen that, but let's say if I go to this Wikipedia on MindGeek. Oh, there is this featured one, right? Let's take a look at this. So in Wikipedia, if you notice, there is a structure for the content, but at the same time, there is also a lot of URLs here, right? Like several organism, rolling, wheels, vehicles, the movement of living things, flagella. This is internal linking. This is basically what internal linking is. So what they have done is they have added links to every word that is already added as a different content on their website. So if there is content related to organisms, they have added the link here. If there is a content related to wheels, they have added it here. There's a content related to walking, they have added it here. So wherever it is contextually relevant, and in this case, if you notice, all of these things are contextually relevant. So once the content is written, after that, wherever the content is contextually relevant, they have included other internal links. So if you click on it, it will go to the Wikipedia's own website on a different link. So it is internal because it is within Wikipedia, and it's nothing but it's a different topic, or it could be related topic, but as long as it is talking about that topic within this particular article, that's good. So this is what internal linking is all about. And yeah, having sharing buttons also helps. So to social media or just sharing URL, sharing link normally, etc. These days, when it comes to mobile phones, usually you'll see the sharing option in the browser itself. But still, Having it front and center or having it easily accessible also helps people share the content much easily. So that's basically how you look at content optimization, right? You take care of you take care of different type of, like, there are obviously different type of contents, but you also make sure that you're optimizing the on-page components for it. Now, so far what I've done is I have talked about the content, I have talked about the on-page and optimization and all. But when it comes to the content itself, there are certain things that I wanted to mention when you're creating that content and how you should be looking at that content overall. I mentioned you should not be stuffing keywords. Then how should you be writing those content? I mentioned that the content should be scrollable, but how should it be scrollable, or how can you make it scrollable? I have already provided an example based on the content I have written, but I wanted to share a little bit more around that in this topic, which is SEO copywriting. So this is a topic that is very important when you are creating any kind of content for SEO. And what it talks about is how you should be going into it. So this is uh, these are the two type of contents, right? So usually, if you look at the like top left corner, this is where you're writing content that is only for search engine, and this is something that will actually negatively affect your website, to be honest, because you are just mentioning and stuffing the keyword. This is something that you should not be doing. And then there is content that is written for users but not optimized for SEO. So let's say the keyword that you have is lose weight fast, and you're stuffing that keyword when you're writing for SEO. But when you're not writing for SEO, you're just normally mentioning, want to drop those excess pound, look no further, this, and you're just mentioning it, right? You're not like stuffing the keyword or anything, but you're communicating what you want to. So a proper optimized content for SEO is the one that you see over here, right? It's a combination of these two things. You are talking about it normally in your normal language, but at the same time, you're mentioning your keyword at least a few times, right? So in the start of the content, for example, if you notice the content itself here is not that big, but you're at least mentioning like, okay, you can lose weight fast. One mention because the content is small, good enough. But based on as how the content grows or how big the content is, obviously you can increase the number of times you mention it. So make sure that it is optimized for both users and search engine. Users should be able to enjoy your content. Search engine should be able to read and understand what the content is. It should be a combination of the two. So why is this important? The reason it's important is because when people come to your website and they don't find the relevant content, people bounce off your website. And this bounce rate is something that Google uses as a ranking factor. And this is a very important ranking factor, right? So if Google is sending traffic to your website and people are like just bouncing off that, Google is like, that's not a website that is worthy of receiving that traffic. So why should I send it that traffic? And that is where your copywriting plays a big role. If you notice, this is a very good like graph in depicting it. I know like this is not the exact metric, but this is just to depict or provide you an example of it, right? Let's say if a user comes to your website and within 10 seconds they go off again, your rank will, whatever ranking you have gained, right, because of that optimized content, it will start to go down. But if the user is spending more time on your website, if the user is spending 30 seconds, great. If the user is spending 1 minute, amazing. If the user is spending more time than that, that's wonderful, because that shows to Google that this user has found the content that the user was looking for from the search. And that means this is a good website, and it can pull or push this website up to the top because the user is finding what they want. Right. So this is the reason SEO copywriting is very important. There are three things that I'm going to talk about in SEO copywriting. First is structuring. So I already talked about this in the content outline. Content outline is where you can create a proper structure, but it is very important to make sure that whatever content you're creating has a structure to it. And that is the purpose of that content outline. Content outline will help you in creating that structure for writing the content. So over here, as you notice, Investopedia is a very good website. It has most of the content that it has a proper structure with table of content. And within that, you'll find like, okay, these are the different things that are available in it. So another good example of getting or looking at structure are courses. Like let's say Code Academy, for example, or even Udemy and all, right? Like all of these different courses, you will see there is a proper structure to that course. Like learn HTML, styling a website, starting with JavaScript and all. There is a structure to it. It's this, then this, then this, then this. This structure is very important. And once you have that structure for your content as well, it becomes very easy for users to go through it, to scroll through it, or even read what is important. Second is called as bucket brigades. So bucket brigade is like if anyone is into copywriting and all, you will know like what bucket brigade is. Bucket brigade is where it's like a copywriting tactic, which was originally designed for sales letters, right? And what happens in this is all you need to do is when you, let's say, have a lot of content or a very lengthy piece of content, try and identify what could be the areas where the user will likely click back button or go back to the Google. And within those areas, try to add a bucket brigade. Like basically try to add some kind of a division or some kind of a bucket overall so that it doesn't feel like it's like a lengthy piece of content and it continues the flow of content much easily. Some examples of bucket brigading is here's the deal. Now, what's the bottom line? You might be wondering, this is crazy, right? So you're basically saying after a couple of paragraphs, you're like, okay, this is a bucket brigade. So similarly, if you notice over here on the right side, this is an example. It releases feel good chemicals. So this is like a bucket brigade for an article. I think it was an article from Medium that I have picked up. So the psychology behind social media, right? So if let's say if this was not there, what will it will look like is there is like just some content which is like flowing and flowing, but because there is this one second, but because there are these headers which are actually not headers exactly, these are just bucket brigades because there are these available. So it's like adding a break to the sentence and it is bucketing the content in a way. This way, it does not feel too lengthy, it does not feel too long, and it is much easier to go through quickly. So over here, it's like it releases feel good chemicals. Okay, what releases? I'll know that. Communication is simpler. I'll know that. Then self-fulfillment, right? So it's basically trying to break down the content in a way so that it's easier for users to quickly go through it. Yeah, Ruby, you can call it catchy one-liners, but yeah, that's the main point of it, right? There are some examples, but obviously you can come up with your own. And finally, heading and subheading will be different. So what I did with the travel deals content, that is where I've used heading and subheading. And because there is no lengthy piece of content that I've written over there, I don't really need a bucket brigading because it's already bucketed properly. But let's say if you have like a lengthy piece of content that goes on and on about something, it is good practice to use a bucket brigade in after, let's say, a few sentences or a couple of paragraphs so that users find it easier to read. So that's what it is. And finally, the AAP method. So AAP is agree, promise, and preview. Okay, what is this? So let's say if you have a blog post or a content, this is what it could look like. You agree at the top, then below that you promise something, and then below that you preview what it is actually going to be around. So the main concept behind this is that you have to agree with the concept or whatever you're talking about in the article. Then once you agree to that idea or concept, the Google searcher will also agree with it. So that's a good thing. They will be like, okay, the person is talking about what I want. That's great. Let me read further. Now, what happens is now that they are nodding their head, it's time for the promise. So here you'll be like promising, like, okay, now that you're agreeing, you're also promising that whatever you're agreeing on is actually working or is something that is important. And in the third statement, you're telling them exactly what is there in store within that article. So you're giving like a very small or quick preview of what the entire content is going to talk about. So on the right hand side here, I have one example, and this is a little bit complicated, right? So you have to stay with me as I go through it. The reason it's complicated is because it's not as out there. Usually it's very hidden and it's very intuitive in nature, but it's like it's a way for making people engage with your content and making people stick with your content. So over here, if you notice, the content is music improves well-being and quality of life, research suggests. So if I'm into music and I listen a lot of music, let's say if I'm listening for music for 5 hours, suddenly someone tells me music is bad for you, you should not listen to music so much. I'll go on Google, I'll be like, does music help with well-being or improving well-being? I find this article, I'll go on this article, and the first thing that I notice is on the top, it says a review of 26 studies find benefits of music on mental health are similar to those of exercise and weight loss. I'm like, oh, wonderful. This is actually agreeing to my sentiment. Since I'm listening to music for so many hours, this article is telling me like, okay, it's not a bad thing and it's actually helping with exercise and weight loss. It's agreeing. So I'm like, okay, that's awesome. So now let's try and understand what is this promising. So it says music, wrote the neurologist Oliver Sacks, has a unique power to express inner states or feelings. Music can pierce the heart directly. It needs no meditation. I'm like, okay, this looks promising. There is something that is actually added on top of the agreement. There is some kind of a proof that is added. There is something which says like it's not just a sentiment that the article writer has created, but they have an expert who is creating that promise on the agreement, who is providing a proof for that agreement, right? So now if I go at the bottom, it says a review of 26 studies conducted across several countries found that the music may provide a clinically significant boost to mental health. And then it goes on into it, right? So what it is doing is it has one, it has agreed, then it has promised, then it has provided a preview of what is there in store for me if I keep reading this article. So it has in store for me about how it helps with exercise, weight loss, and mental health overall. So yeah, maybe if I keep listening to music, I'll start to lose weight also. Who knows? But that's the point, right? It's more about this copywriting style, about agreeing, promising, and previewing that will help your user engage better with the content. And that's the entire part of the copywriting. It completely depends. You can also create you can actually create any type of content using this, right? So let's say if someone is actually having a problem with the solution that you're offering. So um, there was this, right, wherein you're offering SEO services. That's a solution you're offering to people or businesses who have SEO website. Now, what you'll do is, okay, I need to correct this. This is APP. By the way, I just created this SEO copywriting thing for you guys only. This was not there in the slide before. So there might be some copywriting issues. So as I was saying, when it comes to APP, you can also put it for, let's say, if you have SEO services, for example, you can mention that, okay, you agree that businesses require SEO services. And then you can talk about how the SEO services that you have provided has improved the business overall, because of the things that you have done and how it has improved it. And then finally, you can talk about a preview of what you are offering as a service. So this is a copywriting technique that you can do for any type of content. definitely with SEO, but also outside of SEO as well. So I have in fact included a source URL here. This is a document that Google has created for its quality raters guidelines. So this is called a search quality rater guidelines. It's like a 176 page document, and it talks a lot about different type of things around search, etc. And over here we have something called as EAT, which is experience, expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. So this is more in terms of making sure that whenever they are going to specific websites, wherever it is applicable over there, if the website is following these things or not. So that's what it is. But that's the main point of it. It's not that you have to follow each and every step. It's more about just ensuring that if possible or wherever possible, that you leverage these things so that for a user, the user has the right understanding of the content, or has the information that the user wants, that it can trust as well. Okay. So the thing that you guys have been waiting for. Let's optimize the content on WordPress. You may not get each and every part of the things that I talk about. I'm trying to, however, keep things as simple as possible, and make sure that you guys learn it. And that's the entire reason the practice tasks are provided to you, so that you guys can practically do it and get to even if, let's say, not 100%, but at least to 80% of what I have been teaching, so that you can implement and start to work on SEO yourself. It's not like right or outside of this course, once I've done with the session, you'll be like, okay, 100% expert in SEO. It takes time, but as long as you're getting there, that what's matter. So let's start with WordPress now. So what is WordPress? You guys have, there's anyone who has never heard of WordPress here? Yep, correct. So, okay. When it comes to a website, so I'm going to explain what is a website altogether, right? We are talking about optimizing a website, but oftentimes we don't even know what is a website. So let me talk about a website. And this is going to talk a little bit around internet altogether. But so LAN gaming is nothing but, LAN is nothing but your local internet, right? So in the local internet, what you're doing is you are connecting with whoever is within that local network and playing games against yourselves. So LAN is nothing but, the reason it is called as a local network is because it is local to that specific location based on the router's connection. Now the internet that we know is like, it's not local, it's global. And the way that internet works is nothing but, literally there are the similar type of routers, cables and all that connects the entire world. Literally there are satellites, there are cables under the sea that connects the entire world through internet. These cables are the one that transmit this data. Okay, so when it comes to this data being transmitted and all, obviously if you have users in a specific location, then you would want to make sure that your content is also hosted in that location, so that the data is being transmitted to those users that much faster. So now, for example, every website that we visit, right? So I'm visiting this docs.google.com. I'm visiting, let's say, carbonlightning.com, wikipedia.org. All of these websites are nothing but a set of files and a set of data that I'm able to access using this internet. Now, how does internet know which website, which page, which content to go to access the data that I want? The way that it works is it creates something called as a website, right? What is WordPress and how does a website function? So that's what I'm talking about here. So when it comes to a website, as I mentioned earlier, there are files, but then how do you know which file to access? So a website usually has two elements to it, okay? A website will have, the first element of the website is domain name. right? So think of it as a local address, right? Or an address. So if we want to go to an address locally, we'll know the name of the particular location, right? We'll know like, okay, it is in this road, or this is the name of the apartment, or this is the name of the complex, whatever that is. We'll know that. We'll have the house number, we'll have the flat number, we'll have those details, and that is how we are able to recognize where we are supposed to go, right? Once we are there within that area, we'll find a lot of different things. So those are nothing but the content or the files that are available within it. So think of it this the same way. So that address, right? That address is nothing but the domain name. So when it comes to a website, there is something called as a domain name. Now, this domain name or this address is literally just that. Within that address, if let's say if it's a physical location, and within that address, if there is nothing at all, if there's like there's no proper road to it, or even if you do reach it, there is no building at all. It's just like barren land. So what happens then? There's basically no content over there, right? Similarly, when it comes to a domain name, if you're not linking it up properly, and if you're not providing the content to it properly, what ends up happening is people will not be able to find the content, or people will not be able to visit your website. And that content is nothing but your files. So you need to host these files somewhere, and that is called as web hosting. Okay. So content, or let's say buildings, or whatever offices, right? So in the local real world, let's say, you will have something like this, right? Real world, you'll have something like an address, where you'll go from address to this. Let me actually make it a little bit more easier, right? So from where is that symbol? Okay, no worries. So basically from the real world, you'll be going to that particular address, and then you'll be going to that particular building, right? So on a website, what you'll be doing is you'll be visiting a specific domain name like google.com, bing.com, microsoft.com, wikipedia.com, or whatever that domain is. And from that domain will then provide you access to the files that are located in the web hosting. So this is basically how a website functions or website works. So it's basically like the website will have a domain and a web hosting. Now, usually what happens is domain and web hosting are offered as separate services or together. Usually you'll be paying for domain name and web hosting separately, but sometimes a lot of services offer them together as well, like GoDaddy and all of them. So what happens in such a scenario is domain name is where you'll be identifying like what your domain should be called, and web hosting is where you'll be hosting all your files. Now, obviously, when it comes to a website, you can create a website in a basic code, right? Like you can go from scratch. You can just be like, I want to create a code which has like proper HTML. You are like a HTML warrior writing all the codes like p/ whatever that is, right? Or what you can do is, for making that entire process easier, you would use something called as a content management system. One of such content management system is WordPress. Okay, so there are a lot of other content management systems out there like Drupal, Joomla, Magento for shopping, PrestaShop. There are a bunch of these. You don't need to worry about all of them. The one that is most popular is WordPress in today's day and age. Shopify is like a one service solution. Webflow is also a good service. Yeah, definitely. So now what has happened is all of these things that I've explained, right? This creates a friction. So as a new user, let's say if I have zero clue about what is website and all, I don't want to learn about domain name. I don't want to learn about web hosting. I just want to simply create a website and be done with it. So to tackle with all of these things, there are services that help you with website creation. So basically creation and management, right? So this is what the main thing is. Let me sort this a bit. Okay, and I'll just put this over here. Now, when it comes to this, you can obviously, there are different ways that you can do is there is a manual method where you need to buy both domain and hosting yourself, manage everything, and basically you're in charge of everything. Usually the manual ones will have or big websites and all, right? Like even Google and all. These are the ones who do it manually because of how complex their websites are. So they will have their own servers, they will have their own domain names, their own method of managing everything. This is something a lot of enterprise solutions do. Then there are services like, let's say, GoDaddy, Namecheap. So I would say this is more of semi-automation. So this is where you'll use services like GoDaddy, Namecheap and all to buy domain and hosting that will be managed for you. Okay, so this is for people who have some understanding of how to go through all of these things. And then there is fully automated solutions. So this would be more like, let's say, the ones that does everything for you. You just need to work on the content and design. Now, some of the example solutions for this would be, let's say, if I talk about, this is description, right? So if I talk about the example over here, this would be things like AWS, Google Cloud, etc. Over here, GoDaddy, Namecheap, name.com, Bluehost, etc. And fully automated solutions are like, let's say, Squarespace, Shopify, etc. Okay. So this is basically how website creation and management works. Now you must be wondering, where is WordPress here? This interesting thing is WordPress actually has solution for both of these. And in fact, if you want, you can also go here, but mostly WordPress has solution for both of these. So for semi-automation, so where is WordPress? For semi-automation, WordPress has WordPress.org. And for fully automation solution, WordPress has WordPress.com. Okay. So what is .org? What is .com? Let's just visit their website and I'll show you. So if you want everything to be managed for yourself, you don't want to bother about the domain name, hosting and all, you can just go to WordPress.com. And if you go to pricing and plans, you will see there is like free, personal, premium, business and all. In the free, this is like a subdomain for their own like domain name. So this is not going to be a custom domain, but in personal, you will get your own custom domain name. So let's say if you want to create a domain name, which is like vishaldhanuka.com or something like that, you can create that in this plan. And at the same time, everything is managed for you. Right. And as you go on bigger plans, obviously there are more features that they enable for you. But if you don't want all of those limitations, you can just go to WordPress.org. You can download the file yourself. So this will basically take you to download. You need to download this and then you can install it yourself on the web hosting that you like. So this is semi-automated, wherein you are like having your own hosting and your own domain name on services like GoDaddy, Namecheap and all. You are installing WordPress over there and then you're managing it yourself. If you are creating a website for your business, there is a high chance that you will be selecting this option. The reason is it provides more flexibility. While a lot of things are managed for you, you also have enough flexibility to work with your own website, whilst not paying some of these premium charges for getting things that you can get directly over here. So that's the reason a lot of time, a lot of people end up getting this. Okay. So that's basically what WordPress is. And overall, WordPress in both of these solutions, they help you manage content easily. So if you want to, let's say, write the code yourself, it would look something like this, right? So let's say if I just go to the source code, so I will need to literally write something like this manually. And while a lot of developers and coders can do this is not something that you can do as someone who has zero clue about coding, right? And that's the reason we use services like WordPress for managing our content. Now, with that said, this is the website that I'm going to talk about, my travel destination. I opened it in incognito. Let me open it normally. Looks like I'm already logged in. Let me log out. So this is the website. Intellipaat is still setting it up. Looks like they just cloned an existing website or something like that over here. So that's why it's not completely up. But you can still work with it, right? Because for us, what matters is the access to the backend so that we can work on the backend and create the content that we want. So this is the one that Intellipaat has created, My Travel Destination. And in fact, even in the task, you'll be creating content for this website only. Now, when it comes to this is what the front part of the website looks, right? This is also an example of what the front part of the website looks. So this is Carbon Lightning. This is like a content-based website. As you can see, there's a lot of content here. Oh, wow. They have not even removed the chat option here. Okay, anyways. So this has like a lot of content here, right? So there's like a bunch of different type of content and all. And this is what a blog website could typically look like. So you'll be going to each and every, like if I go to any of these, this is what it would look like for the user who is visiting the website. But how am I managing it at the backend? So how can I actually add it? Do I need to add the entire code myself? No. With WordPress, you can log into your backend by whatever website is there. You just say slash wp-admin. This is the login URL usually, but sometimes people also customize it. Once I'm there, I have this login already entered, so I'll just log into it. And after logging in, sometimes there are domain/login as well available, but I'm not sure. So I'm like an old school WP user, but if login works, then why not? So once you log in, this is what the dashboard of WordPress would look like, right? So this is like a dashboard which gives you like some quick insights on what are the different things, what's happening overall. You can customize this as you want. So this is your own dashboard. It's still loading for some reason. Okay, anyways, so you can click on something like screen options here and then customize it if you want. Why is it still loading? Okay, that's quite odd. I'm guessing they have not completely finished the setup of this website, as we can actually see from the main page also, by the way. Anyways, so yeah, looks like it has loaded now. So this is what the dashboard looks like. You can also move it around over here, or minimize it and all, or you will have screen options where you can see like whatever you want. You can also like include only those. So if I just want like overview of the post, quick draft or something like that, I can also include those, and I can customize it accordingly. Now, a content management system like WordPress is just like having a mobile phone. The reason I say mobile phone is because even in a phone, you can install multiple apps, right? So you will have one app for Gmail, you will have one app for your social media like Instagram, you will have one app for messaging like WhatsApp. So similar to that, similar to these apps, even in WordPress, you can have apps installed. Looks like in this, we don't have that access. I'll show it in Carbon Lightning, actually. That will be much better as a demo, at least for WordPress. Right. So this is another website that I have with WordPress. Over here, there is something called as plugins. So plugins are more like apps for your content management system like WordPress, where you can install different things so that you can work with it accordingly, right? So this is basically what WordPress usually have. It's like a website. You can manage its settings and all over here. You can create content from the top. You can manage different authors, templates, themes, design. Everything can be done in a single place. And at the same time, you can also manage the amount of access that a user usually has. So in this scenario, what you will be doing is you will be basically going to this section posts when you're creating or working on WordPress. You will be going to, let's say, all posts, and then you'll be able to see what are the different type of posts that are already there. That is interesting, Divya. Since you have already worked with content, I think you'll have some understanding on how you should go about it. Okay, so now that I've opened it, you will see whatever posts are created will be listed here. Right now, there is no post here, so that's why I'm like seeing only this Hello World demo post. Keep in mind, once you have created a post, you cannot delete it. So don't just go ahead and create multiple posts and all. As per the task, you're supposed to create only 2 posts, one for each primary keyword. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the post and the content with the content that I've already created over here. And I'm going to show you, once you have created the content, how you can work with the same or post the same on your WordPress as well, or on WordPress. So I'm going to click add new. I don't know why it is taking so long to load. Once you click add new and all, you'll see something like this. If you're new to WordPress, you'll have something like a block editor. Block editor is nothing but making it easy for you to add different type of content overall. That's basically what it is. So you can, as you can see, like it gives you like a quick demo. So what does this have? Let's take a quick look at it. So once I've created this, or once I've said like add new post, on the top, I have the title of the post. What is the title of my particular post? And then at the bottom here, I can add my actual content. If you notice, it says I can add blocks here. So blocks is nothing but over here, if you notice, there are some different type of blocks. So if I go to block, for example, okay, so it looks like I'll need to press plus because this is not showing up. Anyway, so once you click this plus sign, what will happen is it will show you different type of blocks. You can click browse all and it will open up all the different type of blocks that are available. What is a block? Block is nothing but how you want your content to be shown. So there are different type of blocks that are available. You have heading block. If you guys remember, I talked about H1, H2, H3 and all. You can use the heading block you want, or you can just use paragraph block, and within that you can mention the entire text that you want as well. You can have quotes. You can have, let's say, a code block if you want to enter some kind of a specific code format. So let's say if you want to have different type of formats, tables, details. For media, you have images, gallery, audio, media and text. If you just want to share files directly, a video also is available. So you have all different type of blocks, and based on the type of content, you can add the blocks that you want to work with, right? So now what I'm going to do is, for now, I'm just going to add the plain and simple normal paragraph block here. And I can like just start writing the text that I want. So let's say if I write content, okay. So once you write something, right, you just need to double click on it, or you just need to select it, and you can then format it into a heading, into a list, quote, etc. as you want as well. So you have these options. You can format it in bold, italic, or if you want to like make it like an inline, highlight, whatever you want, you have all of these different formatting options available for the content that you're creating. So this is what it looks like when it comes to WordPress. So now how do you add the content that you have created here? So let me just do that. I can see it is 10:50. Looks like it is going to take some more time again. So I hope you guys can stay back for some time is what I will request from you so that I can show the demo on WordPress, right? Okay. So when it comes to travel deals, and this entire thing. Now, how am I going to publish the article? So first, I'm going to take this particular title, right? I'll add the title here. Right? So this is the title, done. Meta description will come later. Now let me start with the content itself. I'm going to say introduction. I can put it as a heading if I want. I'll keep it in H2 only. See, there is H2, H1 options available here, right? So once I selected heading or option here for the content, there was this H2 option available. So that is what I've selected. And then I'm going to add this. Okay, I'll just make this bold. And in between these two, if I want to add some content, I'll just click the plus sign. I'll add the image. So I have actually already added, like selected an image, by the way. I'll just show what that image looks like. So I have downloaded this image from a website called as Pexels. Pexels offers like free images to download for commercial users. So I would suggest that you also download images from Pexels, by the way. And this is what that image is. This is the image, right? So this is like image of a destination. I'm not very clear where this is from, to be honest. But yeah, I like this image overall. It's like a nice photo of a monument, I believe. Oh, it is Golden Nipple. Okay, nice. Oh yeah, it is Golden Nipple. You're right. You're right. Nice, nice. So I've taken this image and now I'm basically going to put it forward. So what I have named this image is I have named it Incredible India Travel Deals. Right. So I'm because travel deals is my keyword, I have included that in the image name also. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to upload an image. I'm going to do it from, or I can also like drag and drop from here. Okay, that's quite interesting. Is it because the image is too big? See, these are the problems that you will generally face. But now, since I don't have access to this, no, images size is very small actually. But now that I don't have access to its admin and all, I'll definitely not be able to fix this. Yeah, it's not working. So image upload is not working. So looks like they have to modify some settings that they have. What can I do? Let me try something, some kind of a hack. This is not what I had planned, to be honest, because this is where you will also be adding content, right? Okay. So what I've done is I've uploaded this image on my own website. Let me see if this works. Yeah, this works. So you don't need to do this, by the way. So you will anyways like get the login and you'll be able to upload normally. But for now, I've just included an image like this. Now, what I can do is with this image, if once I've uploaded it, on the right side, I will have a couple of options. One is the alternative text, right? And this alternative text is like a description of your image. So in this, you'll basically talk about it is good idea for the first image to include your keyword itself. So my keyword is travel deals, right? So I'll just mention Incredible India travel deals. So travel deals is my keyword. That's the reason I'm just including this. So you need to do this only for one image. That's good enough. But you need to at least like add your keyword to one of the images in the alternative text. Once you're done, that's about it. This alternative text will not show up anywhere. But when the bot comes to your website, the bot will read this alternative text for the image to understand more about what the image actually has. So this is like a nice way of you to optimize the images. So now I have written this. Let me add the rest of the content also. Travel deals and how to find them. I'll put this in heading. H2 is perfect. Then this is the content. Looks good. I can also put it all together in a single paragraph actually. Oh, it's actually choosing to create its own paragraph. Yeah, this form seems to work. But I think this is fine. Yeah, okay. So this is the first part of my content. Then this is H2 again. So I'll select heading, H2. Some of you may be wondering if this is the boring part, but yeah, this is the important part. Okay, so now I can create like a table of content. So how do I create a table of content? There's actually a block for this. Is there a block for this? Looks like not so much. Okay, no worries. I'll just write it normally then. So this is H3, heading, and make sure that if it is H3, you mark it as H3. I was supposed to add image, but I'm not going to add it because it's showing some issue. But I'll make sure that I report this to the Intellipaat team so that you guys don't face this issue. I'll just mention these things. You can have multiple H2. So this is nothing but the size of your header. So if you notice, even over here, I have H2, H2. These are multiple H3s, right? So I'll just put this in the normal 100%. So these are H3s, then H2, H3. So even in the content outline, I had multiple H2s and H3s. So that is nothing but the size of the header. So similar to this, I will be adding the entire content. I don't want to bore you guys with it, but yeah, similar to this, I'll be adding all the content. And once I've added the content, what I'll do is I will go down, and over here you will notice something called as Yoast SEO. In Yoast SEO, it will help you with making sure the content that you have created is properly SEO optimized. So all of these things, right, your primary keyword and all, you'll be mentioning in Yoast SEO. So focus key phrase will be your primary keyword. I've just mentioned that here, right? Then secondary keywords, you don't really need to mention it here, but overall, like this is the primary key phrase. In addition to that, you also have some of the other details over here, right? So you can also mention them over here, or you can just mention it over here. So what we'll do is, once I have added the focus key phrase, I'll just go and add the H1 of the page title at the bottom. The H1, or basically the page title, should be only once. H2 you can have multiple times, H3 you can have multiple times, but there should be only one H1. So you can put the H1 within the Yoast SEO snippet here, or if your WordPress has a separate section, you can put it over here. Meta description, I already have the meta description. I'll take this. I put the okay, looks like I'm not very clear why they have added this. Let me just edit the snippet itself. I'll put the meta description here. Okay, so you can edit the snippet for both of desktop and mobile. You'll see what the snippet overall looks like. And slug, right? Slug is basically a URL. So within the slug, you can mention this URL. Travel deals is the slug. It contains my keyword also. Perfect. Once I'm done with this, you can check I guess this is not working. A bunch of things is not working here for some reason. But anyways, like once you have this, you are basically added all the important details, right? Like for example, you have added the page title, URL slug, meta description, and then you continue with the entire content itself. You keep adding the entire content. And once you're done with it, just proofread it, make sure everything is there properly, and then you click publish. So once you click publish, it'll show up on the website. So I'm just going to preview this content so that I can show you what the content could look like. Okay. Okay. Even the preview is not working for some reason. But yeah, so overall, this is how you create content. Okay, looks like this has failed to upload the content again. Okay. Anyway, so as you can see, this is how you add the content, right? So you have the title, you have the details, you add the key phrase, which is your primary keyword. You add the title again, slug, meta description, everything. And once you are done, you'll have your content ready. So once that is also done, you can save it. Okay, looks like it was able to save it. Uh, will the preview work now? So because I don't want, because of some issues on the website, I don't want you guys to stop your learning. So usually there's an option available in this for that, but again, looks like there are some features that are missing over here. But yeah, like usually you can just add like a internal menu or internal link for this. Like for example, if you want, you can just have some kind of a URL, and then there is a way that you can link them. So there are sublet plugins also, Ashish, absolutely. But looks like not every feature is enabled right now over here. For now, in this, you will not be able to do it, but usually there are plugins like that you can leverage as well. Okay, so anyways, that's basically what I wanted to share in terms of WordPress. So once you have done with all of this, if you publish the content, why is this saying 1 second? But yeah, like this is basically how you can add content to WordPress.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, when it comes to SEO, what is the purpose of the nofollow attribute in HTML links? And here are your options for the same. It tells search engine not to crawl the link page. It indicates that the link page is of high quality and should be indexed quickly. It boosts the link's authority in search engine rankings. Or it encourages search engine to prioritize the link page in search results. Please mention your answers in the comment section.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.
So when it comes to the outline, that is more for you to see how you can structure the entire content and be able to identify different things on how you're going to do it, etc. And the content itself or the content draft is basically the actual content that you're going to post on the website. So that's basically what it is. Yeah, so this is the outline. The initial part stays the same, but then in the outline, it's just like a basic structure of what you want to do, what is going to be the H2, H3, and then what are the things that you are going to put in this. So this is more of you creating a structure of what the content is going to be. So then draft will actually have the rest of the content, actual content, like, okay, introduction, this is the main thing, this is the entire content, etc. So this is more for, see, when you're actually doing the work, if you yourself are writing the content, you can directly like go to content draft and do it, or however you prefer. But the purpose of me separating these two is to make sure that you guys understand the practice of first creating the structure based on the competition, based on the amount of content that you need to write, etc. And then as a second stage, you would be creating the draft, because what happens is oftentimes when we directly go to creating the draft, right, we sort of end up forgetting or not having that proper structure in place. So that was the idea behind this assignment, that okay, first you create the outline, then you go with the draft. So it's not that this is exactly the same practice that you may follow when you're practicing it in your job or for your business, but this is more for your own creation of a process so that it becomes easier. So as long as those are keywords that you can actually focus on from a new website, and at the same time you can actually beat the competition, then those are good keywords. So that's basically the primary main thing, right? So there are three areas when it comes to keyword selection. The first is your business relevance. Is it relevant to the business? Second is if there is search volume or people searching for it. And third is if the competition is something that you can beat. As long as it satisfies these three criterias, you can select any keyword that you want. I've talked about search engine optimization. What is the difference between on-page and off-page? On-page being more about what you communicate, and off-page being more about what other websites talk about your website, right? So on-page is more focused towards relevance through the content as well as the technicalities. So technicalities is something that I plan on discussing today. And off page is more about authority that you gain by getting the votes from other websites, votes being the backlinks, right? So in terms of keyword research, we understood what are keywords. Basically, these are the ways for us to identify what the user could be searching for. And then what are the different type of keyword in terms of head terms, or let's say mid tail or long tail keywords. What are the different tools you can use for it? Like, for example, there is Google Ads, Keyword Planner, or Uber Suggest, or a bunch of other tools, right? Like if you want to go a bit on the paid tool side, there's Ahrefs, there is SEMrush, etc. There are loads of tools. Google Ads Keyword Planner is one that I usually suggest that you go ahead with, because that's free to use and it is much more closer to Google. So at least in terms of search volume, you get the right set of data. And then basically I talked about what is a keyword intent and how you can identify the same among the intents being among things like, let's say, informational, navigational, then commercial and transactional. Now, when it comes to keyword research, what you basically look at is identifying the search volume, what type of search volume the keywords have. If they have enough search volume for you to focus on, because let's say if there are 10 people searching for a keyword in the entire month, probably that's not a good keyword for you to go with, because um, what are the chances that you may get the enough traffic? But if there are like at least a few hundred people, then that's at least something that you can go ahead with, right? Then I talked about the relevance for the keyword, that obviously those keywords should also be relevant to your business or the business that you're looking to focus on. I talked about the competition, how you can look at the competition. Again, very important thing, which I've mentioned over here also. There are two types of competition when you're using Google Ads. The one that is provided by Google Ads is a paid competition. It's not the one that you will be using for organic or SEO. So the organic competition or the SEO competition is very different. The best way that you can analyze that is basically just searching for it, using some of the tools like Keyword Surfer or Moz SEO, and then identifying the same. Okay. So that's more on the keyword research side. So once you identify there is enough search volume, there is, let's say, low to mid competition, which you can actually beat. And then finally, if you see that, okay, this is also relevant to the business, that's the trifecta, or that's the balance that you look at for the keyword selection. Once you've selected the keywords, that is where your entire on-page thing comes into the picture. So you'll be looking at creating an SEO plan wherein you'll be deciding or devising like exactly how you'll be using the keywords. So I also showed you with an example on how you can create that. So I took travel deals as a keyword, and I showed you like you can identify the content type, the secondary keywords for those, which are basically closely related to your primary keyword. What is going to be the URL slug, the basically the page of the the URL of that particular page, the title, the length for that, meta description, the length for that, how you're going to use this particular page, and who you're going to target. Based on this information and based on your competitor, then you'll be creating something called as content outline. So content outline is going to talk further about what that keyword is, how you're going to use it, what is the word count going to be, and how you're going to structure the entire content. So content outline, basically you're just creating a structure of what you want the content to be. Why is this important? So content outline helps you in understanding what you want the content to be look like, or at least like get an essence of it. So try and understand this. When you're writing content which is like 1500 to 2000 words, there's going to be so many things that you can write. But you want to also make sure that you're not just monologuing, or you're creating something which is much more easier for users to read. It should not be like just paragraphs and paragraphs of novel that you're writing that users will get bored of. When you go to a blog page, you need to understand how the user is reading the content. What are the different things that they're seeing when they're looking at the content? So to make sure of all of that is why you will be dividing the content across different sections. So you'll be using content buckets, you'll be using different copywriting methods, which I discussed in the session last time. And by utilizing these methods, you will be creating a kind of an outline so that it's easier for anyone to read the content and go through it. And it will also help you in not just covering the primary keyword, but also identifying different ways of covering your secondary keywords, or let's say Q&A keywords, or whatever FAQ section that you want to build. So there's so many things that you can do once you utilize a content outline. Once you have done this, then you can create content for that particular outline. So this outline is more of just like an overview of what I want the content to be. And after I have the outline, now what I've done is I've created the content itself, the draft of the content. So this is the content draft for that particular keyword. The first part of it is more or less the same, but then there is the draft wherein like, okay, this is exactly the content that I'm going to publish on the web page. So the reason I wanted content draft is to make sure that you guys are very clear in what is the final content that you're going to publish on the website, right? So this is the content draft wherein like, okay, this is an introduction, there are more details around it, around the content, etc., what you're going to post, how you're going to put it, and this is the entire content, right? So there's no more editing here. Once you have finalized this content draft, once you have edited it completely, you just copy from here and then you just publish it. Or let's say, oftentimes what happens is when you're working with different companies, you may not be the one who is posting the content. So in such a scenario, the content draft itself becomes your content, and you just share it with the developer and they will be posting the content on your behalf. So all of this is a process of making sure that you get all the different steps that are involved in the process. Let's say if you're not the one who's writing content, you're just an SEO strategist, you can create the content outline, share it with the content team or the person who's going to write the content, get the content written, review it, post it, right? So there are different steps and different stages involved. And this is basically what you include in an SEO plan, and basically monitor like what you're doing for every keyword. Once you have the entire content, you will be publishing it or whatever status it is, and that's basically it, right? So that is the entire point of the SEO plan, and this was entirely what I asked in the assignment as well. I'll go through the overview of what I had written in the assignment also, so that you guys can understand. But yeah, that was the assignment part. Ashwin is asking, sir, content outline and content draft is for one particular keyword. Yes, Ashwin. So this keyword has its own draft and outline. Then the next keyword will have its own draft and outline. So next keyword is at the second row. In the second row, you'll be mentioning the details of it, then what is the draft, what is the outline, and basically if you have published it or not, etc. So think of this as what you will be doing in a company when you get a job, or what you'll be doing for in a business to make sure that you're streamlining and structuring everything. So everything that I'm teaching, right, this is so that you are ready to get started with on-page SEO for any business. That's the entire purpose of this. That is the entire purpose for me creating these different sections. But yeah, like if anyone is still not clear on what is content outline or content draft, let me know. I can repeat again, because I want to make sure that you guys understand this. So just let me know in the chat. I can repeat again. Okay, so let me just talk about this entire thing, right? So the entire idea of SEO plan is, see, when you're working for a business or any website, you will not be working with just one keyword. You will be working with tens of hundreds of keywords sometimes, right? Because over a period of 1 year, let's say, every month you may be publishing at least 5 to 8 pieces of content, just as an assumption, as a single person. For that, you'll need a lot of keyword. So over a period of year, that's almost like 100 keywords that you're working on. And for 100 keywords, you want to make sure that you have all the primary keywords in one single place in a plan kind of a thing. And that is the purpose of this SEO plan. Now, once you have the keyword, what you'll do, you will identify what type of content you're going to write for it. That's what this is. Then you'll be identifying what are the secondary keywords for that particular keyword, right? So in this particular scenario, travel deals is my primary keyword. For travel deals, what I found is there are some secondary keywords that I can also focus on in addition to this primary keyword. So this is again very optional. You may not always find secondary keyword, but that's okay. Like if you find some secondary keywords to focus on, you can go ahead with this. Then you define what is the URL slug. URL slug is basically the page or the URL itself for the website. So for example, let's say if I go to Intellipaat, right? Intellipaat.com. So Intellipaat.com is the URL. Now, if I visit any of these pages, like for example, if I visit corporate training, so it will show corporate-training. That is the URL slug. So corporate-training becomes the URL slug. So that is what this is. Then there is the page title. So page title is what will be visible when you're searching for something. So let's say if I search for corporate training, right? So the minute I searched for this corporate training in Bangalore, this is a page title for this page. Online corporate training program. This is the page title for this page. So these, the ones that are highlighted in blue as a link are the title. So when you set your title tag, that is where it is displayed. After that, you will have something called as page meta description. So meta description is something that is available over here, or basically it will be shown over here on the web page, right? After that, you're just for your own information, because you'll be writing content for so many different things, right? So for your own information, you'll be mentioning what is the purpose of this particular page. Then you'll be identifying who is going to be the target like customer for you or target user for you. And finally, then you'll be writing the content outline. Now, content outline is a structure. Think of it like a blueprint, right? So before you actually create the building itself, you want to make sure, let's say when you're creating some kind of a building construction, you want to make sure that you have a blueprint of what that is going to look like. Why is this important? If let's say you're writing a content which is only like 300, 400 words, you don't really need a content outline because you can directly write the content. That's it. But given the current competition, and given the way that a lot of other people are also going to rank, you need to identify how many words a particular content is going to have. So let's say in corporate training, for example, if I look at it, this plugin basically tells me this website has around 3,000 words. I think the plugin has malfunctioned a bit. Let me just reload it. Okay, it's loading. Yeah. So as you can see, this one has 1,100 words. This has 2,400 words. This has 4,500 words. So if you want to make sure that you are beating the competition, that is one purpose. And second is that if you are also like being able to target your primary keyword as well as some additional keywords that Google might find relevant for you, that's also a bit of a secondary thing. For both of these purposes, you would want to make sure that there is enough content on your website. So you cannot no longer, you cannot just be like, okay, 300 words article or content and you're done with it. So for that purpose, what you do is you create an outline, you create a blueprint, or you create a structure of the content. So as I was saying, you try to decide how many words a particular content or piece of content can have for any of the primary keyword that you select. So once you've decided that, it is a good idea to create that structure, because you want to make sure that you're not writing a 2000 word content or a 2000 word article that is just a monologue, right? So you want to make sure that the users spend good time on your website. We talked about the SEO copywriting, right? So you want to make sure that people are spending good time. They are looking at the content. They are able to clearly understand what it is. And they are also able to clearly get the gist of what you're trying to communicate. So that's the reason we have the content outline. So we create this content outline wherein we will have the introduction. Let's say this is just an example, right? You can have an entire different set of way that you're going with the content outline. So now how do you look at content outline? Now, how do you identify what are the pieces of things that you want? Again, go to your competition, see what are the things that they are covering, and see if you want to cover the same. So that is what I have done here. And based on that, I identified like, okay, I need to have an introduction. I need to have further details of my keyword. So like travel deals and how to find them. Then like basically discover top travel destinations. I gave some examples of those types of deals, upcoming holidays, right? All of these are related to my keyword and then expanding on that. So it's like I'm covering each of the different things, and there are multiple topics, so that when someone looks at the content, or at least like goes on writing about the content, they're just not just writing it for the sake of having a lot of words. They're writing it for the sake of making sure they are covering each and every topic or each and every pieces of topic, right? So this makes it easy even for me, if I'm creating the content, to know what are the different topics that I can talk about for that one single keyword. And that is the entire purpose of the outline. It's for me to know what do I want. So for example, let's say if I'm creating a house or building a house, I don't just go like, okay, I want a 2 BHK, and maybe in that 2 BHK, what I'll do is I want a very big hall. Perfect. I build that hall. Now, what happens is after I build the hall, I have only like a very small space for the 2 rooms that I want. Okay, maybe somehow I adjusted that. But then where are the bathrooms? Where are the kitchen? Right? So if you don't have that plan, if you don't have that structure, what happens is you often lose that track. If you're smart enough to not do that, perfect, go ahead. If you're working individually and not in a team, that's also fine, go ahead. But if you are operating in a team, if you're operating in a team setting, or if you are working for a business where you are coordinating with multiple people, this is an important piece of thing for you to practice, right? Now, once you have this structure, it's very easy. So all you need to do is for each of this areas or each of these section, you just need to write the content, and that is the content draft. So for each of those sections, what I've done is I've written the content, and that is my content draft. Probably you will be identifying different structure for e-commerce, but SEO plan template will stay the same. So the content outline will definitely change for e-commerce. But however, think of it this way, right? Even in e-commerce, we'll try to build up on the information side or on the other different areas like commercial side before there are transactional keyword that you're getting traffic for. So it's all about building that authority by ranking for other keywords so that slowly you're also able to rank for your target terms for e-commerce product pages as also. So you'll be definitely the SEO plan template will more or less stay the same. You can definitely modify or change it based on your company or your business. But at the same time, the content outline will change based on your competitor and the type of content that they are focusing on. See, it's not about like just trying to beat the competition, but it's more about making sure that your content is useful to the user. So as long as you have that content, as long as you could keep updating it with latest information, and at the same time making it easier for users to view it, Google will provide preference to your website. So that is basically how it works. So usually for a home page, you would be looking at the top head term for your website. But for a service page, you will be looking at the more granular, the service that you're offering. So let's say if you are a digital marketing agency that is offering SEO services, PPC services, digital marketing agency will become your homepage keyword. SEO services, PPC services will become your service page keywords. So I'll just provide some inputs for that, right? So one is when you search for, let's say, travel near Aurangabad or something like that, don't use Aurangabad as the location because people in Aurangabad may not be searching for it. But think of it, right? Usually, when people want to travel to Aurangabad, they may come from anywhere in India. So instead of using the location as Aurangabad, maybe you look at the location as India and look at the search volume for entire India, so that if anyone is planning to visit Aurangabad as a city or see what are the places that they may want to visit, that becomes the primary keyword. So your primary keyword will still be around Aurangabad, whatever search volume it has, etc. And then what happens is, as you rightly mentioned, Google will automatically detect if people are searching for travel destinations near them and if they are near Aurangabad. So, for example, when I search for travel deals, right? What happened is I did not find content related to travel deals. I found content related to travel deals or packages related to Bangalore, which is where I'm staying, which is near me. So, as you rightly mentioned, Google knows what my location is, and based on that, it is identifying the primary keyword of Bangalore, which is where I am currently, and suggesting me deals and packages around that. So, my suggestion in your situation will be to one, make sure that you look it up based on the location where people might be coming from, not based on the location where it is, because this is travel, right? So think of it from the business angle. And since you're doing this, and since you also want to target near me, what you can do is you can focus on near me as a secondary keyword instead of a primary keyword and write some of the content around it. Like, let's say if there are locations that are closer to Aurangabad from where people might want to visit Aurangabad, then that becomes your near me related terms where you're talking about like these are the different places, these are the different travel destinations near Aurangabad, etc. So, but yeah, overall good thought process. Keep in mind about the user. Uh, so basically, if it is something that is actually adding value to the user, it makes sense. Maybe you can add a call to action. But at the end of the day, the content needs to be helpful. The content needs to be user-centric, and that's the main purpose. So make sure that whenever you're working on any content or any website or page, make sure that it is user-centric and the user actually wants to read it. if you add like call to action, multiple call to actions, definitely there may be a frustration. So, but yeah, if you're already getting traffic for that particular keyword, maybe you can test it out later on. But the first thing is at least start to get some traffic before you do those tests. So that's how I would proceed. Devendra, call to action is more like, let's say, if you want them to take certain action. So in travel deals content that I created here, I added a call to action at the last. Like, so why wait? Uh, Dive into the best deals on Travel Raja and let the journey begin, right? So my call to action is basically you get the best deals on Travel Raja, so they can get that. Usually it's like a button. So get deals here, click to get free offers, free consultation, or whatever that is. So those are call to actions. You are asking the user to take an action, and that is what you're saying. Keyword to content journey. You're doing keyword research by getting the business details, finding keywords using tools, identifying relevant keywords. You're creating an SEO plan with the different details that I just talked about. Then you're creating the content outline. Once you have the outline, then you're obviously creating the content also, right? While creating the content, you would also want to make sure that you have gone through the on-page optimization checklist. Okay. So what does all of that include? So let's just talk about the assignment itself. Perform keyword research to identify two primary keywords. I asked for basically that you identify two primary keywords and then create an SEO plan for those two primary keywords. So let's say this is an SEO plan. You'll be having 1, 2. So these two primary keywords. For both of these, you'll be mentioning like all the details, right? So what are those details? You'll be mentioning all the things around the title, URL slug, meta description, etc. Then for both of those keywords, you'll be creating content outline. You'll also be creating the draft of the actual content. You guys know what is the difference now between the two. And then the main thing was that you publish it on the website, which is not ready yet. We know this, so that's okay. Once you get the logins, maybe you can practice it then, right? But since this was not ready, my expectation was that you would follow through all of these 4 steps at least, right? And that is what I've mentioned in all of these steps as well. Shruti, I have mentioned that in the steps here. So for keyword research, you're supposed to consider travel as a niche or industry. So whatever topic, whatever content you want, it should be related to travel, right? So for travel, conduct keyword research on topics that you would like to write about. And you can use keyword research tools like Google Ads, Keyword Planner, analyze the relevance. So basically search volume and the competition for the same. So business relevance, search volume, and organic or SEO competition. The same 3 things that I talked about earlier. Based on the analysis, identify 2 unique primary keywords with distinct themes. So make sure that both the keywords have different themes so that you are able to write for it accordingly. The 6th step is to make sure that you're reviewing the keyword selected by others. So this is the reason for this is whenever you're writing content for any website, you would want to make sure that you're not using the same primary keyword for multiple content or multiple pages. So one primary keyword should have only one page. You can have secondary keywords with different pages, not a problem, but one primary keyword should have only one page. So that's the reason I was like, review the keywords that are selected by others, which is available here, so that you're not using the same keyword. And after that, submit the form linked here. I have already provided the link here, as well as I have provided it separately. So submit that form with the 2 primary keywords while ensuring that you have not or someone else has not used it. Now, when it comes to SEO plan, the same thing that I just showed you guys, right? This is the template. So you can just copy this template. So this is the template. You can just copy it if you want, or you can create your own, whatever works. But basically, create a SEO plan with the 2 primary keywords that you have selected. For those 2 primary keywords, identify the secondary keywords, write the URL slugs, titles, meta description, and a quick overview of what you want to include as a part of the content. Clear? Then once you create the content outline and the content draft, link them up in the SEO plan for easy review. That is what was requested. Now, obviously, in addition to that, I've also offered details on how you can create the content outline and content draft as well. So I'll just mention this as content draft instead, so that there is uniformity, right? So content outline, copy the template that I've provided, identify the word count by analyzing the competition for the keyword, create a structure for the content. Again, the same thing that I said, you're creating a blueprint, right? So how are you creating that? You can identify or analyze your competition for it. You can define the H2s and H3s, define and create FAQs if you want using tools like Answer the Public, identify outbound or external links from the content, right? And identify internal linking as well. So these are the steps that you are doing in the content outline. So you can also identify any kind of sources that you want to share or add with this, or if you want to have some kind of an internal linking with relevant content. So in both of these scenarios, these were subjective. Even if you did not have them, that's okay. Okay. So once you have the content outline ready, you need to create the content, right? So similar to the example that I have shared, you need to create the final draft. Leverage the content outline when you're creating the content draft. So since you have created the structure, now you'll know like what are the things you need in the content. Use the copywriting tactics. So I had mentioned and shared the copywriting tactics, like for example, making sure that you are structuring the content properly, just like how courses are structured as an example, using bucket brigades, using the APP method, which is agree, promise, preview. You can use any of these methods to make sure that the content is user friendly and something that the user is going to read. Okay. Then you need to make sure that the content is unique. It is not copy pasted from other websites. It is easy to read. It is scannable. It is user friendly, right? And also ensure that the content is optimized for on-page SEO by reviewing the checklist here. So I have created this checklist for you. Just review that and make sure that it is properly optimized. Once you have all of this, the next step was to publish on WordPress, which I know is has not been possible. I've mentioned Intellipaat team about it. Let's see by when they are able to share this. And finally, once you have done everything, or if you were not able to do the publish on WordPress also, you can submit it over here. And I've mentioned that as well, in case you were not able to publish on WordPress, or if you faced any issues, just provide those details in the comment section of the form. So I've mentioned and provided the link to both the forms and also examples of what is required. So I've provided example of what the keyword research could look like, SEO plan, content outline, content draft, right? So from my side, I have tried to make sure that the instructions are as detailed and as clear as possible, including examples, including forms and all. I was just mentioning that think of user perspective and what the user is looking at. So if let's say the first thing that you should look at is making sure that you're getting traffic. So try to make sure that it does not have call to actions and all, and you're getting the traffic itself. Once you have the traffic, then you can move ahead and look at trying to experiment with some call to actions, etc., to see like how the users are going through it. I would say that is a better approach than adding call to actions from start itself without any traffic. Think of it this way, right? Like if you don't have any kind of authority using the on page, then basically if you don't have any content, then what are you promoting, right? If you don't have content, what are people going to land on? And after people coming, how are you optimizing it? What are the different things that you're looking at? With off page, you're basically seeing like now that you have something, how can you expand it, right? So that is basically the essence of it. And all of these things, even after you do it correctly and properly, it still takes time, at least like 6 to 8 months of time before you start to see some traction. So in case I don't know like your level of skill, etc., because definitely I've not seen the work that you have done. But like in case you are still exploring or understanding certain concepts that I'm explaining, so based on that, you maybe have discovered certain things that, okay, maybe this is something that you should be doing, or maybe this is the right approach to certain things. So based on that, if you implement it right way, then obviously, as I mentioned, it takes around 6 to 8 months, right? But if things are not implemented in a proper method, maybe there are certain things, it could take a longer period of time. So that's basically how it goes. So SEO is a long-term thing. It's not something that's like something that you can expect results within a few, let's say, weeks or just a couple of months. So keep that in mind when you're working on it. So you need to identify the competition for that, right? Like, what is your keyword? What is the competition for keyword? Now, let's say if you're looking at software development as a keyword, there's a high chance that not just small players or small agencies, but even big companies like, for example, Accenture, Cognizant, and all will also be targeting the same keyword, right? So these are big organizations. So at the end, you need to analyze and understand the keywords that you're working on, what kind of authority you hold, and if that is good enough for you to focus on or not. So at the risk of repeating myself, it's basically just making sure that you are building up your authority slowly, and especially for let's say software development, which is like a very saturated industry. When I say saturated, like there are so many big players in it, and small as well, that it becomes much more tough for you to properly target towards that. But even in this scenario, you can still find different things. You can still find different keywords that people may be looking for but may not have been covered. And that is how you start to tackle or work on it. The entire purpose of um, um, the outline and the actual content is so that you can at least get to a stage where you know what are the things that you should be writing about. If you have like challenges in understanding what to come up with, you can generate ideas using AI tools like ChatGPT and all. If you have trouble in writing content itself, then you can probably again leverage some of these ideas and then modify it so that it's your own. At the end of the day, what matters is making sure that you're not just copy pasting something or generating something and just using that directly, but instead it should be more towards something that you can leverage properly, which is adding value to the users. As long as you're able to identify that you don't really need to know how to write content, you just need to find ways to create content and make it your own. When it comes to SEO, right, like obviously, as I mentioned earlier, there is on-page SEO and there is off-page SEO. Now, what happens is off-page SEO is mostly related to the backlinks that you get. Okay, mostly. I would say it's not the entire, but it's mostly related to backlinks. But when it comes to on-page SEO, you guys might have noticed I talked about two things. The first was the content itself, right? Like how you are creating content, how you're talking about it, how you're showcasing it, how the user is looking at it, etc. And then the second thing I talked about is the bot or the crawler, Google bot as we call it, right? Um, some people also call it spider. All of those things are the same thing, but that is the bot or the robot that you're also communicating the same content to. Now, the difference is what a user will see. Someone like us visiting a website, what we see is very different from what a bot will see. A bot will be looking at the code of your website. The bot will not be looking at the content directly. The bot will not see, like, okay, if you are using content in this way or that way, the bot will see the code of the website. And from that, the bot will try to interpret what you are trying to communicate. Now, obviously, over decades, I would really say decades, there have been a lot of changes to the way that the bot works. There have been multiple iterations of it. And what those changes entail is the level of advancement that the bot has, the level of ways that it looks at the content, the ways that it is able to index the content and showcase that content on the search engine to its users, which is Google's users. So with that in mind, there is a division of the on-page SEO that you do on your website towards the content. So this is more towards the content, right? And then there is something called as technical SEO. So previously, I would say around 5 to 10 years back, technical SEO was almost non-existent. People who were doing on-page SEO were the ones who were also doing technical SEO. They will look at some of the meta tags, metadata and all, then that's pretty much it, which we already did, right? In the content side. But over the course of these years, technical SEO has become its own thing. Literally, there are people and there are job roles that are just for technical SEO. And if a website has good content, right technical SEO can give it a miles of traffic. And when I say miles, I would say that's a wrong word, but basically it can give you a lot of traffic. A very good example is, let's say if your website is an e-commerce website, like maybe Amazon, right? Amazon is beast again. It's not even a beast. It's like a demon of its own, I would say. But when it comes to any other e-commerce websites which sells a lot of products, oftentimes you will come across that they will have like thousands and thousands of products, sometimes even lakhs of products. Myntra is a good example of that. FirstCry is a good example of that. All of these different e-commerce websites that you usually see, they will have like thousands, if not lakhs of products, right? So while they can have good product description, good product content and all, if that particular content is not properly shown to Google, and if not everything is actually getting indexed or not being crawled, that is where a technical SEO person or someone who is involved into technical SEO comes into the play. And especially in today's day and age, technical SEO is very important because of the amount of content or amount of pages that a lot of websites have. Now, obviously, this is not as important for some of the websites which don't generate a lot of pages or don't have a lot of content overall. But this is very important for the other segment of websites that I just talked about. Okay, so that is one. And how it helps is these websites, just on technical SEO alone, they can actually rank on multiple keywords just on technical SEO alone because they have so much content. Now there is another segment to this, right? So this is the one which have a lot of content and all. But what about the ones that don't have any content, or the ones that barely have like a few pages, or maybe like 8 to 10 pages a month or something like that? There are a lot of websites like that, a lot of businesses like that. So for those businesses, also technical SEO is important, but instead of looking at just the indexation of the pages, just looking at the crawl rate, you can go much deeper into it. And that includes looking at what are the things, how it is being shown. Maybe there are some different type of snippets that you can use. Maybe there are some canonical URLs you can utilize. There are so many and different things, right? And at the same time, like basically you can also look at making sure that if the performance of your website is good, if the security of your website is solid or not. So there are so many other things that is also very important, which is also a part of technical SEO as well. So that is what we are going to talk about when it comes to technical SEO overall. So I have divided it across these topics. Sorry. So as I was saying, the first is Google Search Console. The reason I'm going to talk about Google Search Console here is because this is something that is what most of the technical SEO will be done on. Since the major focus of many is Google, that is the reason we are focusing on this. It has like 90% or more than that of a market share, right? So that's the reason we'll focus on this. Similar to Google, even Bing has its own web console. I think it is called as Web Tool. I forgot the exact name, but yeah, even Bing has its own version. But more or less, if you are able to properly index the content and monitor it across one platform, you should be able to replicate the same on the other platform also. The metrics, the details, and deep dive, etc., are more or less the same on other search engine tools. Yeah, thank you, Ayush. Bing Webmaster is what it is called. Now, the reason first we'll talk about this platform is because this is a good platform for you to start off and look at different things and look at the way that a search engine is basically looking at your content and your website. From here, we'll be talking about crawling. So crawling, again, this is the same thing that I talked about search engine, right? Like what are the different things around search engine? Crawling, indexing, and algorithm, right? So in terms of crawling, we'll talk about what are the different ways you can control some aspect of what can be crawled and what cannot be crawled. In terms of indexing, what are the different things that you should keep in mind when you're focusing on indexing? And once your content is indexed, how you can make sure that it is indexing the right information or the right data or not. And finally, the user experience and security. So I'll just modify this: user experience and security, right? This means when a user is visiting your website, is the user having a good experience overall? Is the website loading fast? Is the website having the HTTPS or basically SSL enabled to it or not? So these are some of the things that we'll be talking about as well, and how you can leverage different tools for doing all of these things. My entire purpose and the reason I'm doing this at such an extent is because I want to make sure that you guys are able to go in the real world and practice SEO from the start itself, the minute the session is done. So that's the entire reason I'm putting in all the effort from my side. But it will only work if I get the same sort of effort from all of you, which I can definitely see that you guys are doing as well. Okay, so this is the agenda as I mentioned earlier. So we have the search console. I'll show like how you can basically set it up. Then I'm going to talk about technical SEO in terms of crawling, indexing, and page experience, which includes website speed, friendliness, and mobile friendliness, and finally security. So Google Search Console. What is Google Search Console, right? I'll just open this website. So so this is what Search Console looks like, by the way. Like once you open it, like this is something where I've already added a domain, so that's why I'm able to see this. But it gives you like a quick overview of what kind of performance you had, how many pages are indexed, what kind of experience there is, and all. Now this website is, I would say, it's like a barely active website. I think I created this is 2012 or something like that. It does not even have any other pages. It just has the main page. And this was when I was in the market selling my freelancing services around website marketing and all. Right. So that is when I created this. And that's the reason you barely see much, because I've not even been working with this anymore. So anyways, like you have all of these different things around performance, URL inspection. Then there is indexing, wherein you are looking at pages, sitemaps, removal. You have details around experience and enhancements for breadcrumbs, etc. So you have all of these different tools and services are available for your website. Okay, so once you have a website which has some content, you will start to see that it also gets some kind of a performance, which will look something like this, right? So it will have details on what kind of total clicks you got from Google, how many pages are currently indexed, how many are not indexed, if there are any videos that you have added, and if those are indexed or not, what kind of experience users are having in terms of mobile usability, if it is a good experience overall, or if it is failing. Then it's also around like page experience and core web vitals. So if your website is having a lot of data and a lot of content, in such a scenario, these two metrics definitely help. And finally, obviously, there's also the enhancement part, right? So in enhancement, you're basically looking at what are the different things that you can basically enhance, from using breadcrumbs to site links in the search box, etc. AMP you can pretty much ignore. AMP is something that Google tried to implement, but then they have even removed. Yeah, like they are no longer tracking this, so you can basically ignore this. So if you want to go deeper into performance, you can go to performance section, and you'll have details on impressions, clicks, CTR, average position, etc. Now, some of you may be wondering, what is the difference between this, which is Search Console, and the performance you see in Search Console, versus the performance that you usually see in something like, let's say, Google Analytics, right? Like when it comes to Google Analytics, the details and the metrics, etc., that you see. The difference is that this is only related to, the first thing is that it is only related to Google search organic data. So this is not related to Google Ads. This is not related to any other traffic source that you have. This is only related to Google search organic results. Second thing is, the entire Google Analytics starts from the moment someone visits your website. This has data from before someone visiting your website and from basically Google search itself. So let's say when someone actually had an impression on your search result, that is the data that you have here, which is not at all available in Google Analytics. So that is a very big advantage. And the second biggest advantage is you also get to understand what kind of position your search result had overall for all of these impressions. So over here, as we can see, there were 25,000 impressions in the last 3 months. And across these impressions, the average position was close to 34.5. So yeah, this is what we have here. In the search engine results page, you have different websites listed, right? So there is one website which is at the top. That's like the position one. Then the next website is second position. Next is third position. So similarly, for every search keyword that someone has input, what is the position that you get? So for one search, or sorry, one impression, you have one position. Second one, you have another impression. Another position, right? So now combined all together, for all of those impressions or for all of those searches, on average, what was your website's position? That is what this is talking about. So another good thing that you get here is you also get the list of queries that people had. So you have the top queries for which you got the clicks. Then you also have queries if you sort by impressions, like for example, formula parse error, which got 0 clicks, right? So you have some understanding of what is working, what type of search terms are working, what type of keywords are working, and what type of traffic you're getting from that. In addition to that, you have information on what are the pages that got the traffic, how much traffic it got, how much impressions it got. You also get the details on countries which saw it, devices. Then, as you can see, like there's a lot of over here, there's a lot of traffic from desktop apparently. In terms of search appearance, let's say basically for videos, if you have any impressions or not. So if you have some videos on your website, you can also like appear for video searches. And then based on dates, it has a distinction of like how many clicks you got on every day. So it looks like this is getting around less than 10 clicks per day. So that's basically where it is at. Okay, so Gaurav is asking, sure, this average position is based on organic results or page results. This is only organic. So Gaurav, every detail that you're seeing, and this is for everyone also, right? All the information that you're seeing is only for your organic results, which is the like the SEO results. Okay, so now let me take a step back and go through all the different things that is actually available over here. Okay, so now when it comes to Search Console, how do you set it up? It's very simple. You will either be able to set up a website from here. If not, you can directly just click add property and you will get something like this, right? You will get like property type domain or URL prefix. Now, what is this? A domain name is the top most parent domain. So for example, if you look over here, there is search.google.com. Now from this, google.com is your like domain. Now prefix is nothing but what does prefix means? Before the particular word. So in terms of domain, URL prefix is nothing but before this, if I'm adding something. This is also called as subdomain, by the way, because this is a part of the primary domain, which is google.com. So for search.google.com, this entire thing is a subdomain, right? So search.google.com becomes your prefix to google.com, or search becomes your prefix to google.com. So if you have a website which is like this, you can also have its separate search console as well. And that is the entire purpose of this. So based on your situation, let's say based on like primary domain or URL prefix, etc., you can identify what or how you want to proceed ahead. Now, let's say you have decided to do it for a domain, primary domain. You can just enter that here. So let's say if it is example.com, I'll click continue. Something like this will open up. Now, if you are using any of the, let's say, domain name provider, like GoDaddy, Namecheap, you guys remember, right? I mentioned what is a website, how a website is created, what is a domain, what is a web hosting and all. So basically, there are different ways that you can verify the ownership of the domain that you just entered. So one way is the text or the CNAME basis, wherein you are validating it based on the settings that is available at the domain level itself. So let's say godaddy.com, you can validate it there. Namecheap.com, if you have your domain listed in any of these or any other website also, or basically registered in any of the websites, you can validate it by editing the records. So you just follow the steps, and once you're done, then you can click verify, and after that, you will see something like this. What you're seeing over here. Automatically, you'll get all the data for your website, including performance details, etc. So that is how it works.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following is not a valid method for improving website load speed, which can impact SEO performance? And here are your options for the same. Minifying CSS and JavaScript files, enabling browser caching, using high resolution images without compression, or reducing server response time. Please mention your answers in the comment section.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.
So Search Console, as I mentioned earlier, plain and simple, search for Google Search Console, log in through your account, add the property, select the verification method, and done. So those are the setup instructions for it. Hari is asking, CTR is click-through rate. Yes, Hari, that's right. You would be using Google Analytics for looking at the conversion metrics or conversion data. Google Search Console will only provide you data till the click. That's about it. Outside of that, you will not be able to get all the details. So for that, it is better you use Google Analytics. So it's to basically understand what people are seeing or how they are coming to your website. And that's a very valuable insight that you can get from Google Search Console. Oftentimes, you will find that the keywords that people are using to come to your website might not be the one that you are even targeting. And that gives you an opportunity to create a altogether different content for that keyword also, or maybe optimize your existing content for that keyword. So there are so many different things that you can do with the data or information that is available. Completely agree with that, Divya. The main thing is that you try to keep increasing the CTR, but it completely depends on the business, the queries, the type of keywords you're ranking for. But it is good that you have as high CTR as possible. And if you have a higher rank for or a higher average position, by default, your CTR will also keep improving or increasing as well. So yeah, like I know that's not what you were probably looking for, but it is what it is, right? At the end of the day, it completely depends on your website. And if you are able to get even 2% or 3% CTR for, let's say, lakhs of pages, then that may be an ideal CTR for you right now. But if there's an opportunity for you to optimize that, then why not? Okay, so this is what I talked about earlier, right? So you will have impressions data, clicks data, etc. So this is basically what your performance would look like using Google Search Console. And you would also have different kind of search queries and data related to that available for you to leverage and utilize in Google Search Console. So that is one aspect to it. But there are other things where Google Search Console helps you as well when it comes to technical SEO. So before we get into that, let me talk about technical SEO altogether, and that is where we are right now. So technical SEO, right? So this is something that I already explained, but basically it is the process of optimizing your website to help search engines like Google to find, crawl, understand, and index your pages. All of these are very important things. And the reason I put it in bold is because of its importance, right? Google should be able to find your content. Now, one way is obviously Google will find your content if it automatically sends the crawler to your website. But sometimes what happens is it may not find every content that you have posted on your website. So for ensuring that, you can submit your sitemap. We'll talk about that. But yeah, you can submit your sitemap. You can see the indexation. You can see how it is indexed, if everything is indexed or not, etc. So second is that basically when it comes to crawl, like if Google is able to crawl your website or not. If your website has a lot of pages, maybe there is a way that you can segment some of the ways that it is crawling your website, etc. Understand the kind of performance and how Google is seeing your website altogether. Index all the different type of pages and see how your pages are indexed overall. So that is the entire purpose of technical SEO, right? It's about making sure of all of these, and with the goal of making sure that your website is found and it can help improve with the rankings. So with that in mind, I have three sections. One is obviously the crawling, second is the indexing, and third is the user experience and its importance for technical SEO. Okay. So crawling. I already talked about what is crawling earlier, um, which is nothing but when a robot pages using the links on them and basically indexing them, right? So crawling is nothing but the Google bot. So there's a Google bot which comes to your website and collects the information that your website has. So that entire aspect of collecting information, the search engine collecting information, is called as crawling. Now, when it comes to technical SEO, there are some ways that you can control what is being crawled on your website, or what are the different things that are being looked at on your website. And two of those methods are robots.txt. That is the first one. And second is sitemap.xml. So I'll be talking about both of these, and I'll be like showing like what these are. But in a gist, robots.txt is nothing but a file that you put on your website, which can be read by everyone across the internet. And this file basically tells a search engine or any kind of a crawler. It can be a search engine crawler or other crawler. There are multiple crawlers, by the way. And it basically tells if there are places where the crawler can access on your website and places where the crawler should not go on your website. So when it comes to Google crawler and most of the top companies crawler and all, they always look at the robots.txt file before they crawl your website. And the second is sitemap.xml. Sitemap.xml is nothing but a list, or you can call this like a directory, right? A directory kind of a thing, wherein you, or even an index of what are the important content pieces, what are the important pages that you have on your website that you want the search engine to index, right? So these are the two things. One is you're suggesting where the bot should go and should not go. And second is where you're suggesting like, okay, this is where you can find the important pages on my website. Okay, so let's talk about robots.txt. So robots.txt is a simple text file. Okay, and it's basically called robots.txt file. Which tells Google not to crawl a page or a part of your site. Okay, a robots.txt file will always have the same URL. So let's say if your domain name is example.com, so example.com/robot.txt. So that will be a robots.txt file. So now one thing that you should note is you can block the crawler on a certain page. That does not mean that the URL will not show up in the search result. Okay, so oftentimes what happens is sometimes the URL is found through different means, and in such a scenario it may include it, but it will just not know what is available in that page, right? So it will not index the title, the meta description, and all of those things. It will not be adding that, but sometimes the URLs may be found. An example of what the robots.txt file contains can be seen here. So user agent. So user agent is nothing but the name of the robot. So you can define that name of the robot in the user agent. So let's say if you want to block only for Google bot or only for Bing bot, etc., you can mention that in the user agent. But if you want to do it for all the bots, then you just mention star, which is mentioned here. So user agent star, then you mention like, okay, this is where you don't want the robot to go. So disallow this URL slug. And if you want to make sure that they go or within this disallow, maybe you are allowing certain pages, you can do it in this way. And then if you want, you can also say like, okay, sitemap is available here, so that it becomes easier for that particular bot to know like where the sitemap is available as well, right? So this is like an example of it. But fun fact, as I mentioned earlier, you can actually view the robots.txt of every website there is. So name a website and I'll open the robots.txt of that. So this is what the robots.txt looks like. I'll zoom in a bit. Yeah. So hash is like if you add hash, it will be ignored. So this is more for a human to read it. But yeah, this is the robots.txt for Apple. User agent star, which means like this is wildcat. And now what it has done is it has disallowed the bot to visit all of these pages. The reason it has disallowed these pages is because these are pages that are important for a user, but Apple does not want these to be indexed because this is related to sign in, sign out, answer, let's say shopping bag, certain CSS elements, right? So all of these are some of the things which are not really important to be indexed. And if it does get indexed, it's basically not going to add much value. So to ensure of that, what they have done is they have disallowed all of these pages. And then they are like, okay, it's okay to visit these pages. And finally, there are certain like certain bots, like for example, Baidu, as you can see, they have disallowed the entire website, but only allowed the Chinese version here, right? So this is actually very interesting, and in fact, a good suggestion, because we are able to see like how they have done or worked with location-based search engine, which is Baidu, for example, is only for China, right? So for China, they are only allowing for Chinese content to be indexed. House of Spider has, I think this is for another Chinese one, I guess. Yeah. So as you can see, for different things, they have different like areas altogether, and finally they have provided the links to the sitemaps, right? So this is usually what it looks like. Let me try another one. Let's try first cry. Yeah. So this is fairly a simple one. User agent star, and within that, all of these are the ones that they don't want allowed, like register, pop up, mobile, and all. And then for Bing bot, they have disallowed product detail. Now I'll open something very simple, right? Carbon Lightning. It's a test website that I created. And this is all it has. A very simple robots.txt file. I just don't want it to visit my WP admin or the admin login page. That's what I've disallowed. And I've also added the sitemap URL. Like this is where they can access the sitemap. Simple. So this is more of what you want allowed and what you don't want allowed. So it's not like you have to have like a huge list. As long as you have the things that you don't want to be indexed, you just put that here, you're good to go. As I mentioned earlier, these are pages that are not going to add value or knowledge to users. So let's say cart, add to cart, history, legacy, order dispatch, order details, customer images, customer cart. All of these things are not going to add any value, right? So what instead it will do is it will add more strain on the crawler. You need to understand that even the crawler has certain limit on how much it can index the content or how much indexation it can do. So that's the reason it would try to make sure that it is indexing only the important aspects. And that is the reason we would disallow certain aspects. Yeah, so that's the site link, right? So with the robots.txt itself, you can actually offer the site link or sitemap. So you can also offer the sitemap URL also. So sitemap, then you would just mention like this is where the sitemap is. And then you can basically, once they visit it, they'll be able to see like, okay, these are the important pages that they should be indexing. I know this is not clean, but yeah, that's the point of it. Okay. So as I was mentioning, when it comes to robots.txt, some of the pages basically of your site serve a purpose, which is fine. But at the same time, oftentimes those purpose isn't for ranking in search engine. Like let's say the cart, the admin page, the thank you page, pop-ups, subscribing to newsletter, or let's say if some customer had made a purchase and all. So for all of those purposes, you don't want those to be indexed. So that's the reason you would use robots.txt to block the crawler. Now, if you have a WordPress website, you can actually create your robots.txt over here. Like let's say WP admin. It is taking a lot of time to load. And within this tools, you will see something like file editor, right? So Yoast SEO actually helps you edit files like robot.txt, htaccess and all. So you can go to robots.txt and edit it from Yoast SEO directly. So once you go there, you'll see something like this. You just say like edit it, add whatever URLs you don't want to be indexed, and save changes. So this is like a very simple way if you're running like a WordPress website for you to manage your robots.txt. And that is what I've shown here. So let's say, for example, if you have like if you don't have a robots.txt file, you'll see something like this, which wherein if you just click create robots.txt file, it'll get created and you'll be able to add it. So that's basically what robots.txt file is all about. So robots.txt, as I mentioned, that's one way for you to block certain pages that you don't want indexed. And then there is sitemap.xml. Now, what is sitemap.xml? Sitemap.xml is nothing but an index of your own website that you have created for making it easy for any of the crawler to index your website, or any of the search engine to easily index your website. Generally, it is found in /sitemap.xml after the domain. So let's say, for example, when visiting like this particular website, which is Exceldos, which I was talking about earlier, they have their sitemaps listed over here, sitemap_index.xml. And within this, you can see it has URL for all the different pages that are available in this website, which is Exceldos. So I'll just show it to you. So these are the 4 different sitemaps that it has. One is for post. So WordPress usually has a category of posts, which is blog post and all. It has a category for pages, which is like outside of blog content, what are the different pages that are available. Then it has a like separate section for categories. Like if you have multiple categories, you can have a sitemap for that. And if you're using tags in the post, so which is also a feature of WordPress, you can also have a sitemap for that. However, usually it is best that you only index the post and the page, unless and until you also have some content in the category sitemap. So with that said, once I go to post sitemap, for example, right, you will see that this will have URL to all the different type of posts that this particular page has. It has the URL, which includes the URL slug. It has the details on the number of images it has. It has details on when it was last modified, etc. And what you can do is you can take these sitemaps and then you can just go to the sitemap section on Google Search Console and you can just enter that sitemap URL. So it is already entered here. And once that is done, it will show you how many pages it was able to discover from that sitemap. So as you can see, so from the post sitemap, it was able to discover 45 pages. And over here also, I see that the post sitemap has 46 URLs. So maybe one page it was not able to discover. I can also validate that, right? So I just need to click on this. It says 45. I can just click see page indexing. And then it tells me like what are the ones it was able to index and what are the ones that it was not able to index. So from this, then I can view data about the indexed pages. And I'll have list of all the pages that it was able to index. And then I'll also have details on what it was not able to index from this, right? Based on that, It also tells me what was not indexed and what is the reason it was not indexed. So it tells me like, okay, crawled but currently not indexed, discovered but currently not indexed. So validation has not yet started. I can just click on it. I can just be like, okay, I have fixed it, or maybe I can just cross check if the page actually exists or not. So I'm just checking that, okay, page exists. I have content on it. Perfect. That means it should get indexed, right? So in such a scenario, I'm like, okay, looks good. It should index. And I'll just say validate fix. So what will happen is Google will then attempt in a few days, it will attempt to then validate that the page actually exists and then try to index that. So using sitemap.xml, I was able to do all of these things because I know like, okay, within this sitemap, there are pages which are currently not indexed and I want it to be indexed and crawled as well. And that is the importance of sitemap, right? So whenever you're working with a website, especially for SEO, it is a very important aspect to have a proper sitemap that Google can basically look at, and then you can also submit on search consoles, as I just showed you, so that you can troubleshoot it, validate if things are working fine or not, and work through the same. Now you can also enable sitemaps using the Yoast SEO tool. So over here, as you can see, like there is a sitemap creation using Yoast. You just need to enable this feature. And once you are done, you can just go back to Google Search Console and submit the sitemap as I just showed you. So that is basically what sitemap is. And that is basically how it works as well. See, when it comes to sitemaps, the way it works is this is nothing but, so when it comes to your website, right? As you can see, a website will have multiple pages. It will also have login pages. It will also have different files altogether. Now, you don't want a crawler to go to all of those files. You don't want crawler to visit all the pages because not every page is important. So a sitemap.xml or the sitemap that you build for your website will have the important links or important page URLs that you want the crawler to index or the search engine to index. And that is the entire purpose of it. So over here, as you can see, post-sitemap has URL to all the important pages. And this is basically what I want the search engine to index. So once I have this clarity, I just need to submit the sitemap on the search console. And after that, I can see like if it was able to discover all the pages or discover if there are any videos in that, what was the entire indexation, if it was indexing it fine or not, etc. And once that is done, it becomes easier for me to troubleshoot the indexation of my pages. That's the entire purpose of sitemap. Now this entire URL has amazon.in, sorry, amazon.in, then the name of the product, then the ID of the product, and then it has a bunch of different things like, okay, what is the ID, what is the keyword that was searched for, prefix and all, right? So these are additional metrics. What Amazon actually needs, I believe, is still here only. So what Amazon will like to get indexed will be this URL, right? So this is the product page URL, and Amazon will be entering this in the sitemap. It will not enter the entire search term and all of those things. It will just want this URL because this is the important URL that should be indexed. It's mostly on the technical side. A lot of those things will be something that you should be aware of, and a lot of those things will also be something that it would be good to know, kind of a thing, right? The entire purpose of technical SEO is to make sure that when you're working with the website or when you're working with the developer, you are aware of what you are actually doing in terms of all of these different settings. And let's say if you're using a content management system like WordPress, then you will at least be aware of how to do a lot of these things yourself as well, utilizing some of the systems or plugins that are available. Okay. And then off page, again, as I mentioned, if time permits, we'll talk about it. Google Search Console is something that is offered as a free tool by Google so that you can understand how your website is connected with Google search in terms of the indexing part, how the content is indexed, for you to troubleshoot some of the things, for you to monitor the performance that you're getting from Google search on the organic side, right? So that's the entire purpose of it. This is what the Search Console overall looks like, wherein you'll have different sections like overview, performance. So in overview, you get details on the overall performance, indexation of different pages, usability of mobile or experience, basically in terms of page experience and core web vitals. We'll be talking about these like further into the technical SEO part. And then related to logo, site link, search box, etc. Then there is like, if you want to go deeper into each of these, you can definitely like look at performance to see like how the performance was. This was a test website that I had set up, by the way, Carbon Lightning. I don't know why I'm getting some clicks, to be honest, but yeah, I'm getting some clicks. I got 4 clicks in last 3 months. So that's something, I guess. Okay, apparently there are some searches related to my name. So that's the reason I'm getting some clicks. Okay. I'm sure some of you might be searching for my name online. Okay, there's URL inspection, wherein like you can inspect some of the URLs online of basically you can inspect your website's URL and see like what it looks like to a crawler overall. You can do that debugging kind of a thing here. So yeah, so basically total impressions is nothing but the amount of impressions that you got for your search results. So basically every time someone saw your website on, let's say, the Google search, that is an impression. And if they clicked on the website's URL or your website from the Google search, then that's a click. Right? Now, click-through rate or CTR is basically the amount of or percentage of clicks that you received out of the impressions. So the formula for that is clicks divided by impressions, and that basically is 3.3%. Right? And coming to average position, this is basically whenever someone was searching for any of these queries. So we have some example queries here. So based on these queries, it will show that my website, what was the position of my website in that search result. So 46.3, what this means is on average, the position of my website was basically 46. Yeah. So what that means is before me, there were 45 other websites that were also available or that were seen before my website could be shown. So yeah, that's basically what these metrics are. That's basically what performance is all around, right? So you get to see like how many people saw it, what was your average position. Then you also get to know about the queries that you got, what were the pages that people visited. So I got like 4 clicks. Let's see. Apparently 2 were for the main website and 2 were for a review of solar panels. Then I have country. I got 4 clicks from India, in fact. Interesting. Then I got like 45 impressions from United States. Devices says like desktop, mobile, tablet. Search appearance looks like there's no data here. And then date. So search appearance is more towards, let's say, if you are appearing for images or videos, so those will show up here. And dates is basically like during which dates, how many searches you had, etc. Right? URL inspection, as I mentioned, you basically put your page URLs over here and try to analyze or troubleshoot, like if you're facing some issues or challenges with those. Then you have indexing section. So in indexing, you basically have pages wherein you can review what are the pages that are currently indexed and what are the pages that are currently not indexed. So apparently there are around 18 pages that are currently indexed. We can also see like what are the pages that are indexed with the URLs as well. All right. Then there is the sitemaps, sitemap.xml. You can basically submit those sitemaps here to make sure that whatever pages that you have published are being discovered and also indexed as well. Finally, there is a section for removals. So let's say if you think that there are certain content that you want to temporarily remove from Google search, maybe there is content that is like outdated, you don't want it anymore. You can just request the submissions for that. And basically, there's also like safe search filtering. So wherein if Google saw that probably some of your content was not safe in such a scenario, like it'll show like what are the pages which were marked under the same. So these are the three things that are part of the index, right? So apart from that, there are a few more things that we'll be talking about when it comes to indexing. Okay, so with that said, that's basically what Google Search Console primarily, at least what we explored in Google Search Console, right? Apart from that, there's obviously the crawling section that we talked about. So what is crawling? We talked about how crawling is affected and what are the things that you can do to control some aspects of crawling. The one is robots.txt. We understood what is robots.txt and how you can leverage the same. And then we looked at sitemap.xml. So sitemap.xml is nothing but a page on your website, or basically a file on your website that tells or lists all the important content on your website as well, right? So that's basically what it is. So using robots, you can block certain things that you don't want the crawler to go to. And then I talked about how you can implement it using Yoast SEO. And then sitemap.xml are the list of things that you do want the crawler to go to and index as well. So you can also submit this on the Search Console, as I talked about, even showed you just now, right? So that's on the crawling aspect. And now we are basically going to move on to the indexing aspect. Okay, so let's talk about indexing uh, from the perception of technical SEO. Now, there are a few things that I want to talk about in indexing section. Namely, it's basically in terms of one, um, looking at what are the things that are already indexed and how you can manage them, and two is if something is already indexed, right? There are certain times wherein you will be coming across certain situations or scenarios. I'll be talking about how you can look into that and how you can, what are the different ways that you can communicate about those changes to your website. And then the second thing that I'll be talking about will be around schemas or the rich snippets. So rich snippets, I've included it as a part of indexing because it's very important that as you are getting your content indexed, you are getting it indexed while including the rich snippets or while utilizing the schema tags properly. I'll be going in depth about what is schema, what are rich snippets, what are featured snippets. So snippets in general, like what are snippets and how you can also implement the same. So usually snippets are something like if it's a customized website, you will be requiring the help of a developer to do it. But even if you don't have a developer, I will be talking about how you can generate the code for that schema using some of the tools that are available for us. And then I will also be mentioning about like how you can do it using WordPress also, so that you guys have an idea of how you can work on it using a content management system. Okay, so that's what we'll be talking about when it comes to the indexing part. Okay, so first of all, or the first important thing is that when it comes to search engines, the way that they see our pages is very different from how humans do. So search engines basically they send crawlers to our website, and then once they are on the website, they will see the HTML code, right? They will see the content, the errors that the code is producing, etc., based on the user agent that went. So don't worry about some of the heavy words, but basically what I mean to say in very simple terms is there's a robot that comes to your website, and then the robot sees the code. The robot does not see what a human sees. So we humans on the website, we see the content which is properly structured. It is layered across different areas. There's like a slider, maybe there is some kind of a content. If you go on YouTube, we see a bunch of videos and all, right? But when it comes to a robot, instead of seeing all of those things, the robot will see just lines of code. It will see like, okay, what is the metadata for that code? Where does it come from? What is it talking about? What are the different sources of like entire thing that is used? How it is actually structured? What are the different elements that are available for it? So that is what the bot will see. So with that in mind, the entire technical SEO, this is something that I already mentioned earlier, but entire technical SEO is primarily geared towards these bots. It's not towards the humans, but instead it's primarily towards these bots, at least for the crawling and indexing part. Okay. When it comes to the performance in terms of the user experience and all, obviously there is a lot of interface that you'll be looking at from human's eye, but when it comes to these things, it's primarily towards how the search engine is looking at the data. So this is like a very quick snippet of what they see. So they would be seeing like if it's HTML, basically it's going to be HTML, right? So they'll be seeing like what is that HTML, how does it start, what are the different things, what the content looks like, description, robots, what it should be, etc. And in Google Search Console, when it comes to indexing, it's primarily going to be around the content that is indexed versus not indexed, right? So this is something that I just talked about as well. But for example, over here, when it comes to Carbon Lightning, if I just go to carbonlightning.com/sitemap.in, sitemap of the Carbon Lightning, I can see, let me zoom in a bit. I can see when it comes to the post, I have 5 different pieces of content, and each of these have these many images, and this is when it was last modified, right? So these are the 5 posts that I want to make sure are indexed within Google. Right. So even when I go to this, even when I go to Google Search Console, and if I go to sitemaps, this is the post sitemap, right? So if I just click on this, in fact, if I look at that, there is discovered pages. So it says that it has discovered 5 pages. Perfect. So I have 5 URLs and it has discovered those 5. That's great. Now, if I go within that, I can see that, okay, these 5 pages were discovered and it was processed successfully. Last, it was read on 7th of September. Okay. So this means like it was read recently, but if I've made any posts after 7th of September, probably they may not have discovered or indexed it. Now, if I want to see what are the pages that are indexed out of these 5, I just need to click on see page indexing. And it will show me the same thing. Like it says like all the 5 pages are indexed. Perfect. This is what I wanted. This is what I got. So there is really not much, but apart from that, I can also see like, okay, when it was indexed or what are the different things overall, and if there's like any notes. So over here, as I can see on July 2nd, there was a search update that occurred in Google search. So this is not really related to my indexation, but it's just like a quick note that Google has offered for me. Okay. Now, outside of this, like this is a good scenario, right? Whatever pages I wanted are indexed. Now let's look at another website like Excel Doors that I was talking about yesterday. Now let's look at the sitemap related to the posts again. Over here, if you notice, it discovered almost 45 pages. Okay. But if I look at sitemap of Excel Doors, exceldoors.com/post tag, not post tag, right? It was post sitemap. Post sitemap. Yeah, I'll zoom into this one also. Yeah, so if you notice, there are 46 URLs, right? And if I look at these dates, the most recent was published on uh, 7, I believe that's July, so 11th July. Okay, let's take a look at this. So the last update that actually happened with this was very recently, just yesterday. Interesting. But at the same time, it was only able to discover 45. So that means not everything is indexed, and probably there is something that could still be indexed. So you can just basically try to see like what is already indexed, and from that there you can identify. But that is not what I want to talk about right now. What I want to talk about is the content that is not indexed. As you can see, there are two pages which are currently not indexed, basically two posts that are not indexed here. And there are two reasons for the same. So usually you will see something like this. So what you can do for this is you can basically just scroll down, and over here you'll get the reason why the pages aren't indexed yet. These are the pages that aren't indexed and can't be served on Google right now. Okay. So what this means is that you want to make sure that these get served on Google, right? You want to make sure that these are indexed. So with that in mind, you can look at different reasons. There's going to be multiple reasons, but it will tell you like why it was not indexed. So over here it says like, okay, it discovered the content, but it is currently not indexed. So that means like, okay, um, it can probably does like it can definitely get indexed. It has discovered it, but overall it has not really done much. And as we can see, like it first detected it on 11th March. So just to make sure that there is no mistake here and there is no challenge here, what I'll do is I'll just visit this page. Okay. And then I'll also copy this URL and check in the sitemap if it does show up. So it does show up, right? It was published on 18th March, and looks like this was last updated, or basically it was first detected around 11th March. Okay, that's perfectly fine. And if I look into this, this is a proper content, but if you notice, there is not really much of a text, but instead just a video over here. So probably that could be one of the reasons that it was not indexed. But yeah, doesn't seem like there's much to do here. Probably a good thing would be to summarize what the video is all about in the content. But yeah, like what this means is this page does exist. It does have the content and it was discovered. So maybe like Google can definitely index this also. So what I'll do, I'll just click validate fix, and then hopefully Google would index the same. It could be one of the reasons, to be honest. So as I was mentioning, it could be a lack of text, but at the same time, even if there is a video, it would still try to index that video as also. So yeah, I would basically say like validate fix and see like what kind of a response or what kind of an error I get from this. And that way I can proceed further. So similarly, I'll be looking at crawled data also. I can see like, okay, it previously had affected 3 pages, then 2 pages, and now currently 1 page. I'll do the same thing, validate if this is fine. Looks like there is text as well, but still it was not indexed. So yeah, I'll just say like maybe it can cross check again and see like if it is still indexable or not, right? So once that is done, you have to wait some time. Usually it takes a lot of time for Google to go through this, because you need to realize that there are literally millions and millions of websites who probably are requesting the indexing as well. So you need to wait some time. It takes like a few days sometimes. And after that processing, you'll be able to see like if your page was actually indexed or not, and then you can proceed with the same. So this is like a basic level of troubleshooting that you can do when it comes to indexation. This is, as I mentioned earlier, this is a website of my friends. He has like multiple Excel videos, Excel related videos on YouTube, and he's using this website as a supplement to it. It's not the primary source of getting the traffic. It basically tells you about the page indexing report. So the same thing that I was talking about. So you can just go through it. There are obviously like different errors. So it just talks about all of those different errors. Yeah, like it gives you some details on what is crawled but not indexed, what is discovered or not indexed. So it will give you all of those errors and list of errors. So definitely a good read if you would like to learn more about what could be the potential things, or if there's any additional information for things like URL blocked by robots, soft 404, etc. as well. There are two additional things that I wanted to talk about when it comes to indexing, right? Like obviously, that is how you can manage your indexing. You can submit your site links. You can, sorry, site maps. You can submit your site maps. You can see like how it is looking like in Google Search Console. What are the different errors? How you can fix it? And definitely there are a bunch of different type of errors, right? Like as we just saw from that Learn More button, there's like different type of errors that could come up. But there's the best part is there is information for all of those errors for you to go ahead and see if you can fix those as well. Now, apart from that, those are the things, or those are the errors that you would get from Google's end. Like basically when Google is not able to crawl properly, or there are some challenges or issues. But what about your own preference? So sometimes what happens is you may see that for a specific piece of content, this content may be the same, but you may end up creating multiple URLs, right? So basically for the same type of content, you may create multiple pages because maybe you're trying to serve it across different geolocations. Maybe you're trying to like make sure that it is modified with some additional information for someone. Maybe it's just a search page. So for example, in Amazon, if you look at it, when you go to a product page, usually there's a lot of things or a lot of text that gets added after the actual product link, right? So in such a scenario, you would want to make sure that all of those different URLs are not considered individual pages on its own, but instead all of those are a part of one single page. To make sure about this particular thing, there is something called as canonical URL. So canonical URL is nothing but the unique content or the primary content that you want to be indexed, right? So let's say if someone is visiting a page, so let me just give you the example of Amazon itself. So on Amazon, I have visited this battery related page, right? So now what is happening is I can view the data for this particular page by going to this URL. So if I just open up this notepad, so I can visit it by going to this URL. And then I can also visit it by going to this URL also, right? I just need to put this URL in and it will still take me to the same content. Does that mean there are two different pages, or does that mean it's the same page, right? Similarly, what happens is maybe there is something like this, when there are like different keywords that are attached to the URL itself. So maybe instead of something like this would have just batteries, right? And if I just open this URL, even then what will happen is it will still take me to the same page, the same content. The content has still not changed. What this means is that even though there are all of these different type of content that are there, uh, this doesn't mean that all of these are individual content, or all of these are unique content of its own. So there is a risk of there being the for one particular page, there is a risk that there could be multiple URLs that gets generated, and then all of those URL are considered individual pages, and then all of those pages could also be considered as duplicate content. What Google does is, Google on its own, it will look at these three pages and it will automatically decide which page it would like to index. Would it like to index this one or this one or this one? Okay. And it will probably be like, okay, I want to index this one, and this is the one that becomes the winner. So in every search result related to this battery in Amazon, this is the URL that will show up. But for Amazon, that is not the right URL that they want, because one is it will add to extra processing, not just on their end, on Amazon's end, but it will also add extra processing on Google's end also. So there is a high chance that there is incorrect data that is being transferred, because over here, if you notice, all of these are additional tags. It says rechargeable battery was a keyword that was searched for, and that is when this particular product page showed up. But that is not what Amazon wants, right? If Amazon wants something to be indexed, they want this to be indexed, not this. So in such a scenario, Amazon can use canonical URL. And Amazon can tell Google that if such a thing happens, wherein there are like multiple URLs for the same particular page due to whatever reason, or if there is duplicate content on your website, but because you have different URLs for those pages, in such a scenario, what is the URL that you want to be indexed, right? So you can say this, or you can tell this to Google by using the canonical URL tag, and that is what canonical URL is. Okay, so this is a post that I have. So by default, what Yoast SEO will do is it will add the primary URL of my blog post as the canonical URL. So the primary URL of this particular content is this solar. So this is the URL slug: solar panel reviews, top brands and products 2023. So this is the slug. And if I want, I can just go to advanced. And then over here, I can mention a specific canonical URL. I can mention like if I want it to be something else. If I don't mention anything, by default, it will consider this one. So now I'll in fact show you what this canonical URL looks like on the web page also. So I'll just open this page. So you're going to see a bit of code, but don't worry, right? I just search for canonical, right? So once I search for canonical, you can see rel equals to canonical. This is the URL for canonical that it has automatically picked up, even though it was blank. So because it was blank, by default, it added the main thing, right? So it added the URL that I mentioned in the URL slug. So that is the best part about Yoast SEO. Once you install it, most of the canonical issues will be resolved automatically. But if you want to specify a specific URL also, you can still do it using the Yoast SEO edit post. So over here, you can just edit, go to advanced, and mention the URL that you would like to mention. Basically, you can mention for that particular content, what is the locale? And then if you want, like there should be different locale, you can mention like, okay, how you are segregating that. So usually there are plugins for WordPress like WPML, if I'm not wrong, that is what it is called, WPML. So this is a very powerful plugin for basically multi-language, and like when you're working with different type of languages and let's say countries, etc. You can use a plugin like this. But I do think like it has a pricing factor. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I've used this, but this is one of the most popular ones because it is also one of the most like used ones. So you can use something like this to control a lot of the things that you talked about. So if the website is the same, if the content is the same, and there's no change in language and all, you really don't need to do much because what you need to realize is that the website is global. It's not limited to a specific location, right? So if you're not changing content based on the locations, then you really don't need to worry about it. It's only when you're changing the content for those specific locations or you're creating a different type of content for them, then obviously the URL or canonical URL also changes. A lot of websites, what they do is, so for example, carbonlightning.com, they will add slash US slash whatever that page is. Or if it is for Canada, slash CA slash the page URL slug. So that is a very common thing that a lot of websites you typically use. So in that case, since the domain itself is different, obviously the canonical tag will be for your domain itself, right? So when the domain is different, Google will see both the websites as separate websites, different websites. So
But
you
content is
don't,
same, sir.
even if the content is same, it will be seen as separate websites, right? So what you need to realize is if the domain is different, because that is what you mentioned, if the domain name is different, then obviously Google will see that these are two separate websites. So if the websites are different, then the canonical URL will be for those websites only, right? It is not a like topic about canonical URLs anymore. Okay, so see, when it comes to canonical URL, the purpose of it is that you have website 1 and it has URL 1, right? URL 2, URL 3, right? But all of this is for the same website. In such a scenario, you say if this is the canonical URL that you want to go ahead with, right? Now, let's say if you in your situation, what is happening is you have website 1 and then you have website 2. Both of these are different websites. So even if both of these have this situation, right, what is happening is, since these are different websites, these will be seen as separate websites. So Google will be like, okay, Google will not be considering like all of this as the same, because then what will happen is, just imagine this, in such a scenario, you can have indiatoday.com, then indiatoday.in, you can have indiatoday.us, and what people will do is they will create multiple India Today websites, they will copy the same content, and they'll be like, maybe Google will put my website on the top because I have the canonical URL. That is not how it works, right? Because these are separate websites. So for those separate websites, obviously you'll be defining the canonical URL at that website level or for that particular page level, right? So that is the reason for your situation. The canonical URL is not a differentiator at all. Even if the content is the same, you will be defining the canonical URL for this website separately and for this one separately. So you basically mentioned like what is the locale. So for example, you can just mention like what is the locale, and you can talk more about in terms of what country you're focusing on, or what are the different things. Maybe you can use different languages in that. So that is usually how you would be going ahead with it. So usually what happens is, when it comes to countries like Canada and US, a lot of companies have just one website. It's only when, let's say, you have a presence in Europe also, that is when you create a separate website. But yeah, like even if you want to create separate websites for both different countries, you can still do that. You can still have the same content. Just make sure that you're focusing on that particular locale. So usually what happens is, a lot of, so if, let's say, for India, the currency is different, the payment gateway is different. And in fact, some of the product that is available in India may not be available in US due to certain restrictions. So In such a scenario, usually a lot of companies would have a separate domain, but also what happens is many times they want to make sure that they are using the SEO juice across different countries and leveraging it within the same domain. So for such a scenario, they would be having like they would basically be adding like a slash. So for something like, let's say, google.com/US slash then whatever the product is. There is like travel flight. So this is travel website of Google. If I want, I can change the currency. Automatically, it will detect the currency, obviously. Let's say if I choose Indonesian rupiah. Now, in such a scenario, it just added like, okay, this is the currency and it has saved this. So the website domain is not changing, but at the same time, the currencies change, the recommendations or some of the things have changed, right? And if I change the location again, let's say if I make it Australia, it will add another URL to this, or basically another tag here, and be like, okay, based on Australia, then it will provide me other suggestions. So this is usually what a lot of websites do, wherein they have, or they automatically detect, and based on that, they load the content. But if that is not a possibility, or currently there are technical challenges to this, then you can definitely have like use any kind of tools or plugins. There's a lot of plugins available for this. If not, you can definitely put it in separate domains also, whatever works. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, right, like this is basically what the canonical URL or looks like, or how it is implemented. So as you just saw, even in my own website, when we were looking at it, um, let me just open it once again. This is where the canonical content, or the canonical URL is shown, right? So what I'll do is I'll keep it very simple, right? See, what I've talked about so far is in indexing, how you can manage or control different indexing errors or issues. And there are certain things that you can definitely control in terms of indexing as well, to make sure that you are being able to show like the parts that matter the most. With that in mind, the canonical URL is one thing that you can use to make sure that the right URL is the one that gets indexed. And even if, let's say, it is based on different products, with different probably it is the same content that is being displayed in different URLs. You use canonical URL to make sure that the right URL is the one that gets indexed, and not something which you may not want indexed altogether. So that's the primary purpose of it. It's usually not something that you will be looking at as intently, but again, based on the business, based on, let's say, for e-commerce, it is important that you have a right canonical URL. But mostly, a lot of these things, if you have a content management system, if you install tools like Yoast SEO for those, usually these things are taken care of by them directly, as you just saw in my own website. However, if you want to make customizations to that, you can definitely do that as well, right? Now, the second thing that I wanted to talk about is redirects. So when it comes to redirects, oftentimes what happens is you may be changing the URL of your pages. You may end up like, let's say, if there's a specific URL, let's say Carbon Lightning, right? I'll take this URL only. Now, if you notice, this content is for 2023. Now, what I want to do is, since this is already indexed, it is already getting traffic, and the URL has 2023, I want to update this content. I want to update this. I want to change this from 2023 to 2024, because that's the next year. And in such a scenario, now what will happen is, if I change the URL also, if I change this 2023 to 2024, people will not be able to, people who have the old URL like 2023, they will not be able to visit the website anymore, right? So let's say I have the old content, which is this. Now, from this old content, I have created a new content, which is now for 2024. I have the same particular thing. I have updated some of the product recommendations, some of the reviews and all. Now, what is happening is people who are visiting this will see something like a 404 error because this page no longer exists and I have modified this page to 2024. So what do I do in such a scenario? To avoid all of this, what I'll do is after I have updated the content, after I've updated the URL.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, in the context of SEO, what does the term canonicalization refer to? And here are your options for the same. The process of optimizing content for voice search, the practice of creating multiple duplicate pages to target different keywords, specifying the preferred version of a URL when there are multiple versions of the same content, or the use of hidden text to manipulate search engine rankings. Please mention your answers in the comment section.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.
I will also add a redirect over here. So what I'll say is I want to redirect or anyone who is visiting this page, which is like solar panel reviews page, I want them to go from this page or automatically visit from this page to this page. So that is a redirect. You are basically redirecting anyone who visits the old content to the new content so that they are seeing the right content that you want, right? So that is what redirects is all about. So this is usually very important to make sure that if your content is moved, if your content is updated, that the search engine knows about it. And that's the entire purpose of it. So if you have like an old page, you're just saying like, okay, now the crawler or even the users who are visiting it are going to the new page instead. Now, there are obviously a lot of different HTML codes for this, like there is 301, 302. Don't worry when I say all of these numbers, but just remember this thing. 301 is a permanent redirect. What that means is you're permanently moving the page from the old to the new one. And then if you are temporarily moving it, usually a lot of websites don't do temporary moves, but when they do it, it's because maybe there's like some kind of a small update, or maybe there is some like issue with the website or something like that. In such a scenario, they will have a 302 redirect, wherein they are like, okay, for this particular small time, they have moved these pages to this particular new page. Usually, let's say if a website is down altogether, they will have a temporary redirect, which is a 302 to the new page, like which says like, okay, the website is down right now and it will be soon up. But if you are permanently moving it, it will be a 301 redirect. When it comes to temporary redirect, the signal that goes to crawler is that they should not be changing the URL in their like index. So if it's a permanent move, oftentimes crawler will be like, since it is moving permanently, it will also look at updating the particular URL in their indexation also. But if it is a temporary redirect, they will not be updating the URL. So that's the primary difference. So this is what it looks like, right? So this is a featured snippet about the rich snippets. And it basically shows this particular website and the text around it. I don't even need to visit a website for this. I just type like what are rich snippets and I have the answer right there. That's a rich snippet. Now, similar to this, there are a lot of other type of rich snippets that we ourselves use quite often, right? This is another rich snippet for videos. So whenever you see a YouTube URL in Google search, you will actually see that it's not just the title, it's not just the description. I usually in the entire SEO plan and all, I just talk about title and the description, right? But if you notice, there is also a thumbnail of that particular video. There is a play button along with it. There is a time, like, okay, this is how long this video is going to be. There is the person who has uploaded the video, and then there is when it was uploaded. All of these are a part of the rich snippets. Now, rich snippets, there are multiple types of them. As I mentioned, this is video. This is another one. So this is the one that Google itself generates when I'm searching for something around for a stock market or something like that. This is the one for other things, right? Like, for example, for reviews on places, for song, what is the genre, when was it recorded, when was it released, who produced it. For movies, what was the runtime, what was the date when it released, what is the genre, again, what is the release date in theater, streaming, what is the rating. For recipes, there is rating, reviews, time to prepare it, calories of it. For e-commerce, there is ratings, reviews, the price of it, the stock details. So overall, rich snippets are of different types, and these help enhance the search results itself. So you will have more details even without visiting the website, so you know what kind of step you should be taking as a user. That's the entire point of it, right? And rich snippets are a very important aspect for your SEO, especially when it comes to the technical aspect of it, because it helps you provide more details of the same thing that you have just created, the same content. The question is, how do you create these? So when it comes to all of these rich snippets, there is something called a schema. Schema is you can say it's like a way that you define the different aspects of your website so that you are communicating what these different things are. Let's say, for example, genre. You can actually have a schema for genre where you're defining like this is what the genre is all about. The release date, the when it was recorded, and all of these things, you can actually set it up based on the type of content that you have. So as I mentioned, rich snippets is nothing but structured data. So structured data is nothing but a piece of code that you put on your website. And this code has a very specific format that it needs to be written. And that format is available in Schema. Schema.org is the website where you can go and identify what are the different type of schemas. So for example, let's say if you have an e-commerce website and you want to see like what are the schemas for product, you will see all of these are the different properties or different values that you can pass on with the product as a schema type. So, and this list is not small, right? So if you notice additional property, aggregated rating, let's say if there is a specific identification number, the audience, award, brand, category, color, country of assembly, country of last processing, country of origin, depth, funding, G10, there is measurements, energy consumption, right? So height, family friendly, related to, similar to, variant of, item condition, keyword, logo, manufacturer. As you can see, there is so many depth, and this is just for product type. Similarly, there are so many different types of schemas that are available. So this is product, and if I just go to schemas, you can see there is event, health and medical, organization, person, place, local business, restaurant, offer, review, action, movie, book, audio, image, music. all of these are different type of schemas that are available, and based on what type of content you have, you can use all of these to define, or basically you can for each page it will have only one type of schema, and for that particular schema type you can share all the relevant information that you would like to share, right? Ayush, YouTube would have video. So now this is the official schema, I would say documentation. However, keep in mind that when it comes to schema, this is like a whole list of things that are available. But the search engine should also be able to support all of them. So for search engine to support all of them, like there is like a limited list of things that a search engine usually supports. So for that, you can actually take a look at the schemas that Google themselves support as well. So there's a documentation that Google has created for the same. So this is what schema.org is, but let me show you what Google has created. So this is a documentation that they have created. I have provided the URL in the slide itself, by the way. It has the list of all the types of snippets and previews of the same from Google's perspective. So this is like a document in terms of a developer document, by the way, for like your website and its search engine and all. And over here, if you go to featured guides, then you'll see like there is all structured data features. And over here, you'll be able to get the list of all the things that Google currently supports as a part of the schema. So currently it supports article, book, breadcrumbs, carousel. So for example, a carousel will have like a list of different things available. Books, basically it has like if you are offering ebooks or enabling users to buy books, then you can basically include this. If you have different articles, if you have courses, you can use you can use courses as a schema type. There is data set, there is educational Q&A, salary, event, FAQ, home activities, jobs. So all of these are different type of content that your website may have. And if your website has any of these type of content, you can review what are the things that Google supports and then leverage the same, right? So for video, for example, as you can see, this is the video one that you were asking for, Ayush. So what you can do is, let's say if you have, let's pick something like an event, right? So if you have an event, you will see then it gives you more information around it, like what it looks like, how events are captured, how Google is showing those events, and how you can also have your event shown by Google by adding the structured data for it. And it has provided the example code for the same. So over here, as you can see, this is the code of it. Looks a bit scary, I agree, but don't worry about it. There are ways that you can do the same thing. Okay, so what I'm going to show right now is like, okay, it may look a bit scary, like, okay, what is this code? What is this trying to do and all? But what Google has done is they have also provided tools for you to be able to generate your own code similar to something like this. Right? You can use like a very simple tool like Webmaster's Markup that Google has provided, or you can use some of the third-party tools that are available. And once you have that, you can test the results using the test option that Google has provided as well, right? So now, when it comes to these generator tools, when it comes to these results page, sorry, what you need to remember is you only need to use them if you are using a custom website or a website where you cannot or you are not able to manage schema yourself. If you are using WordPress, again, I'm going back to WordPress because that's the top used CMS. you can definitely use schema markups using plugins. So these are two plugins that I personally have used, and both of them offer good solutions for managing your schema data. In fact, even in Carbon Lightning, let me open Carbon Lightning once. What was this page? This page, right? So even in Carbon Lightning for this page, I'll be able to show you what the schema data looks like, right? So I'll just go to edit post. If I scroll down a bit, this is the Yoast SEO part. I'll scroll further. Custom fields. So custom fields actually are related to schema, but I don't need to look at that because there is this section, schema and structured data on this post, right? So if you notice, automatically it was able to detect like this is related to article, and it automatically fetched everything. But if I want to modify or review it, I can just click modify schema, and it will show like, okay, ID is article, what is the URL, what is the image, what is the language, headline, description, article section, body, date published, date modified, author type is a person or an organization, what is the name of the author, author description, my photo which it took, the URL of my LinkedIn page, right? So all of these different things are available as a part of the entire thing. So if I want to make changes to this, like editor also, if I want to make changes to the organization details and all, I can make all of those changes. Now, let's say if I don't want it to be related to article, so I can also change it. Or if I want it to be something which is completely different, I can also change that over here. So this is something that it automatically fetched. To be honest, I did not even type all of these things within this. The reason it was able to fetch all of this was because of how intelligent it is in identifying the different elements from the particular content. But if I want, I can definitely modify it. Second thing is, even in Yoast SEO, there is like something where I can select the page type. If it is a web page, if it is article or something else, I can select all of these things. But what happens is that's basically the only setting that I have available. So that's the reason if I want to modify it or customize it, I can install that plugin and leverage the same. So what I'm going to do is, that's the plugin, right? Very straightforward, very simple. You guys just saw it. But now, how do you actually work with it without that plugin? So that is what I'm going to talk about. All of these schema tags are a way for search engine to display more information, and that more information is something that they will detect only if you're feeding that right information, right? So if you're not able to talk in the same language as the search engine is, obviously they'll not be able to display it. So you have to use the schema tags or the schema types correctly so that the accurate data can be displayed. So let's proceed, and I'll quickly talk about the this particular tool, right? Schema generator tool, and how you can use the same for generating the schema code. You guys just saw, right, how scary it can be, but it really is not something that you have to type out yourself. And it is fairly simple to get this. So this is a schema markup helper that Google has created for webmasters. And let's say if you want to create something for articles, for example, I'm selecting that. And I'm going to select this particular content only. Now, what this will do is, I'll zoom in a little bit for all of you. Now, what this will do is, it will load that content, that entire web page over here in the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, it will help me decide or select what are the different things that I want it to be, right? So what I can do is I can basically select like, okay, if I want to select the author details, right? I'll just go down. This is the author name. So I'll select this and I'll mention this is author, okay? And it got added. So similarly, now if I want to talk about date published, I think I have not added date published here. Okay, so that's something that I need to change on the website. Let's see, image. So let me select image next. So I'll just select this. I'll select the tag image and it'll load up over here. Then if I want to talk about article section, so if I'm not sure what is article section, I can just click question mark, right? And it will load up this particular information wherein it will take me to that article section. Where is that article section? Article. Okay, for some reason it's not. Anyways, so article section basically means like what part of this is the entire article. So I can just select the entire thing, and body is like when it comes to the schema data, the body of it, or basically the entire description of that particular article, what I want it to be. So I can select that. So I can basically say something like in the rapid growing this, our depth. So probably not this. What I'll do is our in-depth this review will provide you with insights on this. So this seems like a decent one. I'll just select this as article body. Right. So this is basically how you're able to tag different things. And if you think like, okay, maybe there is something missing, you can say like add missing tags. You can select the tab type. You can be like, okay, if you want to manually add URL, you can mention that as well. So URL, I'm not able to add it from this particular website that it loaded, right? So I'll just add it directly and I'll save it. And then the URL will also get updated. So this way, I am able to easily create even without having this particular tool available within my content management system. I can select all the different things that I want. I can like mention all of those tags. I can directly select them on the web page or itself, whatever works for me. And once I'm done with this, I'll just click create HTML and it will create the entire tag for me. So all I need to do is it can be in JSON or microdata, but basically just try to put it in the JSON. And once you have this, you can just copy this and share it with your developer so that he can implement it. If you want to implement it yourself, just make sure it is within the head section of HTML. So that's basically how this works. So once you have this available and once you have this installed, you may want to test it. So for that also there is a testing tool that is available. And as you saw, this particular article already has the schemas available. So what you can do is you can just input the URL directly, or if you want to test a code, so we were able to generate this code here, right? So if you want to test this code also, you can just directly put that code and then accordingly you can test it. So let me just test it with the URL to show you what it looks like. So I've put the URL. I can select desktop or smartphone. I'm selecting smartphone. Test URL. And what this will do is it will basically check all the schema type of data or the schema snippets that it was able to detect. And after that, it will show you all of those details. So it was able to detect this, it was article. That is perfect. I can just click on this and it will show me the items that were detected, right? So within this, I can see the ID is this, URL is this, language, entity, headline, description, article body, the author details, URL, editor details. So everything that I talked about, it is detecting. So that means what I wanted is working properly. And that's basically how you set up your schemas. So you can do the same thing for a different type of schemas that you may have, right? So let's say if you want to, so if you want to do it for book reviews, data sets, job posting, products, which is for e-commerce, TV episodes, restaurants, software application, local businesses. If you have any of these different type of, let's say, schemas available or the type of content available, you can generate schemas for the same. And if there is something which is not existent over here, you can still go ahead, look for it over here, and work with it based on the details that are available over here directly, right? So that's essentially how you can work with rich snippets. So another thing that you have is the experience part. Okay, so in experience, if you notice, there is one is page experience. This is something that shows up if your website has enough data. Let me see if this one has enough data. Yeah, this one doesn't have enough data. Anyways, this will be changing a bit. And then there is something called as Core Web Vitals. Let me see if there is something that does have this data. Nope, looks like not really. I may have it on a different account, but I'll not be able to open that here. But anyways, I'll show what these mean, right? So basically, in the search console, if your website is getting visited by enough users, it will collect all of that information on the type of experience that users have on the web page, how it is interacting in terms of core web vitals. So there are certain core web vitals, and then in addition to that, there is also something called as mobile usability. If your web pages are usable on mobile or not. So this basically measures like what are the pages that are usable on mobile or not usable, and if you need to fix the same thing. So let's say if the text is too small to read, clickable elements are too close together, or content is wider than the screen, right? So if there are any pages which have some of these issues, you will be seeing that, or if any other issues also, right? Maybe the page content is only for desktop, there is no mobile friendly version, the page is not responsive enough, or any of those things. So that is what contributes to the entire experience segment, and one of the very important when it comes to the technical SEO side. So let's try and understand what this experience is all around and what are core web vitals, what is the experience that a user is having. And in addition to that, let's try and understand the security aspect as well. Okay. So there is this slide that I really like because within just this simple thing, it is able to communicate so many different aspects, right? So let's try and decipher what this is talking about. So let's look at this. So website experience in terms of technical SEO usually means looking at the following aspects. One is site performance, mostly related to your core web vitals. I'll talk about what they are. Second is mobile friendliness, if the pages are mobile friendly or not. Third is that it should not have any intrusive interstitials. So what is an interstitial? Interstitial are nothing but pop-ups. So it should not have any kind of pop-up, etc., which is interrupting the user to take any kind of an action on the page, or it is interrupting the user altogether. How many of you here have visited a page, especially the news websites, which are so cluttered that you cannot even do anything? What is the first thought that you get in mind? Like, okay, this is not something that you would like to even proceed to see, right? And that adds as a very bad experience. And that is in fact, an important aspect of the technical SEO experience part as well, because you want to make sure that when people are visiting the page, they are having a good experience, and that is what this is all around. So uh, plus, given that the number of people who are using mobile phones, obviously you would want to make sure that you're not just having a good website from desktop, but also from mobile as well. All of these combined, in addition to them, you also need to make sure that your website is using SSL or at least encrypted. So oftentimes what happens is you may have a e-commerce website, or you may have a website which is collecting information like emails. Maybe there is some kind of a form that users need to fill. So for all of these websites, if you don't have SSL, then what happens is Google will by default not let anyone visit your website at all. Like back in 2020, I guess 2020 or 2018, somewhere around that, Google was just warning users that, okay, this website does not have HTML or SSL. But in today's day and age, Google will directly block your website to be visited because it will show that this website is not secure. Exactly, Ayush. So what that means is that like it shows the importance of having SSL. It shows the importance of making sure that the data that gets processed through your website is also secure. So the entire concept of this is from the technical side, how you are improving the experience that a user has. Okay. So I talked about the interstitials, I talked about SSL, I talked about mobile friendliness, but what is core web vitals? Core Web Vitals are usually divided in three parts. The first is in terms of loading, how long it takes for the largest content to load. So let's say oftentimes a homepage of a website will have uh, a banner or a slider, right? Usually the size of those images are very large. So this largest contentful paint is nothing but measuring how long it takes for that particular large content to load. So similarly, if there is any other type of content which is very large in size, or if it is taking a lot of space, it is basically measuring how long it takes. Second is the interactivity. So what this means is in terms of the first input. So when a user is, let's say, clicking on a button or taking some kind of an action, how long is it before a user is able to do that? Maybe even if it is scrolling the website, how long is it before the user is able to do that? So first input delay. And then finally, the visual stability. So as the website is loading, is your website shifting, or if the layout of the website is shifting, right? So let's say maybe as I think there's a good example somewhere. Let me see if I can find that. But as the website loads, sometimes the button changes, or the area where the button was, let's say if the button was here, all of a sudden, as it is loading, it goes here or it goes at the bottom. What happens is you are trying to click that button, but all of a sudden you end up clicking some other button, and that's like such a bad input, right? And that basically ruins the entire experience. So these are the three things that Google has considered as a part of Core Web Vitals. Now, what Google has done is to help us as website owners who are managing SEO, they have also offered some resources for us to measure and check how these things are working and if these things are working properly or not. So to do that, for Core Web Vitals, it has two types of data sets. One data is when your website is getting a lot of traffic, it will show what kind of performance Google has noticed for the past users who have visited your website. And second is a simulation. So Google will simulate a user wherein it is like trying to simulate a specific user's performance or a specific user. And based on that, it will try to emulate like what the user will be experiencing and what are the challenges or errors the user will be experiencing overall, right? So these are the two of data that you have available, and you can get it through pagespeed.web.dev. So this is like a website that you can leverage, right? And once you do that, it will show data around what your real users are experiencing. This is the first one. So it's like a historical data that Google was able to collect for mobile and desktop. It has for both. So Carbon Lightning obviously does not have enough traffic, so that's why it was not able to collect anything. And then this is the simulation part. So where Google is simulating something and showing like how it is working overall, right? You can actually also check this for other websites. So let's say what I'll do is I'll check it for, let's check it for YouTube. I'll let it run. Now, in this, there are 4 different segments that it has divided it into. For the technical SEO perspective, the main or primary thing that you will be looking at will be from the performance aspect. So within performance, you will have details on the metrics. So there is first contentful paint, there is largest contentful paint, and then there is cumulative layout shift. So first contentful paint is nothing but how long it took for initial anything to show up. It took around 2.1 second, which is actually quite long. Then largest contentful paint is like for the biggest piece of content on the website, how long it took. It took around 5.2 seconds, which is again long, quite long. And if there was any shift in the layout overall, so there was no shift in the layout throughout the loading process, so that was fine. And finally, there is the page index, speed index, right? Like it overall took 5.2 seconds for the page to load. And after it loaded, this is what Google was able to capture. This is not exactly what I wanted it to capture, to be honest. So probably there is some technical issues that I need to fix on the website also. But it also gives me a tree map of the same thing, right? So how it loaded and what are the things that it saw overall. And it also tells me like what and how it emulated this entire thing. So it used a slow 4G throttling for Asia location. It used a Chromium based browser, and it used a Moto G power for a mobile phone to emulate on that, right? So it gives me all of this information as well, and it tells me like a tree map, etc. And then it shows me opportunities of how I can improve some of these things. It also shows like any kind of a diagnostic challenges or issues that I can probably fix, and that's basically on the performance aspect, right? So that I will be able to identify what are the challenges, what are the issues, and how I can work towards the same. So like if you are not a developer, which I'm sure most of us are not here, what you can do is you can actually leverage some of these things, share it with your website developer, and ask them to work on these. But apart from that, if let's say you're using WordPress, you can also use some of the plugins that are available for the same thing. As I mentioned earlier, there's almost a plugin for each and everything in WordPress. So let me just show you what this plugin is all around. For performance, there are multiple different type of plugins. The one that I'm using here is Lightspeed Cache. So I've also shared a few other plugins also. But the one thing that I prefer with Lightspeed Cache is the preset section that it has. So what you can do is within this, there are already like presets of all the different type of settings available here. You can directly apply this particular advanced preset and then you'll be sorted. So you don't really need to go in deep dive into every technical thing. Just go into presets, just apply that, you're done. Obviously, it will not be perfect, but it will still be using some of the most important aspects and looking at some of the most important aspects so that your website is not bloated and it is loading fast. So this is my own website, right? Apart from that, it also looks at accessibility and some of the other things, and it also shows you what are the things that it checked, like if there's any interactive elements and all. Best practices, it says like if I'm so what kind of image I'm loading, if those are with low resolution, etc. And then there is some basic SEO data that it checks, like if the structured data is valid or not, if it has metadata, if it has title element or not. So these are some of the basic things that it checks for SEO as well. I wouldn't rely much on this, but this is also like some of the important aspects for SEO that you should definitely focus on. But the main part is the performance aspect, right? Okay, so this is showing results for m.youtube.com because obviously that is the version that loads on mobile. And the core vital web vital assessment had failed. The LCP is at 4.1, so it takes almost 4 seconds for the largest content to load. The first input delay is only 23 milliseconds, so that's good. The cumulative layout shift is there, so the layout does shift a bit, and it shifts by 0.32 like percent, I would say. It also has details on FCP, next interaction, interaction to next paint, and time to first byte, right? So these are the things based on the real user's experience that it has captured. But apart from that, it also captured a bunch of details on the performance aspect as well. So if you guys notice, this is the tree map, and this tree map is definitely better than the one that you just saw from my website. And if you notice, there was no cumulative layout shift in this test. However, the time for the first contentful pane to load, the largest contentful pane to load, was definitely quite high. What does this tell you? What does this tell you? Like, as you can see, this YouTube is one of the top websites that is visited by almost everyone in the world. But this website has a performance rating of 31 out of 100. Okay, so I'll tell you what my interpretation of this is while that Quora one loads. My interpretation of this is, so this is something that I've actually ran across some of the popular websites. And what I've noticed is that this tool will give a lot of bad ratings for all of these websites. The reason is because these websites are often very popular, but at the same time, the way that these tools work versus the way that the websites actually load and the amount of time that people are willing to wait for them is very different. So because, for example, YouTube, I know exactly what to expect. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time, that's okay, because I'm more or less used to it. If you notice something, the first content, or basically in the entire tree map, it started to load the website in the third particular block itself, right? In the fourth block, most of the content was loaded, and then slowly, the entire content was more or less there. But if you notice on my website, which it gave like 75 as a performance rating, the initial content loaded in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sixth block. That is so long. What this says is, while these tools are good in identifying some of the basic things, these numbers and these metrics may not be everything. Especially for a new website, it will help you identify some of the important things, but the real life experience that a user has versus the amount of time and the context that a user has also plays an important role. So Pooja is saying, I feel even in YouTube ads, people wait. Yeah, exactly, right? So there are so many different aspects. So that's the thing. Like, now let's look at Quora as well. Quora is also loading. It's loading the details. But the main thing is that these tools, you don't need to 100% this entirely. It's all about making sure that if it works properly with the basic things that needs to be in place, it is good. All you need to use this tool for is to make sure that if there are any errors that are like high and mighty, which you definitely need to fix, then it's a good idea to take a look at them and fix them. But if the user is not facing a lot of issue, and if the tree map is usually loading your website properly, you are more or less fine. That's what I wanted to communicate about it, right? So oftentimes what I've seen is people try to 100% it or make it like 90 or more, etc. You don't really need to do that. So even my website Carbon Lightning, if let's say if I load it on an incognito, it loads fine. Like it takes like a second or so, but it's fast enough. Even if I load it on mobile, it's decent enough, right? So I know that it works. I don't need to increase that from 70, 75 to 100%. I don't need to meet the number really, but this tool helps me identify some of the important aspects so that I can make sure that if there is something that I may have missed, I'm fixing that. So that's the entire purpose of these tools, right? With that said, it is still important to make sure that the numbers are not as extremely negative overall as well. These are the websites that can afford to have extremely negative numbers because they have that brand value. But not every website may have that. So it is a good idea to see if it is possible for you to get them in amber or green. But if it is not, uh, that's the best you can do, right? So yeah, that's basically what I wanted to talk about in terms of experience. Like, so one is your site speed, that obviously make sure that your website is fast enough. It is not using a lot of bloated images. It is not like having 10 MB images and all. Make sure it is well optimized. It's like the time to for first byte is not as bad. As long as the user has good experience, they'll be able to interact with it properly as well. Obviously, site speed is important because it increases bounce rate, it increases the page load time, and for the user to look at this content. And these are some of the tools that the tool that I just talked about, page speed, is the one that I've linked here. You can use that to make sure that it is working properly or not. Now, these are some of the quick wins that are available for site speed, which are already, by the way, they do get listed within this as well. So over here also, when it comes to like opportunities and all, by default, it will directly tell you like, okay, these are the different things that you should be fixing. But even if you're not aware of them, I just mentioned some of those. Some of the quick wins are making sure that the website, the images that you used are more optimized. It is much more smaller, but at the same time, the quality is decent. Make sure that you're using the latest systems and programs overall when you're writing the particular code. So a developer will know that. Combining multiple files. Oftentimes, what happens is like you will load one primary file and then there are multiple background files that get loaded one by one. So if you combine them, it becomes much more easier and saves a lot of time. Use compression, use the latest systems like PHP 8. And yeah, obviously use some of the WordPress plugins. I just talked about Lightspeed Cage, but there are other plugins like, let's say, W3 Total Cage, even Jet Site. So basically the official one that WordPress offers, premium version of WP Rocket. A lot of other plugins are available. Look at the one that suits you best and basically just use that. Jetpack, yes, Rajni. Yeah, like at the end of the day, as long as it is able to solve your problem, that is all that matters, right? It's not like this is the only tool that helps. So just have that practicality and you should be good. Okay. And then obviously make sure that your website is mobile friendly. So there are ways that you can do it. Like the easiest way that I usually do it is just like open the website. I'll open it in incognito, in fact. Okay, now it takes long to load. Okay, and then there is F12 that you can go to, or you can just right click and say inspect, right? So right click, inspect, and it will open something like this. Within this, you will have an option called as toggle device toolbar on the top left corner over here in the console. You just click on that. And what it will do is it will load different type of devices that are that you can test your website for. So let's say these are different type of dimensions that your devices may have, right? Let's say if it is phone, iPhone, Pixel, iPad, Galaxy S8 and all. So usually these are the resolutions that a lot of mobile phones use. And then if you want to make sure you see what the website would look like on mobile, you just refresh it. So what I would do is I would just press refresh. Sometimes what happens is websites will use a different version for mobile. So you can test out the same over here. And you'll know like what it looks like on mobile overall. And if you need to make some adjustment or changes to the same, right? So one quick example that I can actually provide is YouTube, in fact. So YouTube has a different version for mobile, right? Now, what I'll do is I'll open YouTube. I'll open the, let's let it load. Okay, perfect. Now I'll open the inspect element and the mobile version has loaded. Now, for me to make sure if this is what it looks like on mobile or not, I can just reload this because I think it has reloaded the desktop version. And see, I reloaded it, the domain changed to mobile one, and now the mobile version has loaded properly, right? So whenever you're using this is like a very nice one because you can then directly check like what it looks like in different resolutions very quickly. But as you're changing these resolutions, make sure that you're also reloading the page to ensure that the right version of it loads. So this is like a very decent way to directly simulate different situations or different devices. But outside of that, also, if you want to simulate them properly, you can use tools like just checking if your mobile page, web page is mobile friendly or not. You don't really need to use this tool. In fact, you can use the mobile usability section in Google Search Console to see if there are any pages which are not mobile usable anymore. So that's basically how you can check the mobile friendliness. Then there's the security part. So obviously, it is very important to make sure that your website is secure. Unsecure websites can actually get easily hacked. So, and this is very important, okay? The reason I'm saying this is, even if you think your website is not that big, why will it get hacked? Why will someone hack it? There are hackers out there which have automated robots. Okay. Uh, these bots, what these hackers will do is they will have all of these automated bots, and within them, they will have multiple different iterations of some of the common issues or common security issues or bugs that are usually found on websites. And these bots will keep testing those on every single website, no matter how big or small it is. Okay. Now, what these hackers will do is they will send these bots to millions and millions of websites. And these bots, if they identify that, okay, this website has an issue or has a bug, then it will send another bot to exploit that bug, and automatically it will plant and hack it and get the data. It will do so many different things. There have been multiple cases where I personally had to deal with such scenarios. In fact, very recently, there was a scenario wherein someone had hacked a website and injected a code wherein once someone is visiting the website, on the background, automatically it will run ads. The person who's visiting the website, they will not even know about that, but in the background, it will run ads, and the hacker is making money from that. So, uh, your website, there are multiple ways that it can get hacked. Just like your mobile phone and all, there are multiple ways that it can get hacked, especially because it's a public property which anyone can access. So it is very important to make sure that you're properly securing it. You're using passwords that are not easy. If you have WordPress, for example, you're using plugins that are helping you with making sure that it is secure. And at the same time, you're also leveraging different things or different security parameters to make sure that it is not bound to get hacked, right? So some of those are basically, let's say, making sure that you don't use the default admin or default usernames and passwords. Don't use a very simple password. Use some kind of a difficult password. Use different tools for password managers. And you can also use plugins like, let's say, Bulletproof Security, WordPress Security. There are a bunch of plugins for security as well. So these help in at least making sure that some of these common vulnerabilities or bugs are not exploited. Now, obviously, if some hacker is diligently trying to hack your website, and if that hacker is good, there's really not much that you can do. But at least from our side, we need to be as diligent as possible to make sure that at least the common things are not being taken advantage of. And finally, obviously, it is very important to make sure that not only us and our website, but also users feel secure. So make sure that you have HTTPS enabled. And if there is a HTTP URL, you are redirecting it to the HTTPS. Most of the web hosting do it by default. If it is not, you can leverage things like Let's Encrypt to switch to HTTPS. Let's Encrypt is offering free certificates, by the way, it's free SSL certificates. It's very easy to install it, and you can leverage that to get SSL for free for your website also. So yeah, like that's basically what you'll need to do for ensuring that users are also having good experience from technical aspect for your website. So this is like, again, this is very technical in nature because it is a website, it is a technical property, it is a technological property. And since we are working on SEO, all of these things do impact SEO a lot. So that's the reason it is very important that when you're working on a website, you're taking care of these things, or at least have that knowledge so you know like what is supposed to be done and how you should be proceeding with it as well.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the term for a situation in which two or more websites have identical or very similar content, potentially leading to search engine ranking issues? And here are your options for the same: content syndication, canonicalization, duplicate content, or link farm. Please mention your answers in the comment section.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.
So let's look at understanding what like exactly our goal with this is, right? The basic agenda when it comes to social media marketing. Like obviously we have all of these social media and we are utilizing those social media platforms to market what we want. So be it a business, be it a service, be it ourselves, because there's also like personal branding and so forth. That is basically what social media marketing is. And the main goal for this particular course is to sort of help define or understand what a business's goals around social media is supposed to be. Because what happens is every business, when it comes to social media, there will be different goals. Not every business wants to like get the most sales, and there's a reason behind it, right? Because sales is not everything. And when it comes to marketing, oftentimes I see like, okay, how many number of sales did you get, or all of those things as top questions asked. But uh, for a business to grow and for a business to establish themselves as something which can sustain for long time is what uh, is something that will help improve the lifetime value of a customer. Now, what do I mean by lifetime value? Lifetime value is nothing but how many or how much is the customer paying you in the entire lifetime of your business that it exists, right? So, for an example, right, take Zomato. I don't know how many of you remember, but Zomato basically ran these 50% off promotions or marketing, right? Wherein like for any food or anything that you order, you would get like 50% off, and they ran it for quite some time. Now, obviously, those 50% off discounts were offered by Zomato itself. What that means is they were paying the rest of the money and the cost to cover it up. The reason they were doing that is because of the customer lifetime value that they were looking at. Essentially, what happens is because they got people addicted to Zomato's ordering service, people started using it more. And even as they slowly stopped all of those offers, we still use it whenever we think of ordering a food online, right? So if you want to like order some food, there's either Swiggy or Zomato or none of the other names actually come to my mind either. So that is how it is. So it's like when I want to order food, I just go to them. Now what happens with this is uh, over a period of a year, for example, and in this period, take for example this year itself, right, 2022. um, these platforms are no longer running similar offers, and they are actually making some or the other level of profits from the orders that they are getting. So over this period of time, the number of orders that I place essentially becomes the value of mine for this particular year. So they calculate their promotions based on how much I'm willing to use these platforms. So obviously you burn money by doing all of these things, right? And all of us know like how that is not such a great idea. Another way is to have people recognize you as a brand. So as an example, right? So let's say when I talk about online shopping, what are the brand that comes to your mind first? See, this is what I'm talking about, right? Because we know about these brands, and how do we know about these brands? Through different level of engagement, through different level of us talking to them, right? So there's like different like stages of a marketing. There is the first one, basically. Okay, so like basically there's like different stages of marketing, right? So in that, what happens is there is one stage wherein you look at engagement. There is obviously awareness. Actually, let me just pull up the audience. So this is what basically a funnel looks like, right? So now what happens is um, conversion is obviously a very huge goal for a business. Loyalty and advocacy happens after the conversion, and this is where I was talking about the lifetime value, because of the conversion, the loyalty increases, and as people keep like have the loyalty, they'll keep ordering and or more. And advocacy comes when in they tell others like, why don't you use this platform, or why don't you keep using this platform? So similarly, what happens is even before all of this, there are two stages. One is awareness and another is consideration. So now for us to make sure that the customers are aware of our brand and they are also considering our brand, social media today is one of the key resources or the key methods to do that. Now, why is that? The minute you think of any social media, you see so many different brands talking about their offers and services. But at the same time, one of the things that they do is they also look at engagement. How many people are actually engaging with their posts? Let's say if you're liking their post, if you're viewing their post, if you're commenting on their post, even if you're doing all of these things, as long as you're engaging, you sort of have this mental image that, okay, this is a brand that you actually like engaging with. So the next time when you actually are in a stage wherein you're in the market looking for different products, what happens is if you see the same brand which you're engaged with or which you have engaged with in the past, you're more likely to consider that brand than in any other brand. The reason is because you know that brand, you have interacted with that brand, and you sort of build that sort of a trust with that brand. Okay, that even though that brand might not have certain specifications or it might lack in some of the product areas, you will still go for them because you understand that, okay, probably after sales service will be better, or maybe their brand is better, or because just you have interacted with them, right? So that is why every business, every company will have a different social media goal. So some of them are just looking to make sure that customers are able to see what are the different products or services they have, or some of them have like a post goal as well, that they should make n number of posts in a day. And I'll talk about some of those brands as well. Then there are some who are looking at engagement as a goal. There are some who are looking at sales as a goal, which is quite obvious. So there are different goals of a brand. So it is very important that we define that. Second is for like basically, for you to have a good social media strategy, you need to create one. So that's what it is all about. So we look at creating a social media strategy, what it looks like, and how to audit one if it exists, right? So we'll sort of touch upon that as well. Next, we'll look at improving or creating a social media profile. So we'll look at a few platforms and essentially what are the different things to look at in that. We'll look at creating a content strategy. Essentially, we'll look at a content calendar. And also we'll sort of touch upon analytics, like what are the performance, or what are the things that you should be looking at. Okay. Now, with that said, I think we already understand more or less of this, but the key important thing is previously what used to happen before the era of social media is all the information was shared by companies to users. That's it. It was not like users could properly interact with the company. So a good example of this is, let's say you take any website. Before social media, it was like they were just putting or sharing information with the users without knowing what the users wanted, or what they were thinking of it, or what their sentiment around that content was. Before social media, you would essentially receive information through, let's say, different offline sources as well. And even in those cases, for a business to know like what the customers are thinking of or what their reaction to it is almost not founded, right? But with social media, there's been a big shift. Essentially, the shift is from one to many. So this is what model I was talking about, from one to many model, right? So essentially, it's like both the brands, and I'm not talking about just a single brand, even your competitor brands, all of you are interacting with users. Then you're also interacting with yourself, in the sense like each other brands. You're also engaging with different areas. Your users are engaging with brands are engaging with users, brands are engaging with brands, and obviously users are also engaging with users, right? So there are so many different type of uh, uh, combinations that you can look at, and the reason that has happened is because of social media. And that is something that you should also focus on when you're doing a let's say social media marketing altogether, right? So there is obviously a formal definition around it, which is like it allows people and businesses to communicate with each other and share information. Basically, what we already know and understand, right? So obviously, there's no proper defined set of rules, and social media is ever evolving. So it's all about making sure that you think of it as a community, right? Like an active community, and that you can sort of look at a way to sort of interact with each other and talk with one another. And that's what social media is all about, creating those networks and identifying ways to create those networks. A good example of this is how YouTubers often interact with users or take feedback from users in the comment section, right? You will see like they are responding to different comments, and they are also like talking about or like improving their content based on the different comments that they see. The reason is because um, the people who comment, they see that they are actually providing active feedback to the content creator. And by content creator implementing them, they think that they are a part of a community wherein they are actually working with the particular person as well. And this goes hand in hand. Because of this exchange, what happens is there's an active community that gets built, and the engagement that comes through from that is the true essence of what social media is all about, right? And that is where you see a lot of engagement. Now, obviously, when it comes to social media, there are like different like the entire landscape of it has different things based on what you're trying to do, or what you're trying to get at, and all of those things. So if we look at this particular image, you can see like the vast landscape that there is around social media. You will see that when it comes to learning, listening, adapting, what are the different platforms that are available? When it comes to images, obviously there's Instagram, which is quite popular. I don't know how many of you remember that there used to be Flickr. Then there is obviously Snapchat that is there. So there are so many different platforms available, right? So similarly, when we come over here, crowd wisdom, we can see like there is like Reddit, which is quite popular. Then there is like BuzzFeed and all of these other platforms. When you look at, let's say, uh, discussion forums, obviously there is like Facebook groups. 4chan is also one of the popular forums. Then, so that's the thing. Like when you look at the entire landscape, oftentimes what happens is we get so focused on some of the top platforms that we tend to forget of when how different businesses or different platforms exist based on what their intent is. A good example is also music, right? So or audio is what I would say, wherein there are different streaming platforms available wherein you can upload your audio to Spotify, you can upload it to SoundCloud, you can upload it to Google Podcasts, and so many different areas. And that is also a sort of social media, because over there users are interacting with you, they are commenting, they are liking your podcast, they are clicking on links and going to your brand, and so many different things. So that is how huge social media landscape is. So it's not just limited to the top platform. It depends on what you're trying to achieve and how you're trying to get there. Like when it comes to overall social media marketing, like we were just talking about social media here, but when it comes to social media marketing, right? It's basically the point of it is to reach your target audience. This is the key important thing, knowing your audience, right? By utilizing relevant messages. So the first is target audience, second is your content. So, and then by basically building trust, interaction, and sales. So these are some of the key goal that your businesses can have. Obviously, you can have like different type of goals. You can have like you can look at creating awareness for your brand and so many different things, right? But the key thing is, for any platform, defining your target audience properly and then utilizing relevant messages or relevant content to reach these audiences. Okay. So like basically businesses can promote different things. Restaurants can upload their different images, they can promote their different offers or promotions for the day. Like there's obviously Facebook and brands uploading some of the promotions. So this is like a Christmas promotion that they have around Starbucks. I'm not sure like how many of you know, but Starbucks actually have these red cups which were so popular that essentially for Starbucks there was like a backlog of the number of orders that were. Then there's like different ads. Obviously, then there's LinkedIn. So essentially, if you look at it, the vast majority and the areas where social media is there, like it is huge, and we already noticed that with the landscape. but the way that the brands uses is what is so different, right? Like over here you can see this is more about creating or sharing a promotion of Starbucks, and they are trying to use the holiday season for that, so that users can get different things, brand sharing their offers. This is another offer, there's like ads, there's a sponsored post, promoted post ads. So there are different ways that brands use social media, and these are just some, like I would say, drop in a bucket of a method that you're seeing here. So this is, I think, more or less clear to all of you, but I'll just go through this. Uh, for social media, like one thing is, and in fact, like when you're pitching, like why someone should invest in social media, these are some of the important things that you should tell them, right? First is that you actually get access to your target audience. So what this means is, uh, in the traditional media or in any other media, what happens is you don't have such a huge access to the type of target audience that exists on social media. You can target them, you can reach them, you can segment them, you can recognize what are the different types of audiences, what are their different interest, intent, so many different things, right? And at the same time, it is like a gold mine of data. In addition to having proper access to the ones that you want to target, you have so much data available, which can be leveraged for good marketing. And at the same time, it's also something that um, basically does not disrupt whatever you're trying to do. You can target your demographic, be it like whatever location they are in, what type of, let's say, income they have. You can target also people based on who they are or what kind of levels of, let's say, education they have. There are so many different things that you can target with. And when you compare it with the traditional marketing, social media is very cost effective. So, and this is something that I'm sure most of you know, but let's say if you're running a TV commercial or a commercial on a radio, it may cost you like 1 lakh, 10 lakh rupees or whatever that is. But at the same time, the same amount, if you put it in social media, and when you compare both of them, right, the amount of results that you will get in social media is huge. And by far, like it is like the best when you look at it overall. And then obviously you can leverage social media to coordinate with other marketing channels. So it's not like very exclusive, wherein you just use that or you don't use it, and it is not interacting with any other channels, right? So even if you have an offline event, you can actually drive more awareness using social media. You can give them their social media handles. You can run a promotion. Whatever emails you collect, you can create an audience around that. You can work with that and target them as well. Then finally, you also get a good competitor's insight. So, and the best way for doing this is just go to any competitor's page, see what type of posts they have, what are they doing, how customers are reacting to that, what are they, how they are actually interacting with them, what is working for them, what is not working for them. There is vast amount of data available, and these insights then also help you drive your own marketing tactics or marketing initiatives that you're carrying on, right? So that is like, these are some of the top reasons I would say, like, why you should invest in social media. Now, when you look at it closely, right, there's essentially four pillars of social media marketing. So the first one is social listening. Okay. Like when it comes to LinkedIn, the best way I would say is you can just send them a connect request. You can add a note in that. That is how you can get around the premium thing. And there's obviously a limit to it. I would say don't just spam it, because LinkedIn will then sort of identify that what you're trying to do and abuse it and such. But there are certain LinkedIn automation platforms, like Phantom Buster is one that I recollect quite well. Let me see if I can share the URL. I personally like Phantom Buster because I've used it. It seems like they are also running a Black Friday offer. but it's quite good. They also have a free version that you can use. Similarly, there are other platforms as well, but yeah, this is one of the top ones that I can suggest. So when it comes to social media, it's more about having access to like your target audience, right? It's like when you're doing the organic social media optimization or social media marketing, for you to make sure that you're able to optimize towards your target audience is through your content. Essentially, making sure that your content is more relevant to your target audience. So, a good example of this is, let's say, if you are focused on people who are engineers and who are aged between, let's say, 25 to 45, then you get a sense like, okay, probably these are engineers aged between this. Then you next add a mix of the location to it. So let's say maybe they are from India, and then you add another layer to it. So something like, let's say if they are currently having a job. So based on this, you start to build a user persona, right? You utilize this user persona and then you create content towards what this user persona would engage with the most, and that is how you will define like or imp- like improve the access to the target audience that you want to build upon, or engagement that you want to build upon with this target audience. Like that is how I would do it in the organic setting. When it comes to advertisements, obviously, like you can directly select it within campaign settings and such. It is like a no-brainer. You just like select some of the buttons and that's about it. So that's how it is. Usually I've seen that when it comes to B2C, especially Facebook or Instagram and all of these different social medias, even after the iOS update, is still cheaper than Google Ads. However, because of the third-party cookie blocking and such, there are some reduced relevance to the ads, but it is still like cheaper. However, now there is another however here, which is like in Google Ads, they are also improving the different targetings that they have. And they also have different type of channels and networks and all. So like I would say even today, social media is still like cheaper. But if you want to do a proper marketing for any business, even your own business, you should not leave out any channel. You should, because at the end of the day, it's more about like what are the businesses that you can actually factor in, or based on your budget, like what is the best ROI that you can gain. And it will differ based on the networks. From For a good example of this is Facebook can help you develop your mid-funnel audiences. So as I was talking about the consideration stage, awareness stage, and so forth. And Google Ads, for example, if you're looking at search advertisement for, so in that case, you can directly leverage the lower funnel audiences, wherein like you target the lower funnel keywords and then get your audiences from there. So while social media is cheaper than Google Ads still is very important because of how it gives access to the lower funnel audience. And frankly speaking, it also have a very good monopoly over that. Okay, so this is an interesting area, right? So when it comes to Instagram and Facebook, I would say both has decent amount of traffic or decent amount of users. But the trend that I've seen so far, and in fact, which is happening in today's day, is Facebook usually has people who are like middle-aged or elderly. So, and if any of you are youngsters who are using Facebook, no disrespect, I'm just talking about the majority here. So what I have usually seen is like Facebook has people who are at least like 25 or older, and Instagram is mostly it has youth. So people that has like, let's say that are more than 15 years of age and less than 25 is the majority like users of the platform. In fact, I would tweak it to 15 to 35, and then like it starts to sort of stagnate from there on. So it all depends on who your target audience is, and based on that, I would say like that will determine like what will bring you most traffic. I hope that answers your question, Pavitra. Now, when it comes to a target audience, right, it all comes from a business. So let's take e-commerce. Okay. So now there is one around, let's say, home interiors. Then there is one around fashion, which includes accessories. Then there is like electronics. Okay, so let's just look at fashion over here as an example. Now, when you look at fashion, right? So let's just consider what type of fashion do you have? So is it that you have women's clothes? Is it you have men's clothes? Or even between those, then what type of age group are you focused on? Is it kids wear? Is it youth wear, which like current generation likes? Or is it something that probably is for office goers or just a comfort wear, whatever that is? Then based on that, so let's say now you are targeting um, office goers as an example. Okay. So office goers, you're targeting both men's and women's wear, as well as at the same time, you're focused on different types of products. So that essentially starts to build your target audience, right? It's like one is you're focused on people who are interested in fashion or clothes. Second is people who are office goers. So office goers, what is the age group? Most of them you will find between aged 25 to 45. Then within that, you have to identify, because this is e-commerce, you'll have to see that these people are someone who are internet savvy, or at least understand how to make payments over internet, because you accept like payments online. Maybe let's say you don't have cash on delivery at all, right? Just as an example. So then you will narrow it down further to people who have internet savvy behavior. Then you look at like people who are from specific cities. So over there you will look at let's say tier 1 cities, tier 2 cities. What are the places where you can deliver? So these are the different things, right? And all of this circles around your business. It all depends on what your business is, what your business is trying to do, and based on that you determine who is the right user persona, who is the right audience for you, and what age group they belong to, who are more available to buy your product or service. So at the end of the day, because that is how you develop your messaging, that is how you develop your content. And when I say content, it can be your website content, it can be your social media content, it can be the posts that you create, it can also be the messages that you send. What type of messages to send? Should you add emojis to your messages or not? That also depends based on your user persona, right? So if let's say you're talking to people who are youngsters, probably using emojis will make them feel more included. They'll be like, okay, this company is something that I can relate to. But if you similarly send emojis to old people, they'll be like, what is happening? Maybe the only emojis for them that may work is the what do you call it? I've usually seen this in WhatsApp, wherein people just put that namaste wala emoji. So like probably those are the ones that would work for them, right? So that is how you basically determine who your target audience is, and that is how you sort of work with it. I can see that a lot of the conversation that we are having is sort of more advanced in some terms of like what we would be looking at hands-on. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through some of the parts of this slides to make sure that all of you are aligned with what like social media is, or the strategies around it and such. And as we go through it, it is very important, if you guys feel a need for me to explain in depth about any of these topics, let me know. Or if you want more examples around some of these topics, let me know as well. So I'll be able to cover that. Okay, so when it comes to social media, right, there's basically like 4 pillars of social media marketing. Now, these pillars essentially determine what you're trying to achieve through social media and how you can achieve those different goals. So when it comes to social media, you can do social listening. You can listen, you can engage with consumers, and this can be a part of customer service as well, right? So oftentimes Twitter is what a lot of users or people use for customer service these days. They just like tweet to a business or a brand wherein they're like, okay, this is an issue I'm facing, I need you to fix it, and they then sort of fix it. But what happens is, because they're using social media, that also gives us a platform to listen to what they are saying, what they are talking about, and how we can make sure that the reputation is good around that, right? So by taking those feedback and just utilizing that and improving the service that we are offering, or the products that we are offering, or let's say the delivery of it, the transportation of it, whatever that is, just by doing that, customers will feel involved. And that is what social media and how social media is important, right? It's like you're listening to your customer, you're listening to your community of customers on social media, and leveraging what feedback they're saying to improve the product and services that you're offering to them. So that is one of the very important pillars of social media. Now, second is social influencing. You can use social media to essentially share different type of content, different type of information and all, right? So this is something that all of us know, but all of the information that we share can also be used to influence a lot of like decision making. And social listening, for example, if you combine social listening with this, what happens is you can create content by saying that you have listened to them, you understood there were problems or issues somewhere, and you can respond to that by utilizing social media and the content around that, and tell them that you can influence people to know that you are a business who is pro customer, who is pro consumer, and listens to them and implements what they are saying. That builds the brand, that builds or influences people to use your brand more. And that is basically the second pillar of social media, right? Now the next is the networking. Now as you're influencing, as you're listening, another aspect to it is being able to network or identify individuals who can engage with your business, right? And you can also leverage this to talk to other businesses. You can also create engagements, and there are so many different things that you can do in social media altogether. And social networking is just a part of it, which is like one of the very important crux altogether. So for example, let's say if you're trying to do some kind of a survey, you can do that through social networking. If you're trying to find people who would review your products, you can even do that. Or there are n number of things, right? And more or less we are aware that how different ways social media can be utilized for networking with others, engaging with others, or identifying, in fact, like influencers to help promote our products. Now, the fourth is social selling. This is essentially generating leads or sales from the existing customers based on whatever we share on the social media. So when and this is something that I talked about earlier as well, and we saw some examples as well of that, wherein customers would uh, get influenced. They would like look at some of the offers or promotions that we are doing, and through that they would make purchases, or at least like sign up or become a lead, right? All of that can be done through social media, and that is what social selling is all about. Share content around it, that we identified that there was challenges around supply chain, or there were issues with delivery, and we have started to improve upon it. Let's say last month there were around 1 lakh issues with delivery, but in this month we have noticed that we were able to reduce it to only 50,000, or let's say 10,000 issues overall in the month. So what happens is, when you share that, customers will get influenced that you are actually listening to them, and they will then start to trust you more. And that is essentially what this is all about. It's establishing your authority that you are a good brand who listens to your customer and are able to like work and utilize those feedbacks in terms of like improving the service that you're offering. So that is what social influencing is all about. That is just one example of it. Other ways could be you just doing an engagement, you sharing some useful content, telling them like, okay, probably there are like top 10 products, and out of that, why those are good. Or let's say you're telling them why certain product is bad as well, right? There are different ways of social influencing, and that's just what it is. A lot of influencers, you can take example for that. So let's say if you consider some of the influencers around technology or mobile phones, they have built an authority of themselves on the social media, that okay, if you want to know about something, they will know about it, and they have been able to do that by utilizing different contents, right? So that's basically what social influencing is. Okay, so let's look at social media strategy, right? So we understood what social media is all about, and why it is important. At the same time, like what are the different entire like landscape for it and the pillar about it. Now, the next part about this is um, understanding the social media marketing strategy and how to create one. So I'm going to talk about that as well. Um, like in like we'll actually go through a calendar ourselves right now. Okay, so this is something which is actually a huge problem, right? When it comes to social media, what happens is a lot of businesses fail using it properly. Oftentimes, their pages are driven without any planning, any structure. They don't know what kind of strategy to have, or how to basically make sure that their efforts are properly aligned with the goals of the business, right? Now, um, what happens is, and this is very true, I have seen more than 95% of businesses, or not just businesses as well, right? Even individuals who are trying to make it big on social media fail. I'm sure the number is probably bigger now. The reason is of because of so many people out there now, but that is the truth. And the reason it fails is because one, people don't know what the goal is, how to measure the success of something, how to work with the goal or create content around the goal, and then utilize it to help build up your social media profile and essentially work around with it, right? Let's say uh, I have a social media platform, like profile. So maybe let's say I have a Facebook page. And let's say what happened is I was able to like basically I was able to get almost 10,000 people. Okay, so now let's say I have a Facebook page. I created a post. Okay, in this post, I got somewhere around 10,000 likes. Okay, and then comments, there were somewhere around like let's say 800 comments or so forth. However, in terms of sales or purchases, I was able to get only one sale. Okay. Now this page, it actually has, let's say 1 lakh total followers and likes or whatever that is. So now in this case, and the more number of posts that I'm making, the similar results I'm seeing. So let's say 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever these posts are, I'm seeing similar kind of results. Maybe there's a slight change in them, but overall, this is what is happening. So now with this, what do you think I should do? There are two options, right? Option A is I say that social media, right? Because what is happening for each post, I'm spending so much time, I'm getting so many likes and comments, but it's resulting in only one sale. And option B is it's all about being someone who analyzes data and identify ways to improve whatever you're trying to achieve with social media. Right now, when it comes to analyzing data, what is that data? It's nothing but what you're trying to achieve. This data can be impressions. This data can be traffic. Traffic is nothing but people visiting your website. This data can be sales. It can be any of these goals. It can also be engagement. Now, around these goals, you will basically build like, okay, maybe in 1 month, you're looking for some level of impressions or sales or traffic and all, right? Now, based on this goal, you will then start to identify strategies to achieve these goals. You will see what is working, what is not working. You will identify ways to improve it. You will identify ways to scale it, basically making it bigger and bigger every other month and every other day, right? So that is how it works. So no matter the best copy that you have, no matter the best content that you have, or whatever the challenge is, it's all about analyzing data, identifying ways to improve it by determining the goal, having a good strategy, and then going forward, right? That is what the social media strategy is all about. So now with this particular problem, uh, oftentimes businesses then start to give up, right? And that is because they don't have that strategy at all. They don't even know like how to build that strategy, what kind of plan they should have, what kind of calendar they should have. They're not even aware of that. So overall, it's all about having that sort of a document or definition. So if let's say you're a single marketer who handles the entire marketing, let's say you're a a single person who's handling the entire social media of a business. What will happen is maybe you know like what you're trying to do. Maybe you are organized well enough, but as you scale up, as you hire more people to work with you or work under you, what ends up happening is they will not know exactly what they are supposed to do. Similarly, then there are going to be people who are you are going to work with. Maybe they are going to be content creators. They are going to be salespeople. There's going to be a product team, right? There's going to be a technology team. There are so many different teams. So for all of them to know what your goal is, what you're trying to achieve, how you're going to achieve it, making this plan and making this strategy is very important. So and creating that document is also important. So I have a like a template of sorts that I'm going to like play around with and show you as I do that, so that we can look at an example of what it looks like. But basically, it's all about determining that best strategy, right? Like best practices around what you're supposed to do, how you should address your business goal, how you should utilize the resources that you have available, defining your target audiences, defining your industries, the channels you operate, and so many different things. So that is basically what the document should have overall. Now, when it comes to defining your target audience, we have already done this like exercise just now, but let's do it in a like over at this spreadsheet itself, right? Now, when it comes to an audience, what are the different things that you would look at? There are multiple different things. You would look at the channels. Channels can be, it can be obviously social media is a channel, right? Then there is going to be, let's say, search engine as is a channel. Then uh, there is email marketing. Then when you also look at offline marketing, there are so many different other channels, right? So there are multiple channels that are available. Now within social media, you will have platforms. So you can have a platforms like, let's say, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, all of these different platforms, right? So now what you will be doing is to determine your target audience and determine like what channel and platform to use. You will start to identify who your user exactly is and where you will find them. And this is again something that we have already sort of touched upon, but let's do it through this. Now, in an audience, right? User persona, let's just call it. Now, in this particular audience, what are the different parameters? Let's just look at that, right? So one parameter is going to be age. Then there is location. Then it would be on like profession or education, right? It would also be around, let's say, gender in some cases wherever applicable. Then there will be income. Apart from this, there will be interest. There will be more behaviors. Maybe you can look at some of the behaviors. Okay, so around this, you will determine your user persona 1. Then you can have user persona 2. So a single business can have multiple user personas. Okay, it's not limited to one. This depends on what you're trying to do or what type of like area you're trying to focus on. So now around these, let's take a business, right? So we were talking about fashion. Now let's take the business of fashion. Now within fashion, what do you think this business should sell? Let's just see. What do you think we should look at within fashion? Should we go with clothes, accessories, shoes? What do you think we should look at? So let me do two areas, right? Let me look at one, which is accessories, and second is perfume. Sorry, clothes in general. So general clothing, and second is accessories. So this will include things like perfumes. I wouldn't call it perfume exactly, but basically, let's say different type of accessories that comes under it, right? So we have user persona 1, which is like general clothing, and another is accessories. Now, we need to determine what are the different parameters that we are looking to target around these user personas, right? So we will look at, and this will determine the target audience for us. So we are going to look at age. Now, the first thing is, what is this business all about? So let's look at that business as well. We are saying that this is into fashion, but let's just say this is an e-commerce business. Okay, so now, okay, so it's basically into fashion. It is an e-commerce business. It only accepts payments online, has shipping across India. Okay, let's say clothing. Now let's determine like what the business is all into, right? And this is something every business will be into. So like I'm not talking about big businesses like Myntra and all, but when you look at even Myntra, if you let's just go to Myntra, right, and we'll get a good example from there. Let's just see. Okay, so Myntra, let's just look at something over here. Let's just look at some shirts. Okay, now in this, if you see, this is Roadster, right? So Roadster is a business. When you look at Roadster, they have shirts for men, women, boys, girls. So these are different, I would say, demographics that they are looking at. Second thing that they have is, let's see, okay, so these are shirts. Let me see if I can have a filter for brand over here. So they, as you can see, they have shirts, t-shirts, shoes, jeans, and so many different things, right? So now with this, what I understand it, let's say if we take Roadster as an example, they are into fashion, they are an e-commerce business, maybe they also have their own website. Then they accept payments online, has shipping across India. So now with all of this and the type of like clothing that you see, what would you say is the ideal demographic in terms of age? What range do you think it would fit under? 20 to 30, 25 to 35, 15 to 30, interesting. 18 to 40, 18 to 35, 18 to 40. So basically, like the first thing that I like about what you guys told is the majority where they would end up. So when you look at different age groups, right? Usually we start when it comes to age, we start at 18 to let's say somewhere around 25, 28. People have different ranges, because these are the people who are still studying, let's say, for example, or young professionals, right? Now, from here, we have 26 to, usually it's around 40 or 35 or something like that. So in this case, I'm just going to consider this. Then there's like 41 to, let's say, 55, and finally 55 plus. So, and below this is obviously like, usually we start with 13, because that's like the legal age for people to use some of the services online, but obviously this can be even lower. So now, when you look at all of these different ranges, right? So you get an idea like what type of products that they're offering. And from this, you also understand what percentage of users are more likely to buy these type of clothes. So in case of Roadster, what we understand is there is, let's say, if we have like 100%, right? So out of 100%, there is a chance that maybe 35% will be okay to, in this age range, will be interested here. Maybe let's say 30% will be interested here. And over here, maybe that's more like 25%. And then whatever we are left with this, we understand that if we are going to target people with age between 18 to 40, we will cover over 60% of the market, or at least over 60% of users who are relevant. This helps us define and refine what we are trying to target, right? These are not like defined in stone that you cannot change. It will differ to different brands. Now, how do you get this data? You can actually use whatever data is already available of the brands and leverage them. If there is no data available, you can look at some of the different industry trends to start with, and then you can slowly also change it. One of the best thing about determining your target audience is that this is live. What I mean by that is this keeps changing based on your business needs, goals, and all, but this helps determine or document what you're trying to do. And that is what this is. We are just creating a document to make sure that we know what we are trying to focus on. And similarly, if someone else in the business looks at it, if the finance guy looks at it, for example, they'll know like what we are trying to do. If the CEO is looking at it, the CEO will understand like, okay, this is what we are trying to achieve, and there is a reason behind why we are trying to do it, right? So that's basically what it is. And if, let's say, you yourself is a CEO, then probably your investors might be interested in looking at these numbers. Just talking about it, but this document helps you determine it. So similarly, location, we already know we have shipping across India, but since we are e-commerce, which accepts payments online, the probably we will initially limit our targeting to tier 1 and tier 2 cities. So now next is profession and education. So since we are looking at these people, and the type of clothing we have is mostly, I would say, casual. And there's also like women's clothing and such. So probably we can go with students and working professionals, right? So this is just to narrow down our target. We may also ignore this, wherein we can just say like this is not applicable in our case or something like that. Gender, like because we have for both men and women, this is again not really applicable. Income. Okay, so again, based on these parameters and based on the pricing of the product, you need to see like what kind of income grade these people come under. So obviously, like since you're already targeting tier 1 and tier 2 cities, there's a good chance that these users already have decent income, but this will also help you determine the type of messaging, etc., that you would want to do, right? So let's say, for example, in this case, because this is a clothing brand, probably you would want to have people with cities of India, if you just do a quick Google of it, you will find a list, right? So for example, if you see like there are like 8 metropolitan tier 1 cities in India, which is like Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Ahmedabad, and Pune. Then there are like 104 cities that are categorized as tier 2. So you have like all of those information available online, and this basically helps you determine like what type of let's say economy these cities have, what type of opportunities these cities have. And when it comes to internet and their penetration, and not just their internet's penetration but also penetration of people paying online and all, that is majorly happening in tier 1 and tier 2 cities, which as you can see the list over here. So that is the reason we chose this. Okay, so there's another question. As of now, you have taken both option of age group because of the ratio, right? What if we have highest ratio for 18 to 25 only? In that case, we'll only go with that. So the primary goal of defining the target audience is to make sure that the marketing is very focused towards the high, like towards people who are highly likely to make the purchase. So what will happen is all the content that you also create will be around that. Again, when you are defining a target audience, this is more for your consideration. Some of these options may or may not be available across social media, but at the same time, this will help you determine what type of advertisement you should build, what type of content you should build, what type of, let's say, a blog post you should be creating. So let's say if you're a fashion like when it comes to Roadster, maybe you're marketing for Roadster. What you will do is, because now you know what type of income these people have, you will start to create content around products which these people can afford. People with, let's say, good income or something like that. Obviously, you will have to play around with this live. In some cases, maybe this may not even be relevant at all, but in some cases, maybe this is relevant. So it's all about the type of content that you will create, the type of products that you will promote, and the different things that you will be sharing, right? So another thing about income is you can probably also look at another piece of data that businesses already have, which would be uh, like the purchasing power, or basically, so customer purchasing power is something that we commonly look at. Now, what happens in this is you basically determine usual customer for Roadster, what is the like average range of how much they are willing to purchase for. Right. So in this case, probably you'll be looking at what maybe they are willing to make purchases between 700 to 2000 rupees. So that's the range. So based on this, then you will also be looking at identifying the products and all. So this is just one of the ways that you sort of create a target for yourself, like, okay, this is what you're going to focus on, because that is where your major market share is, or major revenue comes from. So let's say in a single day, you saw that these are the overall sales that have happened. So now based on this, what you can do is you can directly do the first thing, which is equals to minimum of this, right? So you will get like what is the minimum value. Then you can look at the max. So max, it is at 2500. Now similarly, what you can do is, so this is like, let's say, order number, and this is like order price. So now what you will do is, this is like your minimum, and this is like your max. Then you will have your average. So is equal to average. You enter that, and you understand like, okay, so overall from all of this, what is the minimum, maximum, or the average price ranges that these users basically have, right? So we got those numbers now. So now from this, what we will be doing is we'll try to analyze like overall from this, where the numbers actually stand. A very quick way for doing that is just taking a small graph of this, but you can also like determine like what are the overall average numbers. So as you can see, like this is the graph, right? So I'm not able to add a line over here. Okay, so but if you were to draw a line, right, you can see like the orders are mostly around this region, right? The price point is mostly around this region. So based on this, we can understand that uh, the maximum orders are coming between uh, above 1000 rupees and below 2000 to 200 rupees, right? Again, this is just like an assumption, but this is how you sort of determine, like, this is, since this is where most of your sales are coming from, that becomes your average range of products that you would look at, and that also determines like what is the maximum sales value you're able to get. So it goes a bit deeper into statistics and all, but if you have a finance guy, that guy can pretty much tell you like how to look at it. What are these? Maybe these are, some of them are party wears, casual wears. So based on those different things, you can also add other interests and all that they may have. And similarly, even in terms of behaviors, you can look at like what they would like to do, or what are the different things. So now in terms of interests, you can also add different hobbies and all. And similarly, in behaviors, you can be like, okay, what are the things that, what type of behavior they usually display? So there is in fact a behavior category in Facebook ads, which is called as like, um, um, it's basically for someone who's like a compulsive shopper. Literally, those are people who keep making purchases very regularly. So this is typically like how you determine your target audience. And once you do this, right, this becomes like a document for you. Similarly, for accessories, the age range, maybe it will be a little bit different. You will see that, okay, maybe people between 25 to 35 are the ones who are probably more interested in it. For location, maybe people only in tier one cities of India are interested in it. Then similarly, um, all of the customer purchasing power may be very different for them as well. Maybe in accessories, they are more interested in spending somewhere between 200 to 1500, or let's say 1000 rupees or something like that, right? So similarly, you determine like what exactly it is that your targeting is and your target audience is. And once you do this, right, every piece of content that you create, every piece of advertisement that you make will focus on these as the primary target. You can have other secondary targets, but the primary targets will be around these. So let's say the message or the type of language that you will speak will also be related to people who are within this particular age range, or who are within this age range. Uh, Maybe for tier one and tier two cities, you can use English and a little bit of Hindi. So English as an language, but when you go deeper into it, maybe you're looking at tier two, tier three cities, then probably if you want to look at more of, let's say, Hindi, Telugu, Tamil, and all of those different language based on their regions, then only the customers might be interested in making the purchase, right? So all of these things determine the content that you create, the strategy that you will make. And this is basically the user persona, which helps you know like who your customer exactly is. Let's just assume that probably you are building a content plan. Now, as I mentioned, like you can have different business goals. So let you can have like different business goals. Maybe one of the business goal is to increase brand awareness. Second business goal can be like growing sales. So as you know, like when it comes to social media, there are multiple goals that you can achieve, right? Now, to achieve these business goals, so this is where you define your top level business goal, the main thing that you're trying to do. That is what you will define here. So for this particular business, let me actually consider this one. Yeah. So for this particular business, because they are a fashion and such, let's just say that their strategy is one, to create brand awareness. So let's just retain this one, business goal one, increase brand awareness by whatever the percentage is. So this percentage will be determined based on what you already have. So it can be, let's say, if currently your total, the number of people, or the total brand awareness based on the brand study, you identified that in a specific city or in a specific let's say country, overall somewhere around 1 lakh people are aware of your brand. So now your next goal is to make sure in this particular year, which is like, let's just change it to 2023 now. So in the year of 2023, your goal is to add or increase it by at least 50%. So you'll be like increase brand awareness by 50% is your first goal. Now the second is you want to also grow sales. So maybe in the year of 2022, the brand had somewhere around let's say 1 crore rupees of sale. And now you're looking to grow that further by 50%, which is like add more 50 lakhs to it. So total sales you want in the next year should be around 1 lakh, sorry, 1.5 crores, right? So that is your goal now. Now, based on this goal, you need to determine what you're going to do in social media to achieve some of these, right? So now we are going to look at 2023 social media goals. So maybe the first goal that you have is increase web traffic from Instagram. This is just an example, but it will differ based on what you're trying to do. So now by increasing web traffic, there's a good chance your sales will grow. Second is to double Instagram followers in like this particular year. So maybe if you, let's say, have currently somewhere around 50,000 followers, second goal can be to make it to 1 lakh. And if you are able to reach 1 lakh, obviously the more number of people will engage with your brand or your Instagram profile. And the more people who engage with it, the more traffic you get, the more awareness that gets built and so forth, right? So that is like one of the goals that you can look at. Another can be like getting more number of views. So let's just say Insta Reels, because that's the replacement that we have in like India, right? This is like how you determine the goals. This is your top level goal of what you want to achieve for the business. And this is your next level of goal, wherein you're determining what you're trying to achieve on the social media that will help you achieve these business goals, right? Now, based on this, what you will do is you will try to create pillars of content. These are not content itself. These are more like categories of content that you want to promote. So you can have one pillar around, let's say, education, infographics, right? Another can be more around sales or promotions. Another can be more around, let's say, social wellness. I wouldn't call it social wellness. Basically, let's say more around, yeah, helping the helping the earth, helping nature, and all of those things, right? So that's where I'm coming. I'm missing the word here, but basically, this pillar helps you determine like and make it broader on what you're trying to go around with. Okay, so another can be more on social, and then another can be more of let's say memes or entertainment, right? So now what happens here is, as you can see, based on these goals, we understand that these are the type of content pillars that will help us. Okay, so these are like the higher level of categories of content that you would create. Obviously, you will need sales or promotion related content, which will be more focused on promoting some of the products and all. You can have some of the educational or infographics. This can be related to some level of data of what type of clothing, let's say, customers prefer, or what type of clothes they actually want to buy and such. You can talk about social like CSR, basically like what you're doing for the community, how you're driving or resolving some of the societal issues that there are there. And basically that will also help grow your brand, right? And then you can have some basic memes or entertainment. So you can just look at anything which is trending, create some memes around that, because that is something that a lot of brands do as well, and you would want to be a part of that. So all of these will, one, help your brand. Basically, let's say this will basically help create awareness or improve awareness of a brand. This will also help in awareness of your brand, and also at the same time help people recall your brand more. This will help you generate or curate interest from users, which will end up increasing your overall, let's say, it can help you engage with the users. And finally, this will help in actual sales of the products, right? Now, based on this, what you will do is you will create some cornerstone content. So content pillar is nothing but, think of it as the broader thing, the top thing. So it's more like a category. It's not the content or it's not the post. It's a category. Cornerstone content is nothing but the main piece of content or the main source of your content. So for example, let's say if you have an event, so that event will become a source of your content. If let's say you're launching an ebook, that ebook launch will become a source of content. If let's say you have a new product launch, that will become a source of content. Now, next thing what you will do is from that content, you will create like posts for across different social media formats that you want to put upon. So in a single cornerstone content, you can have like 10 posts, or and in fact, like you can have 2 blog posts, a few videos and whatnot, right? A good example for that is look at any of the, let's say, mobile phone releases. iPhone 14, uh, India gadgets. So, okay, now if you look at this, right? So there is gadgets 360. So now what they have done is there is this particular launch. So now for this launch, they have one page. This is basically like a cornerstone or basically category for them, right? Now within this launch, they have a lot of content around what the summary is, what is the pricing and all of those things. On top of that, there is also something around news. Okay, so when you look at this, you will see like these are the different type of content that they have created around iPhone 14 itself. So it's not a single piece of content. So if you look at this, there are like so many different type of content that they have created around iPhone 14. There is design leak. There is some kind of a operating system information. There is like an assembler information, discounts around it. It can also be some kind of a news about, let's say, increasing supply or decreasing supply. So there are so many different type of contents that they were able to create just around iPhone 14, right? So this is just one of the examples. Now the same content, what they will do is they will put it on Facebook page, they will put it on they will create a YouTube video around it, they will publish that video, then they will also like add some podcast around it, they will share it on Twitter, they will talk like create just for this one blog post, they will create like so many different type of Twitter posts, right? So that is what this is. It's like this iPhone 14 is basically like a cornerstone content. And from that cornerstone, you're creating so many different type of contents across different type of platforms. Content pillars, again, this is like a top category. In case of iPhone 14, the top category of this is basically mobile phones, right? Or let's say it would be more around like what you're trying to promote on this. Maybe you're trying to promote some kind of a news around it. Maybe you're trying to promote some kind of a pricing information around it. Whatever that is, that becomes your content pillar. And within that, you have your cornerstone content. So in this case, it can be, let's say, some kind of a event that comes up. You can also have, let's say, news announcements, maybe white papers. So this is very useful for B2B businesses, right? It can be ebooks and so many other things. Then obviously like web series is one of them. Then you can also look at interviews, right? You can interview prominent people. So and that can become one of the cornerstone content from you. From there, you can then expand on different type of content. So like I just remembered there was this post on Twitter, basically a collaboration, right? So there are so many people who do collaboration and so forth. Okay, so moving on, right? Like then there is like the social media format. So now you have different cornerstone contents based on the events that are happening. And for those content, you can determine like what are the formats that you're going to use to publish that. Are you going to look at, let's say, a carousel post? Are you going to look at Facebook post? Maybe you want to do some kind of a partnership, story, reels, whatever that is, right? Like so many different formats that you can determine. So with this, what happens is anytime there is a event or anytime there is a cornerstone content creation, you'll know exactly what are the formats you need to create the content in. Anytime you're creating some kind of a sale or promotion, you'll know what are the formats that you need to create it in. And let's say if some kind of a trend is happening, what are the formats you can use? If there is some kind of like information that you want to share, you'll know what are the format to use. And this way you will have a very high level, again this is a high level view, you will have a very high level view and understanding of what your entire social media strategy is, right? Basically what happens is we then look at different areas, like this is where you sort of start to go more granular around it, right? You create a content calendar around it. So you can have like a monthly calendar. So this is like, let's say in a single month, what are the content pillars that you're going to actually focus on? Now, what are the key dates that you're going to focus on as well? So let's say if you're going to focus on certain events that are going to happen in that month, what are those events? What are those holidays? And then from there, you will also look at what are the different cornerstone content that is like you are going to publish for that particular month, right? So let's say if you're going to put some blog posts, some kind of a promotion, what that promotion is, what are the events? If let's say you're running any contests, that will also come under here. And obviously, like you can create, insert a row above, add your own, like whatever you want to add, and then uh, modify it, because at the end of the day, this is a live sheet. And what I mean by that is this is a sheet that will change depending on your business, what you're trying to do, what you're trying to achieve. So there are like social media tactics that you can look at, that you can work on different stories, what are the different formats, and you can basically talk about like create a list over here. So this becomes like a very good plan and a very solid plan for your upcoming year, right? And if you go deeper on it, you will you can also create like a weekly view, which talks about in like a single week. So let's say in the week one, what are you actually planning to do, right? So for this platform, at what time, what is the content that you're going to put up, and is it going to be around education, is it going to be a promotion, or whatever that is, right? So you can basically customize it further to determine. So let me actually update this. So now, as you can see, like you can select over here, like what are the content pillars that you're looking to target. So let's say if you're trying to do some kind of a promotion, if you're trying to promote some kind of an education or infographics, memes or entertainment, for example. So you can essentially like determine like whatever you want to do directly over here, and based on that you can determine like what are the things that you're going to actually do with them. So what is this cornerstone content going to be for that? What is the content format? What is the, let's say, content going to be all about? And what is the status of it? Link assets to the link to the assets, right? So you can put all of these. This is again like a template. You can customize and modify this based on your own what you're trying to do and how you're trying to move ahead with your social media content. And once you create this, right, you will have a very good view and of what you're trying to do, how you're trying to schedule it, how you're going to like work around with it, or what are the different type of content, what is your strategy around it, why you're even making a post, right? Everything is available for you to view, and that makes it like super easy for you to go ahead with. And As a next part, we basically have something called as like a evergreen content library. So this is nothing but, let's say if you have a point in time wherein you're running out of content and you want to post something, you can just create some of those over here, put them over here, and whenever you think like there is a gap, you can just leverage these. Or at the same time, you can also create a repository of all the different type of content, right? So that's what this is. And like that's something I would say like gives you a decent sense or handle of what you're trying to do. And when I say, and as all of you selected, right, the option B, analyze data and identify waste to info. So this is the first set of data or the foundational data that you have to create to make sure that you're able to at least get a sense of what you're trying to do, what is your strategy, how you're trying to move ahead with it. And based on that, then you can further determine like how you're going to actually work around with it, what is working, what is not working, how you can improve upon that, and so forth. Basically, what I would say the social media calendar or a strategy could look like, right? Like you can create it, you can make sure it is live, and it gives you a proper sense of where you're at with it, where you're at with social media, what you're trying to do, what you're trying to achieve. You will have a list of every content that you have, and that helps you gauge exactly what you're trying to do, right? Any business that you work with, or let's say even if you're an agency, or even if you have a job or a full-time job, this calendar is what will determine your strategy for the entire year. You can create a yearly strategy, you can create a weekly strategy, monthly strategy, but overall, leverage this template to create your own strategy and calendar so that you can sort of make sure that you are able to um, show to your prospective customer, or let's say people, or whoever your the business that you're going to work for, or for the jobs, right? You can actually leverage this to share the information and knowledge that you have and what you're trying to do or achieve. Now, apart from that, let's look at some of these websites that I basically recommend. So these are not, I would say, the only websites. There are like thousands of websites these days, right? Probably more than that. But these are some of the websites that are very popular around social media. So I'm going to open a few. Let's open this one. So social media today is primarily about social media, but it also has like a library of different white papers and ebooks and so forth that you can utilize. Someone was asking for ebooks; they can definitely look into this. I'm not sure if all of these are free though, but you can definitely like find a lot of helpful resources over here. So there's like a webinar, there's like a playbook. Yeah, I think it's more or less free, but yeah, like you can leverage all of these resources, which is quite good. And you get like a quick bit of what you're trying to do. There's like also predictions for what will happen in next year that they have. What Elon Musk is doing, for those who of you don't know, Twitter is like all head and tail now with what is happening. So I find it quite funny to find this image over here saying like what is happening, saying on the Twitter's own profile. So that's quite something. And overall, like you get a very good gist of different areas, right? Similarly, there is this ad week, which is more focused on ad, but it also have good content on organic marketing and such. There's like Reddit and other platforms that it also talks about. There's this Mashable, which is a little bit more, I would say, engagement focused content, but at the same time, it gives you a good insight onto what is happening over there. There is okay, Social Bakers has apparently changed a bit, but these are some resources that Social Bakers has. Apparently, they are now called as Amplify.io. This is new to me. So they have like a bunch of resources over here that you can leverage to understand like what are the trends, how to go live on TikTok, empathy, customer service. There's a bunch of resources, right, that you can use for your business. Hootsuite. Now, Hootsuite itself is a very good tool for social media. I think I already talked about this, but their blog is also quite good. It has like different strategies. It has different news that is available. Obviously, this news is not that recent, but it gives you a good idea of what is happening. Then platform's own news channel, right? So like within FB, which is like Meta, you will get news for Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, all of these different things. So this is something that you should definitely keep an eye on what is upcoming and new across all of these platforms and what they're trying to do. Search engine land is again one of my favorites. You have like different like areas that it covers, but most of the things you'll find in search engine land. You can also sign up for the newsletter, which I actually recommend. You get like pretty updated with what is happening and all. So it's pretty good. I would say like you also like check this one out. So these are like some of the like resources and sources that you can probably leverage for your social media and essentially getting the updates, insights. Obviously, this does not cover everything. There is this guy, in fact, on Reddit. So I use Reddit quite a lot, who basically gives a summary of what has happened last week on social media that you can also follow. So I don't think I've added the link over here for this guy, but probably I'll do that. But again, like it depends all upon what you find useful and if this is something that you guys would like to use or not. So this basically gives you a good summary of what has happened, what are the top 5 updates. Google, TikTok, Instagram, Meta, Twitter, everything is available here. You can like do a quick read through for all of this. So basically, when it comes to the calendar, right, let me just talk about some of the different aspects around it first. So when it comes to a calendar, you'll have to determine what you're trying to do based on your business goal, and then sort of break it down into what is the each social media's goal. Then you come at content pillars. Content pillars are nothing but like what is a category of a content that you would like to work upon. Then you come at cornerstone content, which is nothing but like within the broader category or the broader aspect of the content, what are the different aspects or specific items that you would like to work on? So it can be an event, it can be, let's say, a specific, let's say, if you're into technology, we looked at mobile phone launches yesterday. We looked at iPhone 14 yesterday. Then from there, based on the type of content, you then sort of determine like what are the social media formats that you're going to utilize to promote these different content, right? So this is nothing but a quick breakdown or a high level view of what you're trying to do with when it comes to your social media strategy overall. So this is a social media plan wherein he has identified 2 business goals. The first one is to increase the brand awareness by 50%. So assuming, let's say, whatever brand awareness was there in his particular market, they are now looking to sort of increase that by additional 50%. So maybe in an overall industry, they had a brand awareness around 1 lakh people. That's just an assumption. Usually you do a brand lift study or a brand study to understand this. But let's say 1 lakh people were aware of it. Now his goal is that 50% more are aware. And this is a business level goal, right? Like what the business is trying to do. So basically, when you look at it, it's more like making sure that hospital. I'm guessing that this is more from the hospital's perspective or a healthcare sector. So from that perspective, it's more in terms of ensuring that the capacity of the hospital is better utilized, and there is an increased number of people who are aware of it and also get the surgeries done. So with that said, like it's more in terms of one increasing the revenue and second in terms of increasing the brand awareness. Fair point. So now let's look at the social media goal, right? Like when it comes to social media, he has defined 3 goals here. The first one is increasing the number of surgeries and OP conversions by 50%. Okay. And through SEM platforms. Okay. So the first thing when you're trying to write a social media goal, right, make sure it is around a specific social media platform. So when you say SEM platform, that's like mostly on the search engine marketing, right? Let's say, for example, Google Ads, etc. So try to because this is more from the perspective of social media. The expectation was to have it on the social media side, but you can definitely create a separate plan altogether for your own like benefits or based on what you're trying to do as a business as a whole. So second one that you have is to rank in top 2 positions for top at least 8 top monthly search volume keywords in Google My Business. Fair point. And second, the third one that you have is double the Instagram and Facebook followers. Okay. So these are good goals overall. I would say like these are good digital marketing goals that you can have. In terms of social media goals, like this is a good example of a social media goals, right? So one thing that you can also look at is basically trying to increase engagement or trying to look at how you can better engage with people to understand like some of the challenges or some of the issues that they're going to. Because when it comes to healthcare, the main point for anyone to believe in any kind of a hospital or any surgery and all, the main thing is that they should have a trust with the brand. And to build that trust, you need to obviously have good brand awareness. And second is also make sure that you're having good engagement with the audiences. It can be by sharing any content and all. So probably engagement is one of the goals that you can also look at. Now, then content pillars, you have added awareness, educational, that's good. Then the second pillar is healthcare days, posting and offers. Okay, so these are basically promotions of the business, which is good. Success story of surgeon. This is actually quite good. Achievements. Then you're talking about festivals and related day offers. Okay, so basically promotion around healthcare and let's say other related days. Okay, fair enough. Then you're talking about content pieces, right? So you're talking about testimonials, which is good, actually a good one. Blogs. So I would try to determine like what type of blog a little bit deeper. Like let's say if you're looking at blogs related to certain symptoms questions or like surgery related questions or whatever that is, right? Obviously when people have questions only then they would be reading a blog around healthcare. So try to specify a bit more about what type of area that you would do this, but this is still good. Then you're looking at briefing about related surgery. Okay, this is nice. Trending health questions is good. FAQs. Okay, so I'm guessing surgery FAQs, which is good. And then subscription for newsletter. So subscription for newsletter, I would say, is more of a goal that you can have of a digital marketing, wherein you're increasing subscriptions. I'm not sure if that would count as a like piece of a content or a cornerstone content. Probably you need to define it better on what exactly the category or what you're trying to do here. It can be newsletter, but not subscription for newsletter. Subscription will be more on the goals, but newsletter, maybe if you have any specific newsletter, right? So let's say it can be a success story newsletter. So success stories of the week can be one of the new things that you can have in newsletter, or you can talk about tips of the week from the doctors or top doctors or something like that, right? Or specific surgeon related tips that they would want to share with general people or people in general who are suffering with some of the top diseases, for example. Those can be some of the topics around newsletters, and then you can like sort of look at that. So when it comes to content piece, don't add a goal directly, just make sure that you add what you're trying to have as a content or a category of a content. Then finally, we have the like different post or the format of posts. So here, as he has mentioned, like SEM, so which makes sense, Google search ads, display, Facebook, Instagram, brand awareness and lead generation, which is fine. Like, so in this case, I would actually like, while this is something that you have customized in a social media plan, the expectation here would be like, what are the formats of the content that you're going to utilize? So let's say, for example, when it comes to the patient testimonials, right? What are the different formats of the testimonials that you're going to use? So as you mentioned, videos and posts. So now videos, where are you going to post that video? Are you going to put that on YouTube? Are you going to put that in Instagram Reels? So what are those different formats, right, across different platforms? That is what you're expected to sort of put here, so that you have a clear understanding of the formats that you will need for your content. So this is basically the content, right? And then this is going to be the format of the content. So I would try to like talk more about those specific areas. So essentially what will happen is, whatever cornerstone content that you have, or whatever pillar that you have, you will try to use this pillar to create cornerstone content around these pillars. And then you will use the cornerstone content to create specific post or specific formats of post across different platforms. And that is what you're trying to sort of mention over here. So that's pretty much what this like strategy is all about. And from here, then you can like further build a calendar wherein you mention like what are the different key dates or key things that you would do in the particular month. What are the different content that you're going to produce in the month? What are the different tactics that you're actually going to use? And in a weekly view, you can basically create a proper timetable across different platforms, and at what time, what is the content pillar that you're going to put, what is the post type, and what is the copy of that, and all of that you can basically manage and maintain over here, so that it becomes easy for you to strategize your entire social media marketing strategy as well as calendar, right? And this is more in terms of just a quick like evergreen content library, wherein like if you think like you have a drought, or let's say sometimes you're not able to find something good to post, you can beforehand you can create all of the content over here, put it over here, and then leverage that. We are going to talk about Facebook and Instagram ads, to be precise. And we are going to look at like what are the different areas around Facebook advertising. So now it's no longer called as Facebook advertising, it's meta advertising, because it basically controls ads across its platforms, which is like Facebook, Instagram, and so forth, right? So overall, like basically we are going to look at all of those different aspects in this. P top and FU funnel. So that's like tofu, then middle of the funnel, which is like mofu, and then bottom of the funnel. So bottom of funnel. So it's like tofu, mofu, bofu. That is what it's called as. Like that's what like a lot of people refer to it as. And if you want, you can like it's easy to remember this way. But the main thing about this is, the top of the funnel is more for the awareness stage, wherein like you're trying to create awareness about your brand, about your product or services that you have. Middle of the funnel is where you're trying to have people consider you as a brand instead of someone else. So a consideration stage for a customer, from the customer's point of view, it's more like, let's say if they are trying to buy something, they would compare across multiple brands, right? So this is the stage wherein you are trying to establish like why you are better than your competitor, or why what are the USPs that you have, what are your unique selling points, and what are the reason that a customer should go with you rather than a competitor. And finally, bottom of the funnel is wherein you will have the customer actually make the decision. So here it will be more related to some of the case studies so that customers can relate themselves. You'll be providing demos, you'll be providing trials so that they can try it out. You'll be doing consultations and so forth, right? So that's the bottom of the funnel. And then there's something like after purchase, which is more like once they have already made a purchase, you would try to form a relationship with them. You will try to build a sense of advocacy with them so that they then uh, form a loyalty to you and also then sort of help you build as a brand, right? So that's the entire like marketing funnel. AIDA is nothing but awareness, interest, desire, and action, and that's pretty much what it is. So this is another way of talking about it. As you can see, awareness, consideration, you can talk about that as interest, and then decision, and after that, like action. But more or less, like in a general marketing funnel, like these are the three that you will hear a lot of people talk about. So even when you're having a conversation, they'll be like top of the funnel, middle funnel, or let's say bottom funnel. But more or less, it's the same. There are different ways people approach it. Let's dive into Facebook, right? So like basically when it comes to Facebook, obviously, uh how many of you have actually created a page on Facebook, right? So like maybe a few years back or something like that. Have you seen a decline in the organic reach? So let's say even if you have, let's say 10,000 likes, maybe only 10 people or 100 people actually see the post, right? There is a big reason behind it. Obviously, a lot of people say that it is because Facebook is trying to make a lot of money, and that's the reason they have decreased the organic reach. That is partially true. But don't quote me on that, okay? However, the reason I say that is because obviously, while there is a decline in the organic reach, the primary reason for that is because of the huge influx of the content. So the amount of content that people are creating is increasing every minute, I would say, or in fact every second. So if you would just pull up a chart, I don't know, probably Facebook has that, but the number of posts created in a day has been increasing quite significantly, and it keeps on increasing like almost every day. So because of such an increase in the posts creation, what happens is the number of posts that a user can see in the news feed will also become very huge. And due to that, Facebook started filtering stuff, or Facebook started filtering content based on the relevance that it might have to the user. And that is the reason the entire organic reach has declined. So, okay, so that is the reason the entire organic reach has declined, right? So it's in basic sense because of the amount of creators that are there, the total reach is reduced, plain and simple. So it's similar to how you look at supply and demand in a way. But at the same time, because of this, the requirement for a business to have a Facebook ad or utilize advertising on Facebook has increased significantly. Obviously, there are quite a few reasons, and like some of them are mentioned here. Like anyone can advertise. It's not like you have a limitation on who can do advertisements. It's easy to set up. You can define your audience, define your target audiences. You can do remarketing, which is like let's say if you have the data around your customers or something, you can actually do remarketing around that. And then at the same time, you can also like look at some of the different ad solutions, budgets, and so many different things, right? So when it comes to Facebook ads, obviously there are multiple reasons, and yeah, like overall there are different type of ads. This is where I will actually stop the slides because overall I think I will go directly with the platform itself to talk a little bit more about what Facebook ads is and like where it is right now, because the platform keeps changing, right? The platform keeps updating itself. There are so many different things. Okay, so the first thing is, like, obviously there are multiple reasons and different type of formats that are available when it comes to Facebook ads. The best way to understand like what type of formats are available, what are their examples, is to directly just go to this URL, ads guide. So this basically provides you like what are the different type of ad formats that are available on Meta, and it essentially gives you a good idea of what to expect with different type of ads. Even though this was posted like one day before, the amount of engagement that they have is so less. This is lower than, I would say, even some of the pages which have like 1,000 or 10,000 likes would receive, right? So that is how bad it is in some cases. And this is a very good example of it. Like one of the reasons that when it comes to advertisement, obviously this is, if your business wants to have that or receive or achieve the goals of whatever social media goals that you have, and you want to achieve it faster, advertisements are the way to do it, right? Organic reach, obviously it works, but because of the decline, one or the other time you may have to get into ads. So with that said, let's look at some of these formats to understand a bit better. So when it comes to image, as you can see, one of the best things about this particular URL is that it actually has a good, I would say, good content around what are the best practices to follow in terms of design recommendation, the file type, the ratio of the image, the resolution, what should be the number of characters and primary text, headline, description, and then when it comes to technical recommendation, which is like what should be the file size, what should be the minimum width and height, aspect ratio, tolerance. So all of these different things are provided for all the different type of formats. So in this particular case, as you can see, like it says apply now, then if I say book now, so these are different call to actions that are available for me to utilize. There is like different objectives that are available. So if I want to use traffic, then what are the different call to actions that I can actually utilize? Maybe I want to have app install, and these are some of the app install call to actions available. So accordingly, Facebook actually gives you a very good idea of what are the different formats and what you can do with them, what are the best practices to follow around it, etc. So let's say if you look at the placement as instant articles. So instant articles, you can see like this is what it would look like in an instant article. Then stories, this is what it would look like on a story. There is reels. So it says like banner ad would look something like this. And as we are selecting, you can also see like the text recommendation and all is also changing here. It tells you like what is a good recommendation based on the format of what you're trying to promote. So we saw Facebook, right? Similarly, there's also for Instagram stories, Instagram Explore tab. Like this is an ad on the Explore tab. Then similarly, there is like audience network. Then there is like messages. Messages is basically the messenger part of the Facebook, right? So within Messenger, like how you can do some advertisements or send messages to the users directly. So then there is this Messenger stories, Messenger inbox. Here you can see this is an ad, right? So this gives you a very good idea of what are the different formats, and you can see those similar kind of things across video, carousel, like collection, and all of those different things. And these icons basically tells you like where those are available. So it's like Facebook, Instagram, audience network, Messenger, and so forth. I don't think like the change in the branding has actually impacted the organic growth. The reason is, while Meta is a parent company, the reason they did that was because of metaverse and all. The actual genuine users of Facebook or Instagram, right? they are still using the same app. The app is still called as Facebook. The app is still called as Instagram. That has not changed. For them, probably, I would say most of them don't even know that there is something called as Meta, which is like the parent company. And for them, it's like they are just using the app, or they are just using these social media platforms just as they would normally. So overall, there hasn't been any change in the behavior of the consumers. And in terms of the platform itself, there may be a decline in organic growth, but the reason for that is not because of the branding, it's because of the number of people who are making the post. So as we talked about it, right, it's like a gradual decline that is happening, and this is happening all across social media. So while we looked at Facebook, this is also true with YouTube as well. This is also true with Twitter as well. The amount of organic growth that you have will keep declining over time as the platform itself grows. Because if the platform grows, the number of people trying to take advantage of the platform will also increase. And as the number of people trying to do that increases, what ends up happening is the number of posts increases, the number of usage of the platform increases. And hence, because of that, the number of views to each of the posts will also start to decrease, right? That's the reason. Factors like what are the targetings of your ad, what are the campaign type, what is the settings, what is the business that you're into, what is the creative that you're utilizing, right? And trust me, I have worked with some of the brands that are like that offer similar services, but for different brands, different type of ad copies or creatives have actually worked. So um, most of the time, videos and images are like the top, I would say, engaging ads. Videos are obviously overtaking these days because people actually have good internet connections to be able to view the videos. But at the same time, I would say the results for your business might surprise you and even me if let's say I was managing your ads. So it all depends upon what type of ad it is, what type of business it is, and what you're trying to achieve. At the end of the day, it's more about testing out different creatives and seeing the results of for your own. Junk rate, that is like a separate a thing, or the way to tackle that is different from how you manage your let's say advertisement campaign, right? So I'll talk about both of those as well. So one of the things, I'm not sure if we looked at that, but one of the things that if possible when it comes to real estate, I would try to suggest that you try to this 360 photos, because people having some kind of a view or understanding of what kind of let's say if you're into apartments, as you mentioned, luxury apartments, for them to see like what type of apartment it is will be more important. And second is, I would then also try to maximize my efforts around these plus image and video content. So probably if you already have good content, I would say like go with it. Now the second thing what I would do is uh, I would try to make sure that the leads that I get, I add some of the questions around that, which will qualify my people, or the people who are actually filling it. So essentially making it harder for them to fill. So the reason junk rate happens is because oftentimes people are like they just fill it for the sake of filling it, or sometimes there are literal like bots etc that fill it, just to sort of promote that okay, probably their page or their feed is working better. Then there are different areas of I would say people just filling it, but they sort of forget about it sometimes, or people just fill it for the sake of doing that. So the best way to tackle that is try to add some roadblocks or some hurdles wherein you are also validating who is actually filling it. So for example, you can put in something like the budget that they may have for making the purchase, or the area. And instead of having them actually select the area, maybe you can just have them uh, uh, type out a description as well about what type of features they are looking for or something like that, right? So think about it, test it out is what I would say. With real estate, obviously social media is going to be one of the like the top things in the future. We are already seeing that trend happening, but keep testing it out and see. And another thing I would suggest is as you run these ads, also try to work with some of these influencers, because for real estate businesses, these influencers might also, like the broker influencers and all, right? They might also be helpful in getting some of the genuine leads. The top of the funnel and middle funnel can be built very well using Facebook or and Instagram ads. So you can have make sure that people, now obviously when it comes to any businesses, um, they spend their time on platforms like LinkedIn and all for sure, but at the same time, in their off time, they will be utilizing these platforms as well for consuming social media content. So over there, you can use like brand awareness and create a brand awareness for yourself by sharing some of the blogs, metrics, and such. You can also share some of the informational or infomercials or something like that, right? Which talks about, or you can also utilize infographics, white papers, webinars, and whatnot to sort of have them at least sign up through their email or something like that, and provide a consideration. So these are the two which would work very well in Facebook and Instagram, or in fact, like any of the social media advertisement platforms. Uh, you can also test out to see like if you are able to capture some leads, but as you mentioned, you may not be able to get a lot of those. So for focusing on these two funnels or these two parts of the funnels, it's still pretty good. Across different funnels or different stages, right? So you can actually utilize the content pillar that you created. So for a specific content pillar that is talking about sharing advices or success stories, probably you can be or go with an open audiences, wherein like don't go with like a completely open audience, but keep it at a broader level, which has like a decent audience size. And when it comes to specific like lower funnel, you can probably then go for detailed targeting and see like how well it works, so that you're able to make sure that your leads are at least getting from the focused people. And as you go through it, obviously keep testing it, keep trying to modify the audiences based on their performance, based on like how well some of those different segments are working for you, and that is how you can identify the sweet spot. Yeah, we basically looked at the different formats that are available, right, for the advertisement. So there is like images, videos, carousel, collection, and I would definitely suggest that you guys go to this to understand a little bit better about what are the formats, what can work for you and all, or if you have any like specific questions around some of the formats, recommendation on what kind of size to keep, etc. Now, the reason I suggest that you go to this is because this is their own resource, right? And given the amount of changes that keeps happening to the platform, this is going to be the best link wherein you will find all the different details. Now, similarly, they have also provided other resources on business type, platform, and all. You can just go through it if you want, as per your business goal. There are some campaigns that I had dummy campaigns that I had created, but we'll definitely try out a different type of ad. But before I get into this, like overall, this is called as a burger icon or a burger menu. You just click on that and you'll see like what are the different things that are available in this, right? So you have one which is ads manager. Then there is like an events manager, which is more for, let's say, managing different events, or this is more in terms of the events that occurred through your pixel. So we'll also talk about some of the analytics and around pixels and all, so that you can understand that a bit better. Then there is something called as Creative Hub, where you can manage your ads and the type of ads that you have. You can also utilize this to create a mock-up or create your ad over here itself. So as you can see, like you can just work with it. You can determine like what is the type of ad that you want, and then you can create an ad around that. Apart from that, there is settings, then there is audiences. So audiences is important. Once you, let's say, have a pixel, you can go to audiences section and create a custom audience or create a lookalike audience. We'll talk briefly about these as well, which can actually help you reach to different type of audiences in a much better way. Billing is more for managing your overall billing. Then there is like brand safety, business settings, and so forth, right? There's also like shop locations. Overall, when it comes to Facebook ads, they have provided like bunch of tools that make it easy for you to manage what you're trying to do, what you're trying to work with, be it running experiments, be it having the creatives, getting the reports around it, getting insights, traffic analysis. There are so many different things, right? So it's all about, for them, it's more about trying to make sure that you have all the tools necessary so that your campaigns can be a success. Because if your campaigns are success, then you're going to use Facebook ads a lot more, and by that like by doing so, Facebook makes more money, right? So that's how it goes. Now with that said, let's look into campaign creation. So as all of you remember, we had a funnel, right? The importance of funnel you can actually see over here. So as you can see, there is awareness. So let me zoom in a bit as well. There's awareness, there's traffic, there's engagement. Now awareness comes at the top of the funnel. Traffic is more in terms of a mid funnel. Sometimes it can also be awareness depending on your goal all around it. Engagement is mid funnel. Leads is lower funnel. App promotion can be, I would say if it is installation of app, it's lower funnel, or bottom funnel, that is. And then sales is obviously bottom funnel, right? So in fact, if you notice, what happens is the first thing when you're creating a campaign, it asks you to select a objective, and this objective actually is determined based on the funnel of the audience itself. From top to bottom, this is like the top, and then this is like the mid, and this is like the bottom objectives, right? So all of these, if you see, each of these will have some good for as well. What is good for? Basically, it says like what this will help with. So it can help with reach, it can help with brand awareness, views to a video, store location awareness, right? Similarly, traffic, it can help with clicks to the link, landing page views, messenger, WhatsApp, calls, so many different things, right? So similarly, engagement. So you have a very good understanding of what you can get out of it. So by looking at this, then we sort of proceed further on what we are trying to do. What happens is in a campaign, you select the marketing objective. So as we selected like traffic, so similarly you select like what exactly you're trying to achieve as a marketing objective. There's page likes is no more, it's called as engagement now. Within engagement, you can select like page like as one of the options. Then you within campaign, you can have multiple ad sets. Okay, so that is what we have over there. So there's like ad set 1, ad set 2, ad set 3. You can have like hundreds of ad sets. Obviously, I wouldn't say like you have unlimited ad sets because it depends on what type of budgets you set on the ad set, what type of budgets you have, and so forth across the campaign and all. So one of the recent update that Facebook has is previously you could set budgets only at ad set, but now you can also have budgets at campaign level. Okay, so there's campaign, then there is ad set. Now within an ad set, you will have multiple ads, or you can have multiple ads, right? So you can have, let's say if you're trying to do a test between different types of ad copies, or maybe you would like to try out different varieties of ad. So you can do all of that within an ad set, okay? So you can have like multiple ads within an ad set. So this is the structure, or you can say like this is what the entire structure of the Facebook ads campaigns look like. So campaign, ad set, then ads, right? And as I said, like each of them can be multiple in number.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.
So let's start with the first question, and the question is, what is digital marketing? So when an interviewer asks you this question, you will answer something like this. It is a domain that involves scaling brands and products online to bring about value addition by making use of plethora of concepts such as SEO and channels such as emails, social media and many more. Now let's proceed to the next question. The second question is, what are the types of digital marketing in the industry? And the answer is, there is a wide variety of concepts pertaining to the digital marketing. So here are some such as email marketing, social media marketing, search engine optimization and affiliate marketing. Now let's move to the next question. The next question is, define SEO in brief. And the answer is, search engine optimization or SEO in short is a structured solution to the requirement of an increase in incoming traffic to a web page. This directly correlates to an increase in the number as well as the quality of the traffic generated based on certain criteria which are used to attain it. This would be a perfect answer to this question. Now let's move to the next question. The next question is, what are keywords and why are they considered important in this domain? And the answer to this question is, keywords are literal key search phrases which users use to search for a product, brand or anything of their choice. This forms to be a primary entity which is used when working with the concept of search engine optimization. A keyword has the utmost importance when used well and analyzed diligently, and it also has the ability to draw a lot of organic traffic. This directly results in user landing on the website which is optimized for keywords in any search engine, and that's why they are considered important in this domain. This will form the perfect answer to this question. Now let's proceed to the next question. The next question is, where can all the keywords be used to drive more traffic to the website? And the answer to this question is, keywords can be used in a variety of places such as the web page title or web page URL, or you can even do it on the meta description, website content and headings. This will form the perfect answer. Now let's proceed to the next question. What are the two main ways of digital marketing? So there are basically two ways of digital marketing, that is inbound digital marketing and the outbound digital marketing. And you can give this answer as, there are inbound and outbound marketing techniques. In inbound marketing, the main focus is on customer centric and the content created around it, such as your blogs, social media channels and many more. Whereas the outbound marketing leads with the direct need of the product, which is usually distributed to a wide band audience through billboards, televised advertisements and magazines, which forms a perfect answer to this question. Guys, this is one of the most important digital marketing interview questions, so you can remember this question and the way to answer it. Now let's proceed to the next question. The question is, what is pay-per-click advertisement? So the answer to this question is, the pay-per-click advertisement is a digital marketing methodology which involves the advertiser paying the website owner a discussed amount of money every time the advertisement is clicked by a user. Most pay-per-click advertising is of the three types. They are search ads, display ads, social media ads. Search ads are found on platforms like Google, Bing, or Yahoo, whereas the third-party apps have display ads and platforms like Facebook, Instagram, which are for social media ads. Pay-per-click along with the cost per impression or CPM is used to evaluate the cost effectiveness and feasibility of internet ads and to keep the cost of conducting ad campaigns as minimal as possible when meeting the defined goals. So this would give it the perfect answer to this question. I hope so. Guys, it's clear to you what is pay-per-click advertising. Now, let's proceed to the next question. The next question is, name some PPC tools. And the answer to this question is iSpionage, SEMrush, SpyFu, Unbounce, and AdBeat are some of the most important PPC tools. Okay guys, I hope so it's clear to you. Now let's proceed to the next question. The next question is, what is Black Hat SEO? Black Hat SEO is a method that hunts for the soft spots in the algorithms of search engines to find a way to get the content rank. This creates a surge in the ranking, but it is short-lasting. It is considered unethical because it does not comply with the guidelines set by the search engines altogether. Strategies such as link spamming and addition of hidden links are often used in this methodology. I hope so guys, it's clear to you what is Black Hat SEO. Now let's discuss the next question. The next question is, what is White Hat SEO? White Hat SEO is considered to be the most used SEO techniques across the globe, which makes use of various techniques to get a web page rank in search engines. The creation of top-notch content and HTML optimization, among others, are the key White Hat SEO. It also creates a steady growth in the rank that lasts longer than the other methodologies. I hope so guys, it's clear to you what is White Hat SEO. Now, let's discuss the next question. So, the next question is also in the same pipeline, which says, what is Grey Hat SEO? Grey Hat SEO is a mixture of both Black Hat and White Hat techniques. These techniques are basically used in collaboration to switch from one to another in an attempt to get a web page rank. In the majority of cases, the outcome is a hit or a miss with this technique. I hope so guys, it's clear to you what is Grey Hat SEO. Now, let's move to the next question. Can you mention some methodologies that can be used to improve the conversion rates? If the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. For improving the conversion rate, one can make changes to the visual aspects of a web page, everything from styling to modifying the page layout and functionality. Try these out and it will ensure you that there is an increase in the conversion rate. I hope so. This forms the perfect answer to this question and you can answer this question by this. Now, let's proceed to the next question. The next question is, what is Google AdWords? So, you can answer something like this. AdWords is an advertising service which is provided by Google, which is used to cater to companies that are looking to assess their market outreach. It is considered to be one of the most widely used PPC systems today. A structured pipeline ensures that the companies can go about setting a thresholds on payments, budgets, and more when users click on their advertisements. I hope so guys, it's clear to you what is Google AdWords. So the next question is, explain how Google AdWords work. So if the interviewer asks you this question, then you can answer something like this. AdWords is in charge of advertising framework. If the deal is expensive, your advertisement will appear on the Google tab. Pay-per-click advertising is handled by AdWords, which means that you pay the amount you specified if someone clicks on your ad as a result of a web search. So, this forms the perfect answer to this question. Now, let's move to the next question. The next question is, explain AMP in brief. So, you can answer this question something like this. AMP or Accelerated Mobile Pages is the brainchild of people at Google and the popular social media platform called Twitter. Basically, it is an open source library that helps users to come up with a lightweight web page, which enables quicker loading. Therefore, the main intention here is to ensure that there is a sharp decrease in the load time of web pages when viewed through multiple platforms and a variety of web browsers. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's proceed to the next question. The next question is, why digital marketing has become so huge as compared to the offline marketing? Sometimes interviewer can ask this question to test what answers or what opinions you have for this industry. So you can answer this question something like this. Digital marketing has shown tremendous potential in the past few years. And here are some of the most important reasons. The first one is that it directly relates to the customer needs. Second, there is a good exposure to product outreach and analytics. Third, an easier way to tap into the multiple regions across the globe. And finally, changes can be implemented almost immediately if they needed to be. So, this forms the perfect answer to this question. This is actually one of the most asked questions in the interviews. So, be aware of this and you can answer your question in this structured manner. Now, let's proceed to the next question. The next question is, how can you assess the impact of social media marketing? Now, you can answer this question something like this. There are multiple ways to gauge performance growth in the area of social marketing. And some of them are like followers, likes, leads, or you can go for direct engagement, content sharing, brand outreach, and subscriptions. So, this forms the perfect answer to this question. Now, let's move to the next question. So, if the interviewer asks you a question, something like this, why email marketing is considered the most effective way of digital marketing? So, you can answer this question something like this, that email marketing has proven outreach where emails are exchanged between customers and providers. It has been one of the strongest used methodologies to ensure that leads are converted into customers quickly and effectively. So this forms the perfect answer to this question. Now, let's discuss the next question. The next question is, what social media channels are popular today in terms of digital marketing? And the answer to this question is, there are many channels in this pipeline and the most popular ones are LinkedIn and Facebook. With onset of influencer marketing, Instagram is showing wholesome potential as well. And you can mention these as some of the popular social media channels. Now, let's discuss the next question. The next question is, how return of investment is calculated? This is one of the most asked questions in the digital marketing interview. So you can answer this question something like this. The return on investment is a simple difference between the sales amount and the investment in marketing, or ROI is equals to sales minus cost of advertisement. This says that this equals to the return of investment. I hope so it's clear to you. Now, let's move to the next question. The next question is, what is click-through rate? So, this is one of the most important interview for digital marketing. So, you can answer this question something like this. Click-through rate, or CTR for short, is a number of times a user made an entry on a web page through a promotion or advertisement or an event. So, this forms the perfect answer to this question and you can answer this question something like this. Now, let's discuss the next question. What is the difference between page session and page views? And you can answer this question something like this. A page session is when a user makes a visit to a website where every single time. And a page view is when the user clicks on one or more pages present on a website. So this gives it a perfect answer to this question. Now, let's move forward and let's discuss the next question. So, this is one of the most asked questions in the digital marketing interview. So, if the interviewer asks you this question, why is your interest in the field of digital marketing? So, first you need to understand the objective why the interviewer is trying to ask this question. Here actually the interviewer is trying to assess the level of commitment and understanding you have towards this field. It is very vital that you portray a good amount of interest, commitment, and your ardor toward digital marketing, in which you can answer something like this because it had something wide scope and you can tell the journey about learning the digital marketing and your level of commitment to learn the technologies involved in digital marketing, which says that you are a good candidate for this job role. You have to answer this question in this way. Now, I hope so it's clear to you what this question portrays. Now, let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is the difference between do follow and no follow links in SEO? This is actually one of the most important interview questions for digital marketing. Basically, do follow links allow redirects to users where they use a search engine and follow through a land on a website, whereas no follow links alongside the associate policies of the search engine ensure that hyperlinks used should not be an influence on the rank of a particular search engine. So, this forms the perfect answer to this question, and you can frame your answer something like this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, can you differentiate between direct marketing and branding? So, you can answer this question something like this. Direct marketing is a marketing technique that involves direct interaction with the target audience through the various technologies such as Google Ads, Facebook Ads, email marketing, etc. These are the types of direct marketing. Whereas branding is also a marketing methodology where you concentrate on exposing your brand, website, or application to the world and make your customers aware of your advertisement. The brand marketing includes pamphlets, catalogs, billboard signs, and networking events, which forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. How can YouTube as a platform be used effectively for digital marketing? So the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. With YouTube, you can build brand awareness to directly deal with the customers who might be showing some interest in the product, which is the goal of the campaign. This can drive a lot of healthy traffic directly to the websites and boost ranking as well. The creation of elegant, good-looking and informative videos are the driving force behind the successful YouTube campaign. And this forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, which platform is used when candidates want to post or refer to job-related ads? And the answer to this question is, LinkedIn is one of the most famous among the active job seekers and professionals. There are other sites such as Naukri and Indeed, and there are same goals of bringing the recruiter and candidates together. Apart from this, you can mention some of the other websites also, which are Monster and Indeed. I hope so it's clear to you how you have to give answer when an interviewer asks you this question. Now we will move forward and discuss the next question. How can you measure success of the social media marketing campaign? So, if an interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. Success can be measured by making use of multiple metrics. Everything including the number of clients, leads, traffic, sales, and conversions can lead to assessing and analyzing the success of a campaign. Direct comparison between requirement and the goal on metrics such as likes, subscriptions, and share counts also relatively impact the working rate of the campaign. I hope so it's clear to you how you have to give answer if the interviewer asks you this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, why anchor tag is used in SEO practice? So, if the interviewer asks you this question, so you can answer this question something like this. An anchor tag is a text which is used in hyperlink format. It is basically used to assess how the content ranks on the multiple search engines. So, this forms a perfect answer to this question and you can answer in this short way. Let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are some disadvantages of digital marketing? So, if you are a fresher, this can be your one of the first question if the interviewer asks you this. Even though there are plethora of advantages surrounding the world of digital marketing, there are certain downfalls. Here are some of them. First, digital marketing creates a high transparency ratio for pricing and competition. The second can be globalization results in direct worldwide competition. Third disadvantage, you can give something like this. Digital marketing can create security or privacy issues. And finally, you can answer that it can be expensive to set up marketing pipelines in the nascent stages. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. This can be one of the advanced questions if the interviewer asks you this. And the question is, can you define the life cycle of a shopper on the website? The answer to this question is, as soon as the user lands on the website, they become prospects when looking around the site to see something interests them. If there is something that they are interested in and they interact with the website by providing details or adding them to the cart, they become the leads. Leads gets converted into customers or sales when they successfully complete the transaction. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. So, if the interviewer asks you, what are the webmaster tools? You can answer this question something like this. These are the tools which can be used for the variety of tasks, including obtaining information about incoming search traffic, asking Google to crawl and index a website, reading crawl error reports, and so on. These are basically the webmaster tools. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. So you can answer this question something like this. YouTube trends help marketers understand what kind of content is the audience watching. This can help identify the audience's desires. Marketers can develop similar content to reach the maximum audience engagement. Whereas Instagram Reels have become extremely popular with the people. The audience is consuming Instagram Reels in huge numbers, and it is important for marketers to use a platform for their benefit. You can use it to educate your audience about your brand and highlight your brand values, personality, and distinguishing features. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The question is, can digital marketing replace the traditional marketing? Here, the interviewer is trying to understand and gauge your knowledge with this question. Cite real-world examples and provide validations to that, preferably in numbers, from any valid source. As a general train of thought goes, digital marketing has a very strong footing in today's world, and companies and customers are trying to bring about the best by making full use of this. It can be said that instead of overpowering each other, traditional marketing and digital marketing are going hand in hand by adding value to each other. This makes it the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, has your prior education helped you with digital marketing? This is a question that relates to the latest course you completed in the college. Do talk about the degree you have obtained and how you plan on putting what you have learned to full use in the coming days, which will form the perfect answer to this question. I hope so clear to you that how you can answer this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, how can you create the new leads for marketing pipeline? If the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer this question something like this. Effective creation of new leads can be done by having an understanding of the concept of sales funnel in the digital marketing and the techniques that follow them. Everything from customizing the content to the process that involves automating the market channel will also be discussed here, and this will form the perfect answer to this question. You can elaborate on these instances and answer this question. Now, let's move forward and let's discuss the next question. Next question. The next question is, what is viral marketing? Viral marketing is a methodology that involves customers sharing information and details about a product, brand, or company using the internet. It is a very effective form of marketing that helps in getting the word out to the friends, family, and other individuals, thereby creating the surge in growth. So this is exactly what is viral marketing. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. What do off-page and on-page SEO optimization method means? The answer to this question can be, off-page optimization involves a process that makes use of external links to directly boost traffic and help index better on any search engine. However, on-page SEO optimization deals with the structure and content present on the website. I hope so it's clear to you what's the difference between off-page and on-page SEO optimization method. Now let's move forward and let's discuss the next question. Can you explain some scenarios where bad links are used? So this can be your next question, and it is one of the most important questions in the digital marketing interview. So you can answer this question something like this. There are many scenarios that often lead to the use of a bad link, and some of them are uses of paid links, using unrelated or far from a topic at hand, or you can answer making use of links that are considered to be spam or flagged, posting from various link exchanges sites and media, and finally, making use of the same anchor from multiple sites. So, this forms the perfect answer to the scenarios where bad linking can be used. I hope so it's clear to you. Now let's move forward and let's discuss our final question. So, this is the final question of our digital marketing interview. So, the interviewer can ask you, what attracted you to the digital marketing industry? And you can answer this question something like this. Here, basically you have to first understand what interviewer wants to know, that how are you serious about digital marketing industry. As a result, it is critical to demonstrate the complete dedication and passion for the industry. But you can answer this question by confessing the factors that you really like about the industry. For example, I enjoy bringing people together using different emerging online technology. And I also admire how a company can entice a target audience with the latest digital marketing technologies. You can also discuss the opportunities you see in the digital marketing. In short and long term, it will demonstrate you that you are well informed and knowledgeable about your chosen profession. I hope so it's clear to you how you have to answer this question if the interviewer asks this.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.